Chapter 125. Chu Chaoyun knew what she was thinking. He said, I did not arrive much earlier than you. If I had moved the coffin lid, you would have heard the sound as well. Duanmuking, who was at the side, suddenly walked over to the coffin lid that had fallen to the ground. The golden coffin lid was covered in densely packed ancient characters. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly took out a piece of paper and a pen, recording it down. This was the martial technique of a sage. Although she did not know what it was definitely not ordinary. Bang! Under the astonished gazes of everyone on the stone platform, Xiao Chun and the other two jumped up from the stone steps. When they landed on the stone platform, the barrier protecting the three of them suddenly shattered and disappeared. Fatso was the first to feel that something was wrong. Oh no, I cannot use my chi or the power of my martial spirit here. Xiao Chun gave it a try. Indeed, it was as Fatso said. The martial spirit in his dantian seemed to be sealed. No matter what, he could not sense it. He was unable to circulate his essence. Ji Chongkong looked at Xiao Chun with a cold look in his eyes. He leaped into the air and did not say anything unnecessary, sending a punch at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was stunned at first, then his lips curled up into a cold smile. It was obvious that the people here could not use essence. In that case, Xiao Chun's physical strength was unparalleled on this stone platform. Boom! Xiao Chun quickly sent out a punch. When their fists collided, there was a crisp sound. The 5 fingers on Ji Chongkong's right palm were shattered. Ji Chongkong retreated 5 steps. He looked at the wound on his hand in disbelief. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. There was an intense pain causing his face to twitch. The Guy Marquis held his golden spear. When he saw Xiao Chun arrive, he used his spear to sweep away the Hua clan members. Then he dashed towards him. In the blink of an eye, the spear arrived before Xiao Chun. Who? Spear after spear exploded in front of Xiao Chun. The Guy Marquis' spear techniques were very good. Even without the support of essence, his spear was still impenetrable. Xiao Chun retreated 2 steps. The Guy Marquis moved forward. The spear stuck to Xiao Chun like glue. No matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. Pooh! Xiao Chun stepped on air. He had already retreated to the edge of the stone platform. If he took another step back, he would be forced off the platform. The Guy Marquis thought about the uniqueness of the stone platform. If he fell, Xiao Chun would definitely die. He could not help but increase his strength. He pushed forward with his right hand, and the spear was aimed at Xiao Chun's chest. Chi! The lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in Xiao Chun's hand. Xiao Chun easily parried the full-powered strike of the Guy Marquis. He took a step forward and the saber slid down the spear shaft. Soon the Guy Marquis' right hand appeared. He quickly let go, and the golden spear fell to the ground with a huang-dang sound. Side body strike. Xiao Chun tilted his body to the side and ferociously charged forward. All the energy in his body was gathered on his right shoulder. After the tempering of the heavenly lightning and the 7-leaf flower, a horrifying strength exploded forth. The Guy Marquis was knocked back with a bang. He vomited a mouthful of blood in midair and tumbled on the ground. He nearly fell off the stone platform. Attack together. The strength of this brat's physical body is too horrifying. When Hua Yunfei saw the Guy Marquis being defeated by Xiao Chun in an instant, he could not help but feel fear in his heart. He shouted loudly. These cultivators normally relied too much on essence. Although their physical bodies had been tempered and were much stronger than ordinary people, they were far inferior to Xiao Chun. Bang! Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and punched a Ji-clan cultivator in front of him. The Ji-clan cultivator fell to the ground, unable to get up. A few of his ribs were even broken. Xiao Chun shouted loudly. He was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. He executed an ordinary fist technique that he had learned in the past. His movements were simple, firm and fierce. When combined with the horrifying strength in his physical body, none of his subordinates could withstand a single exchange. No one could block him. Xiao Chun looked at Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei, who was in the crowd, was startled and quickly retreated. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "Let's see where you can run to." Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He swung his right leg and kicked Hua Yunfei's head. Pu ci. Hua Yunfei vomited a mouthful of blood along with a few broken teeth. After he landed on the ground, he immediately fainted. Xiaochun landed gently and kicked a few times in the air. His speed and strength were astonishing. Miserable cries resounded as those who were struck fell to the ground. After a while, aside from Xiao Chen's group of 3 and Chu Chaoyun who had not made a move, everyone else on the stone platform fell to the ground. They groaned in pain as they looked at Xiao Chun in fear. Fatso said in astonishment, "What a strong physical body! How did this fellow temper it?" Su Xiaoxiao was not too astonished. She said indifferently, "If you use 15 years to temper your physical body, you would be able to reach this level as well." Xiao Chun looked at Chu Chaoyun and walked over step by step. His sharp face revealed a murderous intent, revealing his sharpness. When Chu Chaoyun saw Xiao Chun walking towards him, he did not panic. He took out a basketball-sized golden spirit core from his spatial ring and casually tossed it to Xiao Chun. He smiled faintly. "Looks like I made a wrong decision. I should not have let you in." After receiving the Golden Lion King's spirit core, Xiao Chun placed it into his universe ring. He looked deeply at Chu Chaoyun, but in the end he did not make a move against him. Even now, when Xiao Chun held the absolute advantage, Xiao Chun could not see through him at all. The feeling that Chu Chaoyun gave Xiao Chun was still extremely dangerous. Xiao Chun turned around and looked at the various noble clan disciples lying on the ground. He walked over to Hua Yunfei and removed his spatial ring. Then he placed the scarlet sword that Hua Yunfei had been using into the universe ring. The spatial rings of the Tianwu continent were different from the magic treasures that Xiao Chun refined. As long as the ring was removed, anyone could take out the things inside. Xiao Chun slowly walked towards Ji Chongkong. Ji Chongkong's complexion turned ashen. He said agitatedly, "Xiao Chun, if you dare to touch me, I will make you wish you were dead after we leave this place." Xiao Chun stepped on Ji Chongkong's face ruthlessly. "Do you think I will let you off? 3 years later, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly." Xiao Chun grabbed Ji Chongkong's spatial ring and kicked Ji Chongkong ruthlessly again. A martial saint behind the Ji clan could not stand it any longer. He roared angrily and charged at Xiao Chun. Bang! Xiao Chun kicked him off the stone platform. The instant that person's body landed on the stone platform, there was a loud boom, and he shattered into countless pieces of flesh. The people on the stone platform all felt a chill in their hearts. Xiao Chun picked up the Gi Marquis spear and placed it into the universe ring. He walked over and removed the Gi Marquis spatial ring. Then, he turned his gaze to Duanmuking. Duanmuking's expression was ice cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. With a quang dang sound, he threw the spatial ring on the stone platform. He said coldly, "There are some things that are not yours. Even if you take them, you will spit them out." Xiao Chun smiled coldly. "Are you talking about yourself? When you saw that I had a spirit fox, you kept asking for it from me. When I refused, you tried to kill me. Is there anyone as shameless as you?" Duanmuking's expression suddenly became agitated. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with her. When he turned his head, he saw Fatso pick up the coffin lid and place it into his spatial ring. Xiao Chun could not help but feel black lines appear in his heart. This Fatso is truly speechless. He even dares to ask for a coffin lid. When Fatso saw Xiao Chun looking at him with disdain, he chuckled. "Don't look at me like that. This coffin lid is refined from scorching blood black gold. Just a small piece is worth hundreds or even tens of thousands of gold taels. Furthermore, there is an ancient martial scripture carved on it. It was carved by a sage. It has a natural charm and can be used as a weapon. Its might is no weaker than a holy weapon. Of course, I will make a copy of the ancient martial scripture for you." Xiao Chun felt ashamed in his heart. Only Fatso would dare to use a coffin lid as a weapon. He called out to Fatso and the two of them came to the center of the sage coffin. Fatso looked at the purple-robed emperor lying quietly in the sage coffin. His face was filled with doubt as he said, "The sage coffin clearly has an ancient martial scripture carved on it. Why is it a Tianwu emperor lying in there? Where did the body of the sage go?" Xiao Chun felt suspicious as well. Along the way, he had seen countless martial sage corpses. All of them had their heads chopped off. It was clear that it was done by one person. Was it done by the person in the coffin? However, the time difference was too great. The Tianwu dynasty had already been destroyed for more than 5,000 years. As for the people on the stone steps, they were all people from 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, they were from the same era. Rumble. Just as Xiao Qian and Fatso were thinking, this small world suddenly shook. After that, there was a loud rumble. The mountain peak above the underground palace suddenly shattered. 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak shattered just like that. Countless rocks flew out of Savage Forest. It looked like it was raining rocks. Huge rocks fell continuously. Some of the flying spirit beasts did not dodge in time. The huge force of the rocks smashed them into a mangled mess. They cried out miserably as they fell. Xiao Qian and the others felt dazzled. The scene before them suddenly disappeared. The white clouds in the sky and the blazing sun in the sky gave off a piercing light, mercilessly shining on the stone platform. Xiao Qian was startled. He looked at his surroundings and said, "Why did this stone platform return to the ground? Not good. I can use my essence now." Xiao Qian's expression suddenly changed. The people of the noble clans on the stone platform were all at least martial saints. Now that they had recovered their essence, any one of them could easily defeat him. Xiao Qian circulated the gravity spell and soared into the sky, heading into the distance. Chi! There was a phoenix cry and Duamyuking turned into an ice phoenix. He spread his wings and gave chase. Ji Chongkong cursed and his body turned into a meteor. He left behind a long trail of flames as he gave chase. When the people of the noble clan saw that they could use their essence, they all jumped off the platform and chased in the direction that Xiao Qian had gone. The small world above the stone platform had already collapsed. When the crowd jumped off the stone platform, they did not shatter into pieces like they did underground. Su Xiaoxiao and Kim Taeho were worried about Xiao Qian's situation, so they quickly gave chase as well. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Chaoyun was left standing on the stone platform. Chu Chaoyun had a calm expression on his face. After everyone had left, he looked at the unconscious Hua Yunfei and gently kicked him off the 1,000-meter-tall stone platform. Chapter 126. Xiao Qian turned his head and looked at Duanmyuking and Ji Chongkong, who were chasing him. A boundless flame started to burn in his right eye. Finally, it turned into a purple light. With a pew sound, a flaming cloud appeared and burned half the sky, blocking the two people behind him. After the flaming cloud scattered, Xiao Qian could no longer be seen in the sky. Ji Chongkong landed on the ground with a loud boom. The footprint of Xiao Qian's footprints on his face had yet to disappear. The few martial saints of the Ji clan quickly rushed over. When they saw the ashen and furious Ji Chongkong, they did not dare to say anything. Ji Chongkong said in an ice-cold voice, "Search the entire forest. If we cannot find Xiao Qian, I will not return to the south." At the periphery of Savage Forest, Xiao Qian held a chi-returning pill in his mouth. He continuously used the lightning evasion and rushed towards the illusion formation. After a while, he finally arrived in front of everyone and entered. After entering the illusion formation, Xiao Qian saw the familiar Zhuang River and the rocks by the shore. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He pushed off the ground and leaped onto the surface of the Zhuang River. Xiao Qian circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art and sped across the surface of the water. With a loud boom, he broke through the waterfall and arrived at the strange rock behind the waterfall. He immediately sat down cross-legged. Qi returning pill, blood replenishing pill. This type of fast recovery medicinal pill had significant side effects. If taken for a long period of time, it would leave behind a serious dependency. Today, Xiao Qian had consumed more than 10 qi returning pills. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. He circulated the essence in his body, trying to force out the remnant medicinal energy in his body. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated in his body over and over again. The remnant medicinal energy in his meridians was continuously washed away. After the essence circulated for a great cycle, it returned to the martial spirit. The blue dragon martial spirit absorbed all the essence. Slowly, it sank into the clear water. A moment later, an even purer wave of yuan qi flowed from the martial spirit to all the major meridians in his body, then seeped into Xiao Qian's flesh and bones through the meridians. Xiao Chan repeated this process for a total of 80 cycles of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. After that, a black viscous substance slowly flowed out of the countless pores in Xiao Chen's body. The medicinal dregs that had been lingering in his body for a long time were all forced out. After the medicinal power was forced out, Xiao Chan only felt that his body was incomparably weak. Moreover, the black viscous substance on his skin was very uncomfortable. Xiao Chan hurriedly jumped out of the waterfall. With a splash, he jumped directly into the turbulent Zhuang River. The black sticky substance on his body was immediately washed away by the river water. Xiao Chan came out of the water and took a deep breath. He felt very refreshed. Although his body was still very weak, he was very spirited and full of energy. Bang! Xiao Chen's body leaped gently in the water like a flood dragon coming out of the water. He created a long splash as he landed firmly on the riverbank. Xiao Chan took out a set of clean clothes from the universe ring and changed into them. He did not do anything else. He found a comfortable place and lay down to sleep. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the east. The melodious chirping of birds in the forest woke Xiao Chen up. He opened his eyes reluctantly. Xiao Chen slowly stood up and stretched. He felt very comfortable. His body and mind had returned to their peak state. Smiling faintly, Xiao Chan took out all the spatial rings of the noble clan's disciples from the universe ring. Although he did not obtain the inheritance of the sage or the heavenly emperor's heavenly flame in this trip to the underground palace, his harvest was not small. First, Xiao Chan took out Duanmiking's spatial ring and poured all the things in it on the ground. Immediately, a large pile of spirit stones, battle armor, spirit weapons and medicinal pills fell to the ground. Xiao Chan looked carefully and counted. There were more than 100 inferior grade spirit stones, 20 medial grade spirit stones, 2 superior grade earth rank battle armor, 2 earth rank spirit weapons, 10 odd medicinal pills above rank 4, and finally an ancient martial technique manual. It looks like the wealth of those martial sages has been divided among them. Otherwise, even if they are noble clans, they would not have so many treasures on them, Xiao Chan said softly. Xiao Chan did not hesitate and searched for the spatial rings of the noble clans. With a hualalala sound, the ground was covered with spirit stones and spirit weapons. I have struck it rich this time. With so many spirit stones, spirit weapons and medicinal pills, it will be sufficient for me to cultivate to martial saint. Xiao Chan was wild with joy. He had obtained all the gains of the noble clans in the underground palace. The value of these things added together was equivalent to the wealth of half a noble clan. To anyone, this was a huge treasure. Xiao Chan started to reorganize the items. He had obtained a total of 300 inferior grade spirit stones, 80 medial grade spirit stones, 5 earth rank spirit weapons, 3 superior grade earth rank battle armor, 6 ancient martial techniques, and countless medicinal pills. Dong! Xiao Chan pushed aside a pile of spirit stones and a small exquisite silver warship appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Damn! Someone really found an ancient-era secret treasure in the underground palace, Xiao Chan said in astonishment as he held the silver warship in his hand. Xiao Chan sent his spiritual sense into the interior of the silver warship. Instantly, he felt like he had entered a huge world. However, this world was very damaged. A piece was missing from a corner of the warship. The formations inside were not complete and were severely damaged. This caused the silver warship to be completely devoid of spiritual energy. Most people would not be able to discover that this was a secret treasure. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chan looked at the silver warship in his hand. He felt that it was a pity. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed. It was unavoidable for the secret treasure to be damaged. Furthermore, the offensive formations in it were completely damaged. There was no possibility of repairing them. Even if they could repair them, they could only be used as a transportation tool. However, Xiao Chan still decided to repair it. With his current strength, it would be impossible for him to refine such a magic treasure. Not to mention his cultivation realm, he would not be able to complete the task of finding the materials without a few years. Now that there was a nearly complete magic treasure before him, it would be inexcusable if he did not make use of it. As for the offensive formations on it, he could wait until his strength increased before he could carve another one. The most important thing was that this should be a secret treasure refined by a sage. After tens of thousands of years, the sage's imprint had already taken root in the interior of the silver warship. It was as firm as a boulder. From the looks of it, the secret treasure refined by an ancient sage is 100% certain to be a magic treasure from the Compendium of Cultivation, Xiao Chan muttered to himself. Could the Compendium of Cultivation be related to this world? Xiao Chan shook his head and recollected his thoughts, no longer thinking about this question. Xiao Chan placed the spirit stones and battle armor on the ground into his universe ring. Then he executed the gravity spell and soared into the air, heading for the mountain wall with the waterfall. The wind howled on the mountain wall. The strange rocks were sharp and there was an old tree growing on the cliff. Xiao Chan looked up and saw an even taller mountain peak in front. Clouds shrouded the peak, making it look hazy and mysterious. It should be there, Xiao Chan said softly and continued flying upwards. A biting cold wind blew past him. Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered and his long hair fluttered non-stop. The higher he went, the fiercer the cold wind became. It blew so hard that he could not open his eyes. After a long time, Xiao Chan landed on the mountain peak with a "hoo" sound. If he stretched out his hand, he would be able to touch the white clouds. The surrounding spiritual energy was incomparably dense, giving him a faintly discernible sense of spirituality. Xiao Chan found an empty space and took out the inferior-grade spirit stones from his universe ring. He prepared to lay down a small spirit-gathering formation and gather the spirituality of the silver warship. Actually, if he used medial-grade spirit stones to lay down the spirit-gathering formation, the effects would be more obvious. However, Xiao Chan could not bear to part with these medial-grade spirit stones. A medial-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 inferior-grade spirit stones. However, no one would be foolish enough to exchange for one. This was because medial-grade spirit stones were too rare in the Great Qin nation. After a while, a small spirit-gathering formation appeared. Xiao Chan placed the silver warship in the center of the formation. Then he slowly infused his essence into it. A faint light flowed along the formation lines and started flowing slowly. The dense spiritual energy in the surroundings poured in wildly. Within the formation lines, the surrounding spiritual energy was like a mist. After a while, it actually gathered into droplets of spiritual energy. Pu-ci. A resplendent pillar of light suddenly lit up in the center of the formation and rushed to the sky. The small silver warship quickly rose up from the pillar of light. The body of the warship flickered with two different lights. Xiao Chan extended his spiritual sense into the silver warship. The formation lines carved on the silver warship spun rapidly, continuously absorbing the horrifying spiritual energy contained in the pillar of light. After half an hour, the spirit stones on the ground started to crack. Xiao Chan said in astonishment, "Not good. The amount of spiritual energy required by this silver warship is too horrifying. A small spirit gathering formation would not be able to satisfy it. This fellow's appetite is too big," Xiao Chan thought hatefully. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth driven by 100 spirit stones could not even last for 2 hours. This completely exceeded his expectations. Xiao Chan took out the Golden Lion King spirit core from the universe ring. He looked at the silver warship in the sky hesitantly, feeling reluctant to part with it. This golden spirit core contained the spiritual energy that the Golden Lion King had absorbed for hundreds of years. It was incomparably pure. No matter what attribute a cultivator had, they would be able to absorb it. If one placed it in the spirit gathering formation, it would instantly raise the rank of the spirit gathering formation to medial grade. However, Xiao Chan was reluctant to part with it. He planned to keep it for when he advanced to Martial King. Martial King was a hurdle. If he could pass it, he would immediately stand at the peak of everyone. If he could not, he would only waste his life. In the end, Xiao Chan put it away and took out the medial grade spirit stones. The value of this medial grade spirit stone was not inferior to the spirit core at all. Furthermore, it had great practical value. It was a hard currency everywhere. Xiao Chan placed it on the formation runes. His heart felt like it was bleeding. 40 medial grade spirit stones used up close to half of Xiao Chen's collection before he finished laying the medial grade spirit gathering formation. Xiao Chan formed a hand seal and a strong wind blew. All the spiritual energy within a kilometer surged over in an endless stream. Dida! Dida! The spiritual energy turned into water droplets and fell from the mountain peak like rain. These were all the essence of spiritual energy. Xiao Chun did not want to waste it. He took out a spatial magic treasure jade bottle and placed it at the side. Then he collected all the water droplets that fell from the sky. The pillar of light in the center of the formation became even more resplendent. The silver warship started to give off a boundless radiance. Xiao Chun could clearly feel the sage Taoist charm in the warship slowly awakening. Chapter 127. Who? A horrifying holy might burst forth and the silver warship started to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had risen by 1,000 meters and turned into a black dot, disappearing from Xiao Chun's vision. Xiao Chun was startled and he quickly flew up. The gravity spell was not a true flying martial technique. The higher Xiao Chun flew, the stronger the gravitational pull. The amount of essence he exhausted also increased. High up in the sky, Xiao Chun flew higher and higher. He could see the boundless clouds churning around him. The resplendent pillar of light in the center of the spirit-gathering formation pierced through the boundless clouds. It looked like it was really going to reach the sky. The essence in Xiao Chun's body was rapidly depleting. He frowned slightly. Right now, he could only see a blurry silhouette of the silver warship. He did not know how high it was going to fly. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and took out a medial-grade spirit stone and placed it on his palm. Instantly, a horrifying essence flowed into Xiao Chun's meridians. The dense essence immediately filled them up. A feeling of excitement spread through every inch of Xiao Chun's body. He felt like he was going to explode. He was filled with boundless energy. Boom! Xiao Chun shouted and his speed suddenly increased by several times. His figure created a shockwave in the air, and he caught up to the silver warship in the blink of an eye. Rumble! The silver warship stood at the top of the pillar of light. With a loud bang, it instantly turned into a silver warship that was several hundred meters long and 6 meters tall. There were many banners on the bow of the warship. There was a large yen character written on them, fluttering in the wind. Dark clouds covered the surroundings of the warship and thunder roared incessantly. Boundless lightning surrounded the warship. It can actually repair itself. How did the ancient sages refine it? Xiao Chun was astonished when he saw the silver warship surrounded by lightning. Originally, Xiao Chun had intended to repair the damaged formation lines himself. He did not expect that after the spiritual energy of the silver warship gathered together, it would automatically repair itself. Suddenly Xiao Chun thought of something. If he repaired it like this as a sage secret treasure, it would be covered with the sage's mark. Now that the sage was far away, it would automatically search for a descendant of the sage's bloodline and recognize him as its master. I have to erase the sage's mark and put my own mark on it, Xiao Chun said word by word with determination in his eyes. Xiao Chun passed through the boundless dark clouds and the flashing lightning bolts. Then, he landed firmly on the bow of the warship. His gaze was filled with caution as he looked at the banner with the word yen on it. The black flag seemed to have descended from ancient times. It stood quietly at the bow of the ship, fluttering in the wind and making a flapping sound. The character yen written on the flag was like a dancing dragon and a dancing phoenix. Every stroke of the character seemed to contain the strength of 1,000 caddies, revealing its sharpness and imposing manner. There was a high chance of death. However, Xiao Chun, chin, there was of man of the danger involved went without saying. However, Xiao Chun's eyes were filled with determination. He did not intend to take even half a step back. He sent his spiritual sense into the banner like a sharp sword. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding scenery disappeared, and Xiao Chun appeared on a piece of thick magma. From time to time, waves of flame would surge out, and in the distance, there was even a volcano erupting, releasing endless waves of heat and scorched red lava. Strangely, there were 9 suns in the sky and a gigantic deity appeared in the sky. Behind him, a brilliant light shone out and boundless might radiated out into the space. Puchi! The deity suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a golden beam of light that enveloped Xiao Chun. He shouted loudly, "How dare you be so disrespectful to a deity? Why are you not kneeling?" The voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens. Every single word was shocking, echoing endlessly in this space. It was deafening, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. In the end, this voice converged into strands of echoes that fused with the beating of Xiao Qin's heart. The sound was getting faster and faster. Xiao Qin's heart was also beating rapidly, as if it was jumping out of his chest. Bang! 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 Xiao Qin held his chest, feeling a huge pressure. His heart felt extremely stifled, pained, and conflicted. His sharp face contorted, and he could not help but kneel on the ground with his right leg. "Why are you still not kneeling?" The voice continued to echo in Xiao Qin's ears. It was like it was imprinted in Xiao Qin's mind, impossible to get rid of. The divine voice was vast and mighty, towering over the 9 heavens. The voice was like thunder, and every word was like a jewel sharp as a sword. How could a mortal not fear it? The might of an ancient sage was just that terrifying. Even after tens of thousands of years, his imprint still had such a horrifying might. In this mental space, he held the initiative. This was a contest that spanned 10,000 years. Unless Xiao Qin's spiritual sense could simulate an existence that surpassed this deity, he would not have any chance of victory. As long as his other leg knelt down, his mental imprint would completely disappear, and his body would become a soulless body. Xiao Qin did his best to maintain a trace of clarity in his spiritual pedestal. Had he seen anything that could break through the might of a deity and trample on him? The ancient sages had seen deities before. Hence, they simulated a deity in this space. However, the strongest cultivator Xiao Qin had seen was merely Yuang. How could she fight with a deity? Even the Thunder King and the Tianwu Emperor would not have a chance of victory against a deity in Xiao Qin's opinion. The strength of the ancient sages was definitely stronger than the later Emperor Wu. There was no doubt about this. If even the sages could not defeat them, how could they defeat them? The deity visualized by the sages was a legendary deity, an existence even more horrifying than the sages and the ancient emperors. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Xiao Qin's mind. Xiao Qin suddenly thought of the man he saw in the Sage Dao Comprehension painting, the mysterious man surrounded by 18 blue dragons. Boom! Xiao Qin shouted and 18 blue dragons suddenly flew out from behind him. They roared continuously, instantly breaking the divine sound reverberating in the air. The deity in the sky roared angrily, and a bright light flickered behind him. He shouted loudly, "And do you know you have committed a great sin?" Xiao Qin closed his eyes and his spiritual pedestal was clear. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. After that, he opened his eyes and 2 beams of purple light shot out, clashing with the golden light of the deity without any fear. The so-called deity is just the imagination of mortals. It is born from the beliefs of the masses. If I believe in God in my heart, then God's might is vast and boundless. If I do not have God in my heart, then everything in the world exists in my heart. I am me, and God cannot control me. Xiao Qin looked at the deity in the sky and said slowly, "I should be thanking you. If it were not for you, I would never be able to get rid of this obsession in my heart." The path of cultivation was long and distant. The further one walked, the higher the requirement for one's mental state. The so-called talent was not that important anymore. In the ancient era, many people with ordinary talent became sages. They relied on a strong will and a pure mental state. Regardless of which world it was, there would always be things that ordinary people could not understand. Regarding the unknown, people liked to use miracles to explain it. However, was there really a deity in this world? No one knew. Even if there was, it would not be the kind of deity that people believed in. Xiao Qin had gotten rid of the obsession in his heart. It was a great opportunity for him to temper his mental state in the future. In the end, this deity was just an imprint left behind by a sage. As long as he understood this, there was no reason for Xiao Qin to lose this battle that spanned tens of thousands of years. Just as Xiao Qin spoke, the light behind the deity started to dim. The bright light started to dissipate, finally vanishing into nothingness. Rumble! A boundless sea appeared behind Xiao Qin. The sound of the sea surged and waves surged. Layers of waves surged and surged. There was a dragon roar and a blue dragon leaped out of the sea. A man holding a saber stood on the dragon's head. The moment he appeared, the 18 blue dragons surrounding Xiao Qin immediately flew behind him. The dragon roars rang out endlessly, shaking the surroundings. Cracks actually appeared at the borders of this space, extending to the horizon. The man standing on the dragon's head looked at the deity in the sky and revealed a disdainful smile. He pushed off the ground and his figure disappeared. Pussy. There was a flash of saber light and the head of the deity in the sky was chopped off. It was so fast that Xiao Chan could not even see its back. The naked eye could not keep up at all. Heaven and earth shattered. The scene in front of Xiao Chan changed again. All the lava from the volcano disappeared. A black flag was stuck in the middle of a desolate land. Xiao Chan seemed to have come from beyond the heavens. He slowly landed on the ground and walked over to the black flag. The word Yin was written on the flag. Xiao Chan did not hesitate. He walked over and picked up the black flag. In an instant the wind and clouds surged. A strong wind blew and sand and rocks flew. Who? Xiao Chan opened his mouth and swallowed the black flag. He wanted to swallow up the Taoist rhymes contained in the flag. The space instantly turned still. Xiao Chan sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He carefully comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, comprehending the Taoist rhymes left by the sage in the flag. The surrounding environment changed continuously. Sometimes there was smoke everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere in the ancient battlefield. Sages fell and great demons were destroyed. Sometimes it was a snowy night. Under the full moon flowers filled the sky. A handsome man and a beautiful woman lingered together. Sometimes it was a sage comprehending the Tao. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Boundless lightning crackled as the sage comprehended the great Tao amidst the thunder, materializing his own laws. In the end all this disappeared, leaving behind only a boundless gray. A figure stood in the air, looking into the distance. There was a boundless loneliness in his eyes, an indescribable loneliness. This was the life of a sage. He was once young and frivolous, full of love and hatred, flipping the mortal world upside down. He was once unrivaled in the world, ascending into the heavens and descending into the earth, plucking the stars and the moon. He was omnipotent. However, in the end he still left behind a boundless loneliness, a loneliness that no one could understand. There was a long sigh. Since ancient times the sages were all lonely. 10,000 years of worldly affairs were all for naught. Xiao Chan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with chaos. He saw the life of an ancient great sage. It felt as long as 10,000 years, but it also felt like only an instant. It was like a hazy dream. Chapter 128. Who? Amid the chaos, a black flag materialized in Xiao Chen's eyes. Finally, it materialized in the air. Xiao Chen shouted and flew into the air. Then he grabbed the pole of the flag and stabbed it into the ground. A resounding Xiao character appeared on the black flag. This was the mark left by the sage. In the end, Xiao Chen had assimilated it. Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, and his surroundings changed again. Xiao Chen stood on the bow of the silver warship. He had finally returned to the real world. The black flag on the bow fluttered. The Yin character on the flag had disappeared, replaced by the Xiao character. This secret treasure finally bore Xiao Chen's mark. Xiao Chen smiled gently and sent out his spiritual sense. He started to check the formation lines on the secret treasure. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual sense. He felt slightly disappointed. The formation lines on the offensive formation had not improved. There were no signs of them being repaired. It looked like he could only redraw them when his cultivation realm increased. However, the other functions of the secret treasure had already recovered. It was no different from when it was at its peak. At the very least, its speed and defense should not disappoint Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and jumped off the bow. The secret treasure still had to go through lightning for 49 days before it could truly condense the Tao of heaven and earth. For the time being, there was nothing for Xiao Chen to do. Being 10,000 meters in the air, there was a different feeling. Xiao Chen felt this special feeling as he quickly descended to the ground. An unending stream of dark clouds appeared below Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and saw countless raindrops falling from the clouds. When the clouds collided, thunder roared and lightning tore through the sky. Xiao Chen sighed. When one is in the sky, I nearly forgot about the mundane world. Xiao Chen had not finished using the medial-grade spirit stones in his hand. He infused his essence into his body and charged through the dark clouds. The essence on his body blocked off the falling raindrops, allowing them to flow out of his body. Xiao Chun suddenly became interested. He used the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula to imitate Ji Changkong's martial technique. His body turned into a meteor and landed on the ground. Boom! The meteor pierced through the endless curtain of rain in the sky and landed on the ground in an instant. It exploded with a loud bang, and Xiao Chun's figure appeared. The surrounding air waves shook, and countless raindrops evaporated in an instant. Looking at the medial-grade spirit stone that had completely lost its luster, Xiao Chun was somewhat astonished. He muttered, "This is a martial technique that requires an inherited martial spirit. Using the changing character formula to imitate it consumes too much energy. I have to remember this in the future." Xiao Chun tossed aside the medial-grade spirit stone that he had exhausted all his essence. Then he walked quickly through the rain. Xiao Chun walked quickly on the Zhuang River. Finally, he passed through the gushing waterfall and entered the cave. He took out the ancient martial techniques from the universe ring. Xiao Chun started to read them slowly. These so-called ancient words were the traditional Chinese characters of China. It was not difficult for Xiao Chun to read them. He had just seen the life of an ancient sage and gained some comprehension in his heart. This kind of comprehension was a very profound state. Xiao Chun felt his mind become much clearer. Many of the problems that he could not figure out in the past were instantly solved. He did not know when this state would disappear. Hence, he quickly took out the ancient martial techniques and read them carefully, hoping to gain some comprehension. The ancient martial techniques were very different from the martial techniques of the present world. The biggest difference was that the ancient martial techniques were not divided into heaven, earth, profound, or yellow. Xiao Chun read them carefully one by one. He did not seek to understand all of them. He just wanted to gain some comprehension. He skipped over the parts that he could not understand. He would not be stuck at a dead end. Just like that, Xiao Chun read the 5 ancient martial techniques in the cave for half a month. Only when the feeling of comprehension disappeared did Xiao Chun stop. Hualala! The waterfall in front of the cave continued to flow. Xiao Chun looked through the waterfall and saw that the rain did not stop. It continued to pour without end. Because the silver warship had to undergo a baptism of lightning, the rain did not stop for the past half a month. Xiao Chun got up and passed through the gushing waterfall with a schwa sound. He faced the pouring rain and landed on the gushing Zhuang River. The water on the Zhuang River surged. It had already reached the riverbank long ago. The current on the river was faster than ever. Xiao Chun's blue dragon cloud soaring art had already reached the small perfection. Relying on this heaven-ranked movement technique, he stood firmly on the surface of the gushing river, not panicking at all. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chun allowed the rain to fall on him. He carefully thought about the gains he had made in the past half a month. His mind was clear and he entered a wondrous state. The ancient martial techniques gave him a lot of inspiration. Some of them were sword techniques, some were purely cultivation techniques, and some were spear techniques. However, Xiao Chun did not intend to practice them. These martial techniques were not the peak martial techniques of the ancient era. As the saying goes, one should not bite off more than one can chew. If he were to practice them all over again, the gains would not make up for the losses. When the various martial techniques were mixed together, they would end up becoming fetters. Xiao Chun intended to continue comprehending the rushing thunder saber technique. He wanted to combine the things he had comprehended in the past half a month, the blue dragon cloud soaring art, and the battle sage origins changing character formula. He wanted to make the rushing thunder saber technique undergo a qualitative change. The difficulty of this was no less than creating a new martial technique. Using the rushing thunder saber technique as the core, Xiao Chun combined what he had learned in the past and his recent comprehensions to refine the rushing thunder saber technique. Xiao Chun stood on the surface of the Zhuang River for half a month. He seemed to have felt the bloodline of the Zhuang River. The gushing river water seemed to have merged with him. Pu Si. On this day, Xiao Chun finally opened his eyes. His black pupils were calm without any ripples. With a thought, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand from the universe ring with a schwa sound. Drawing the saber, Xiao Chun's feet moved slightly and his right hand slowly brandished the saber. There was no light on the saber. With a schwa sound, the saber flashed through the rain, passing through the gaps between the raindrops. It disappeared in a flash. It was extremely fast and did not get any water on it. Boom! A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and landed on the surface of the water. There was a loud rumble and a 2-meter-tall wave was kicked up. Electricity flowed on the surface of the water and was transmitted to Xiao Qin's body. Xiao Qin's expression did not change at all. The electricity crackled and exploded on his skin. He looked like he was covered in electricity, but it did not injure him at all. Finally, the electricity gathered on the black blade of the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Qin took a step forward and made use of this electricity to quickly draw his saber. Arc-light chop. A purple arc carrying with it a 2-meter-long electric light exploded in the rain with a bang. In an instant, the water droplets immediately evaporated into steam. A mist spread out, and the surrounding space seemed to be cut off. There was a momentary emptiness in the pouring rain. Boom! Another bolt of lightning resounded and the waves soared to the sky. Xiao Qin soared into the sky, creating an intense wave under his feet. For this rushing heaven chop, Xiao Qin combined the dragon soaring cloud art. His figure was as fast as a flood dragon. Everywhere he passed, the rain was cut in half. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qin moved several hundred meters. With the help of the blue dragon cloud soaring art, his body suddenly spun in midair and actually paused for a moment. In a situation where he did not use the gravity spell, this was almost impossible. The gravity spell took too long to activate, so it did not have much combat value. Thus, Xiao Qin usually only used it to escape. Pooh! The instant he paused, Xiao Qin's aura suddenly rose to its peak. Under the pressure of this aura, the falling rain seemed to slow down. Boom! 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 Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Qin shouted and thunder roared behind him. Countless claps of thunder sounded out, making his aura even more horrifying. It was like a thunder god had descended. Bang! Carrying the momentum of the rushing thunder, Xiao Qin chopped the water with his saber. The huge force sliced the water in half like tofu, forming a wall of water. Then a 3-meter-high wave rose. Xiao Qin landed in the water and the walls of water on both sides quickly closed up. Although the walls of water looked soft, they contained 1,000 kilograms of force. It could easily crush a cultivator into meat paste. Rushing thunder second chain chop. Using the energy accumulated from the previous 4 attacks, Xiao Qin quickly executed the rushing thunder second chain chop. This attack did not have a clear target, it was just swung at the air. Hu Qi! A whirlpool of energy appeared in the air, sucking in the walls of water that were closing up and forming a huge whirlpool. Xiao Qin pushed off gently and jumped to the riverbank. The whirlpool spun for a long time. The surrounding river water was all gathered together. After a while, a huge pillar of water rose up and rushed to the sky. Xiao Qin stood on the riverbank and looked at the pillar of water rushing to the sky. There was not much satisfaction on his face. In the past month, Xiao Qin had used the Sage Dao comprehension and the ancient martial techniques to evolve the rushing thunder chop to an even more horrifying level. However, it was still far from the goal in his heart. The martial techniques that he had learned were not completely melded together. In the past month, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the potential of the rushing thunder saber technique was limitless. It did not seem like a profound ranked martial technique at all. Even until now, he still could not understand the laws contained within it. He was also unable to execute the rushing thunder third chain chop. He felt that something was missing. Xiao Qin sighed slightly and smiled bitterly. Looks like it will be difficult for me to completely comprehend the rushing thunder saber technique as a superior grade martial master. After resting for a while, Xiao Qin looked into the distance. His gaze penetrated through the misty rain. He looked at the middle-sized spirit gathering formation at the peak of the mountain in the distance. Then he executed the gravity spell and flew in that direction. After a while he passed through the boundless clouds. Xiao Qin stood on the peak of the mountain once again. It was raining here as well. However, it was raining spiritual energy that had turned into spiritual liquid. In the center of the spirit gathering formation, the golden pillar of light was still as resplendent as before. The spirit spring on the silver warship had already been repaired long ago. At this moment, it was undergoing the baptism of lightning and did not need the help of spiritual energy. Xiao Chan stored the spiritual energy in the center of the spirit-gathering formation into his universe ring. Then, he walked into the spirit-gathering formation and sat down cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. He did not want to waste the spiritual energy that he had gathered. In an instant, the liquefied spiritual energy in the air all gathered on Xiao Qin's body. Boundless spiritual energy poured into Xiao Qin's body. The spiritual energy in Xiao Qin's meridians surged endlessly. The speed of his cultivation in the spirit-gathering formation was much faster than the cave behind the waterfall. Xiao Chan consumed another fasting pill and started to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Chapter 129. The time spent cultivating was incomparably lonely. The sun rose and set, the clouds gathered and dispersed. Xiao Chan seemed to have entered a meditative state, not moving at all. Ka. After half a month, the lines on the spirit-gathering formation started to slowly crack. The 40 medial-grade spirit stones all turned into powder. Boom! Xiao Chan opened his eyes and shot out a purple light. After more than a month of bitter cultivation, in addition to the cultivation of the spirit-gathering formation, he had finally reached the peak of superior-grade martial master. He smiled faintly, finally revealing a satisfied expression. However, when he thought about how Ji Chongkong had already become a martial saint long ago, and how those noble clan disciples with inherited martial spirits were all at the peak of martial grand master, he could not help but feel dispirited. If he was like these people and could awaken his martial spirit at birth, he would not have wasted 15 years. With his talent, his cultivation speed would not be any slower than these people. Boom! A huge silver warship slowly landed on the peak of the mountain. After 49 days of baptism by lightning, this ancient secret treasure had finally recovered some of its former glory. However, this huge warship was too conspicuous. With a thought, the flag on the bow of the warship flew into Xiao Qin's eyes. The warship quickly became smaller. After a while, a small silver boat appeared in Xiao Qin's eyes. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and jumped onto the boat. He looked at the distant white water city and said softly, "It is time to go back." The formation activated and the small silver boat soared into the sky. It moved as fast as lightning. It was several times faster than when Xiao Chan used the gravity spell. The wind whistled by his ears continuously. Xiao Chan stood on the bow with his hands behind his back. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. There was a trace of indifference on his sharp face. Unexpectedly, there was a trace of the ethereal feeling of an immortal. Xiao Chan was incomparably excited. There had never been a flight that was as carefree as this one. Every cell in his body was relaxed. Finally, Xiao Chan slowed down and increased the altitude of the ship, avoiding those flying beasts. He sat at the bow and took out a bottle of wine from his universe ring. Then he took out some snacks and started to drink by himself. At this moment, the torrential rain that had been raining for a month finally stopped. The sunlight after the rain warmed everyone. Xiao Chan enjoyed the wind as he drank and ate. As he looked at the different scenery in the sky, he occasionally revealed a contented smile. At this moment he finally experienced the feeling of an immortal. For 1,000 kilometers of the world, anywhere he wanted to go. Tasting a bottle of wine, watching the clouds gather and scatter, flowers bloom and wilt, gazing at the sun, the moon, mountains and rivers. Xiao Chan sat at the bow and traveled in the sky. When he was about to leave Savage Forest, a black warship appeared in Xiao Qin's spiritual sense. Startled, Xiao Chan quickly increased the altitude of the small silver boat. He searched the surroundings carefully. After a while, the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace, the Gi Marquis' golden warship, and the Hua clan's warship appeared one after another. Xiao Chan revealed a faint smile and said, "This group of people is really patient. It has already been more than a month, and they still have not left." Hu Qi. Suddenly, the silver warship accelerated. Xiao Chan entered the hold of the warship and activated the formation in the secret treasure with all his might. At this moment, the secret treasure of the ancient sages displayed a horrifying speed. It streaked across the sky like a silver bolt of lightning, heading for Whitewater City at lightning speed. The distance of more than 1,000 meters was covered in an instant. Xiao Chan stopped the silver warship in the sky above Whitewater City. He was not in a rush to descend. Xiao Chun did not even need to think to know the situation in the city. His wanted posters were everywhere. The noble clans had issued a kill order for him at the same time. This was not something that the Jiang clan's wanted poster could compare to. Xiao Chun thought about the compendium of cultivation. There was a shape-shifting technique. When practiced to great perfection, one could turn into anything in the world. Mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, even the sun, moon, and stars could be used. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like he could use it here. Xiao Chun did not have any extravagant hopes of reaching that legendary realm. All he needed was to change his appearance slightly. The sun set in the west. In the blink of an eye, it was dusk. Xiao Chun had already practiced the shape-shifting technique to the point where he could change his appearance. However, he was not very proficient. He could not change his height or physique. Actually, with Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's third layer, he could practice many of the minor spells in the Compendium of Cultivation. However, he did not have the time to study them. This resulted in him needing to use the shape-shifting technique. Furthermore, he had no choice but to use it on the spot. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the stars dotted the sky. Night fell completely. Xiao Chun turned into a dark-skinned middle-aged man. He prepared to sneak into White Water City during the night. Dong! Dong! Just at this moment, the spirit blood jade in front of Xiao Chen's chest suddenly moved. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. After a while, Bai jumped out of the spirit blood jade. After sleeping for such a long time, the moment Bai jumped out, it immediately dove into Xiao Chen's embrace. When it saw the dark-skinned Xiao Chen, it did not understand what was going on. Its large eyes were filled with doubt as it looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled happily and restored his appearance. Bai immediately became intimate with him. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I am currently being chased by bad people. I cannot reveal my true appearance. Hide in the spirit blood jade first. Later, I will treat you to some fish porridge." Bai nodded obediently. It gestured with its hands that there was a very big bowl. This meant that it wanted to eat a big bowl of fish porridge. It looked extremely cute, causing Xiao Chun to be unable to restrain a smile. Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense and found a place with no one around. Then he quickly descended from the sky. Xiao Chun turned back into the dark-skinned middle-aged man from earlier. His appearance was completely different from before. Then he swaggered over to the city gates. There were 6 wanted posters of Xiao Chun pasted on the city walls. Under each of the posters there was a huge bounty. Aside from the bounty, the noble clans would also offer a spirit weapon and a high-ranked martial technique. What surprised Xiao Chun was that he also saw the wanted poster of the Shiha province's Yen clan. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. When the noble clans make their move, they are indeed incomparably tyrannical. Dongming Province, Nanling Province, Shiha Province, and the King's Residence. The 4 prefectures of the Great Qin Nation are all after me. It looks like there is no longer a place for me in this world. After entering White Water City, Xiao Chun headed straight for Liushang Pavilion. As night approached, Liushang Pavilion's business was booming. When Xiao Chun walked in, the first floor was already filled with tables. He could not see any empty seats. Xiao Chun headed straight for the second floor. The second floor was filled with cultivators. At this moment, they were loudly discussing the events of the past month. It has been more than a month. The noble clans have practically flipped the entire savage forest upside down. However, they still have not found Xiao Chun. After so many years, this is the first time I saw so many people challenging the noble clans at the same time. Even the Night Spirit Palace's Mu Changshua was not as famous as the current Xiao Chun. I do not understand. How did Xiao Chun offend so many noble clans at the same time? Haha, this Xiao Chun had already offended 3 noble clans because of the Ancient Remnant map. After he entered the Ancient Remnant, I heard from the people who escaped that he robbed the 4 noble clans. He did not even let the Guy Marquis off. Doesn't that mean that this fellow has a great treasure on him? If we capture him, we will have struck it rich. There is no need to capture him. As long as we have news of him and report it to the noble clans, we will be able to obtain 1,000 gold taels. As Xiao Chun headed for the 3rd floor, he heard the loud discussions of the cultivators on the 2nd floor. This caused him to feel somewhat astonished. He did not expect that after so long, he would still be in the eye of the storm. After flashing his VIP card, Xiao Chun headed for the third floor. The third floor was much quieter. They were all haggling in low voices. When Xiao Chun looked over, he discovered that many people were trading for some of the treasures in the ancient remnant. Although many cultivators died miserably on this trip to the ancient remnant, there was no lack of lucky cultivators or strong cultivators who found good things. Hey! Just as Xiao Chun was about to sit down, he saw a cultivator at a table, about to trade for a small and exquisite copper bell. That copper bell had an ancient charm to it. Unfortunately, the surface of it was badly damaged. Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense over. When it came in contact with the copper bell, a loud chime resounded in his mind. His mind shook and he nearly fainted. He was greatly startled and quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. Hey! I risked my life to find this bell in a coffin in the ancient remnant. It is definitely a secret treasure. To think you are only willing to pay 1,000 silver taels for it. What a bastard! The owner of the copper bell was a martial grandmaster dressed in gray robes. At this moment, his expression was extremely agitated. His right arm was broken in half. When he heard the other party's bid, his face turned ashen and his expression was filled with resentment. During this trip to the ancient remnant, his right arm was broken in half and he became a cripple. He originally thought that he would be able to sell this copper bell for a good price. Who knew it was only worth 1,000 silver taels? Opposite the gray-robed martial grandmaster was a merchant. He had an impatient expression on his face as he said unhappily, "There are good and bad secret treasures as well. This copper bell of yours is clearly damaged and can no longer be used. How can it be worth so much? If it was not for the fact that it is quite old and has some value as a collector, I would be too lazy to even pay 1,000 silver taels for it. Do you want to sell it or not? Don't waste my time." "You are ruthless," the cultivator with the broken arm said with an ashen expression before he turned and left the table. The merchant at the table smiled coldly. "What is this? It is just like a piece of scrap metal. To think I thought it was a treasure." The surrounding people all looked over. When the cultivator with the broken arm heard this, his face flushed red. He felt ashamed in his heart and he quickened his pace. Xiao Chun walked over and stopped this person. That person looked at Xiao Chun angrily and said, "What are you trying to do? Are you still selling the copper bell in your hand?" "I am interested." Xiao Chun smiled faintly. The cultivator with the broken arm smiled coldly. "You want to take advantage of me? I risked my life for it. If you want to take advantage of me, there is no way." Xiao Chun smiled gently and did not say anything. He placed an inferior grade spirit stone into the cultivator's clothes. When the cultivator with the broken arm touched his clothes, he was startled. "Here. Many thanks." He handed the copper bell to Xiao Chun and bowed deeply to Xiao Chun. He did not say anything else and immediately left Liushang Pavilion. Xiao Chun looked at the cultivator's back and sighed in his heart. This was the path of a cultivator. Behind the surface, they lived a life that was 10,000 times more dangerous than ordinary people. Once they were severely injured, they could only be an ordinary person for the rest of their life. Chapter 130. This person could be considered lucky to have met Xiao Chun. There were cultivators who had the same experience as him. After they became crippled, they did not even have enough food and clothing to eat. They ended up living a miserable life. At this moment, a manservant suddenly walked over. He said to Xiao Chun, "Dear guest, our young master invites you up." Xiao Chun was slightly startled. "I have already changed my appearance. How did Fatso recognize me?" Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chun put away the copper bell and followed the manservant to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, when the familiar face of Fatso saw Xiao Chun come up, he immediately laughed and walked forward. He patted Xiao Chun hard and said, "Brat, you are really capable. You managed to hide for so long without being discovered by the noble clans. What's wrong? Are you really looking for this fat lord to run away this time?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and voiced the doubts in his heart. Fatso gestured for Xiao Chun to sit down. Then he unfurled his signature fan with a schwa sound. He smiled proudly and said, "It is just that this fat lord's intelligence is slightly higher than others. I know that you will change your appearance when you enter the city. However, the ring on your finger will not change. That is why I gave every manservant a drawing. As long as they see a person wearing a ring like yours, they are to immediately invite him over. Xiao Chun looked at the universe ring in his hand and frowned slightly. He did not expect there to be such an obvious flaw in his plan. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and looked at Fatso. He asked, "That day on the stone platform after I left, did any of you see any movements from Chu Chaoyun?" Fatso shook his head and sighed. "No. After you flew away that day, all of us left the stone platform. No one noticed Chu Chaoyun. When we returned, the Heavenly Emperor's coffin and corpse, as well as Chu Chaoyun, had all disappeared." Hearing those words, Xiao Chun furrowed his brows slightly. He carefully pondered. He seemed to have cleared up some of the doubts he had about the journey to the remnants. However, he couldn't figure out why Chu Chaoyun and the Celestial Emperor's coffin had disappeared together. Although the Tianwu Emperor was not an ancient martial emperor, he had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth and comprehended his own Tao. Taoist rhymes automatically appeared around the corpse, repelling the space ring. It could not be stored in the space ring at all. Since it was such a huge coffin, how did it disappear? For the past month or so, aside from cultivating, Xiao Chun had been thinking about the various aspects of this trip to the ruins. He felt as though there was an invisible hand pushing the whole thing forward. Everyone had become someone else's pawn. Xiao Chun said to Fatso, "Have you ever wondered how the Jiang family got the map of the relic?" No one knew how the Jiang family had obtained the blueprint. The blueprint seemed to have suddenly flown out without any warning. After that, it was very coincidentally leaked out, dragging in the noble clans of the Dongming province. In the end, no one expected that the Jiang family would have the support of the Ji family. The Jiang family had the support of the Ji family, so they were not afraid of these aristocratic families. Everything had formed a delicate balance. No one could explore the ruins alone. They could only advance together. Kim Taeho took out a few maps of different ages from his bosom. These maps were all incomparably ancient. They gave off an aura of vicissitudes. Xiao Chun guessed that the oldest one was at least 3,000 years old. Fatso said slowly, "We reacted too late. Before we entered the relic, I already felt that something was wrong. So, I ordered people to gather all the information about the relic in the Dongming province. In the end, I only received news a few days ago. The final location of these maps was the underground palace that we went to. I took a look. The earliest map was from the time when the Tianwu dynasty was just destroyed." Xiao Chun was startled. The Tianwu dynasty had already been destroyed for 5,000 years. That was to say, someone had started this plan 5,000 years ago. Then it continued until today. Thinking of the strange stone platform and the countless corpses on it, Xiao Chun said in disbelief, "Do you think that someone wanted to revive the Tianwu emperor?" There was clearly an ancient formation below the stone platform. It absorbed everyone's spiritual energy and life force and gathered them together. Fatso scratched his head and said, "That should not be possible. In the history of the Tianwu continent, I have never heard of any method to revive a person. Even the emperor could not do it. There were many corpses that turned into corpses, but they did not have their memories from when they were alive." Xiao Chun thought about it and felt that it made sense. Reviving a dead person was something that went against the cycle of the great Tao. If it really happened, the laws of heaven and earth would definitely change. "What do you think of the headless sage on the platform?" Xiao Chun remembered that he still had a broken sword in his universe ring. Until now, he could not figure out what was so special about it. He wanted to see if he could get some answers from Fatso. Kim Taeho took out a very old drawing and said, "This is the drawing from 1,000 years ago. That was the era when the great Qin nation was at its strongest. Be it the Dongming province, the Shihe province, or the southern province, they all produced many geniuses. The people who went that time were all peak characters of that era. Every one of them was a martial sage. According to my understanding, that should have been the last time. However, it seems like it was destroyed by someone in the end. That is why we are here in the ancient remnant." The more Xiao Chun thought about it, the more terrifying the person who set it up became. Even a martial sage was toyed with in the palm of his hand. Xiao Chun did not know who the person who destroyed it was. His cultivation was definitely not low. After Fatso muttered to himself for a while, he said, According to the situation of that era, there was only one person in the Great Qin nation who could destroy this. Who? The Thunder King Sang Mu. Kim Tae-ho enunciated every word clearly. The Thunder King was the last Emperor Wu of the Great Qin nation. He was also the strongest person in the Great Qin nation at that time. His whereabouts in his later years were a mystery. I believe that it is definitely related to this incident. Xiao Chun was not astonished. In reality, his guess was the same as Fatso's. The wounds on the necks of those martial sages did indeed have traces of lightning. If Ao Jiao woke up in the future, Xiao Chun could go and ask her. As the item spirit of the Thunderwood Sword, she should know something. You seem to have forgotten about someone? Xiao Chun did not continue on this topic and changed the topic. Kim Tae-ho smiled faintly and said, I know who you are talking about. Chu Chaoyun. I can only say that this person is very mysterious and very strong. It is best that you do not offend him. I cannot offend him? However, Xiao Chun had a premonition in his heart that there would be a battle between him and Chu Chaoyun sooner or later. This was a kind of intuition that had no basis or reason. It was just a feeling that he had. After asking around, Xiao Chun got up and prepared to leave. Fatso quickly pulled him back and said, Do you really not need me to help you escape? The people of the noble clans are all looking for you. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, There is no need. That's right. Get someone to bring me some fish porridge. I have a use for it. Fatso called the waiter over to help Xiao Chun with the fish porridge. Then he said, That's right. At this time the people of the noble clans and the Jiang clan are all in Savage Forest. White Water City is much safer. However, I say, Brother Xiao, have you really forgotten something? Xiao Chun felt somewhat suspicious as he asked, What is it? Fatso chuckled and took out a promissory note. He said, Brother Xiao, did you forget about this promissory note so quickly? Furthermore, it does not matter who you sell the treasures of the 4 noble clans to. If you sell them to me, I will forget about this debt. I actually forgot about this matter. Xiao Chun thought for a while. He had no use for those things, so he took out all the battle armor, spirit weapons, ancient martial techniques, and medicinal pills from his universe ring. These treasures piled up like a small mountain on the small table. Fatso stared at them with wide eyes. After a while, he could not help but laugh loudly. After a while, Fatso noticed that Xiao Chun was looking at him strangely. He quickly stopped laughing and said, I can't help it, I can't help it. That's right, aren't there still spirit stones? That is good stuff. Everyone in the 3 noble clans has quite a bit. This Fatso was extraordinarily greedy. Xiao Chun said indifferently, Don't even think about spirit stones. I will sell these things to you. I will pay half with spirit stones and the other half with gold banknotes. Fatso's smiling face immediately turned bitter. He said, Brother Xiao, let me tell you this. Gold banknotes are easy to get, but spirit stones are not. Xiao Chun thought for a while and said, In that case, I will exchange all of them for gold banknotes. However, it is best to settle everything tomorrow morning. After that, I will probably not appear in Dongming province again. Fatso knew Xiao Chun's situation. He said, No problem. Here are 20 essence light arrows. Miss Xiao Xiao asked me to give them to you before she left. Xiao Chun received the essence light arrows from Fatso. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. His expression changed. Damn Fatso. Could it be that the essence light arrows from before were given to me by Su Xiao Xiao? Fatso smiled embarrassedly. He kept the things on the table and quickly ran out like a whirlwind. The answer to the question went without saying. Fatso had a guilty conscience. Early the next morning, Xiao Chun received the 8 million taels of gold banknotes from Fatso and left Liushang Pavilion. 8 million taels of gold banknotes was a large sum of money. Even the annual income of the Whitewater City's Jiang clan was not that much. Not long after Xiao Chun left Liushang Pavilion, he immediately felt a faintly discernible killing chi spreading around him. Xiao Chun was startled and quickly extended his spiritual sense. The merchant who made the deal with the cultivator with the severed arm led a few martial grandmasters and carefully followed behind Xiao Chun. They hid themselves very well. If it were not for that strand of killing chi that he did not control well, Xiao Chun would not have been able to discover them. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and walked forward. When he arrived at a desolate alley, He immediately entered it. The group of people quickly followed him. The alley was a dead end. Even after the group of people walked to the end, they did not see Xiao Chen's shadow. The leader could not help but curse. Where is he? Where did he run off to? Are the few of you looking for me? Xiao Chen slowly descended from the air and blocked the exit of the alley. He smiled faintly. That person was stunned at first, but his face lit up with joy. He laughed loudly. We were just looking for you. You ran out yourself. Hand over all the spirit stones on you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled faintly. I don't seem to have any grudges with the few of you. There is no need to force me to my death. Chapter 131. The leader took out a spirit stone and smiled coldly. You even dare to cause trouble for our Jiang clan's business. You can only blame yourself for being blind. You are actually willing to pay an inferior grade spirit stone for a broken bell. Don't you understand the meaning of not flaunting one's wealth? Xiao Chen's heart trembled. So these people are from the Jiang clan. No wonder they are so daring. He could not help but have a bad premonition. Xiao Chen asked coldly, where is the cultivator with the broken arm from last night? Haha, that trash? Kill him. Leaving this kind of trash in this world is a burden. Buying his broken bell for 1,000 silver taels was already giving him a lot of face. To think he did not even want to sell it to me. So be it if I kill him, the leader said indifferently. Xiao Chen was incomparably furious in his heart. So be it if I kill him. In the eyes of this group of people, what are human lives? Are they not even comparable to beasts? Cut the crap, kill him. The leader was already running out of patience. He opened his mouth to call for people to take down Xiao Chen. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw a purple light flash in front of him. His body had already been cut into two. Fresh blood slowly flowed out of the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen took out an old cloth and wiped the blood off. After a while, he shot out a few purple flames and burned the 5 corpses to ashes. Xiao Chen used an hour to deal with the 5 inferior grade martial grandmasters. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation as a peak martial master, coupled with his rushing thunder saber technique and azure dragon cloud soaring art that were nearing great perfection, Xiao Chen was able to deal with them easily. Unless one was at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm, or possessed an inherited martial spirit or other secret treasures, they would not be able to last more than 10 moves against Xiao Chen. After the rushing thunder saber technique was executed at full power, it was like the roar of thunder and lightning. Each move was stronger than the one before it. Killing enemies of higher cultivation realms was as easy as flipping a palm against those with weak willpower. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. After using his essence, Xiao Chen's appearance returned to normal. This was the disadvantage of not reaching the small success stage of the shapeshifting technique. As long as he used his essence, he would immediately reveal his true form. The reason why I am where I am today is because Jiang Muheng ridiculed me at the start, forcefully robbing me. If it were not for the Jiang clan, I would not be treated like a street rat, wanted by the noble clans. If it were not for the Jiang clan, that cultivator with a severed arm would not have said that he was killed so casually after he was killed. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot. According to Kim Taeho's information, the Jiang clan head and a few martial saint experts were currently searching for him in the forest. In other words, there were no martial saints in the Jiang residence. There was no one who could threaten him. There were too many injustices in this world. Xiao Chen did not want to care about them, nor was he willing to. However, this Jiang clan was too hateful, pestering him endlessly. In that case, I'll just kill them all, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He put on a black cloak and slowly walked towards the Jiang residence. The Jiang residence was located on a large street in the west of the city. It occupied an area of more than 1,000 square meters. The entrance to the Jiang residence was very grand. The steps were 10 meters tall, and there were 10 martial masters standing on each side. Together with 2 tall stone lions, it looked very impressive. Who is standing there sneakily? Don't you know this is the Jiang clan? If you don't scram, I'll break your legs. When the cultivators saw Xiao Chen standing in front of the Jiang residence in a black cloak, they shouted loudly. Xiao Chen removed his hood, revealing a sharp face. His face looked like it was carved with a knife. He released his killing intent without hiding it. He smiled faintly and said, "Do I not even have the right to stand here? It's Xiao Chun. Quickly kill him." The clan head said that if you kill him, he will immediately give you the position of an elder. Everyone immediately recognized Xiao Chun's appearance. 20 martial masters wielded sabers and charged at Xiao Chun with a strong killing intent. Suddenly, a boundless flame appeared in Xiao Chun's right eye. Finally, it turned into a purple light. Boom! The bodies of the 20 martial masters burst into flames. There were miserable cries. Before they could reach Xiao Chun, they turned into a pile of ashes. A cultivator who had opened the doors of the Jiang residence happened to see this scene. He immediately screamed in fright and closed the doors again. Half of the essence in his body had been exhausted. Xiao Chun took out an essence pill and swallowed it. 20 martial masters were not a threat to him. However, he did not want to drag this out. He had to end this quickly, before the noble clans arrived. Bang! Xiao Chun kicked the doors of the Jiang residence open. He had just taken 2 steps when he saw an old man holding a saber that flickered with a cold light. He led a group of cultivators over. The one leading them was the previous first elder of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yun's younger brother, Jiang Yueheng. He looked at Xiao Chun, who was slowly walking over. Jiang Yueheng's face was not alarmed. Instead, he revealed a ruthless expression as he said, "There is a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Instead, you barge into hell. Today, I will skin you alive to take revenge for my big brother." Pussy. The reply he received was an essence light arrow flying at him. The arrow buzzed in the air as it streaked across the sky. It flew at lightning speed towards Jiang Yueheng's chest. Jiang Yueheng was startled. His big brother was shot to death by this essence light arrow. After that, he was nailed to the top of the city wall in humiliation. He was very clear about the speed of the essence light arrow and the might of the Soul Slayer bow. He did not dodge. He circulated his essence and held the saber in his hand across his chest. Boom! However, when the Soul Slayer bow was drawn with all his might, together with the essence light arrow, its speed was simply too fast. Even though he had calculated the position of the essence light arrow, he was still unable to block it. By the time he held the saber across his chest, the essence light arrow had already pierced through his chest. The huge force sent his body flying into the air. Finally, he was nailed to a high wall. Blood flowed out of his mouth continuously, and his eyes bulged so much that it looked terrifying. The surroundings were completely silent. When they saw Jiang Yueheng, who was showing off his might earlier, get nailed to the high wall the moment he finished speaking, they all took in a deep breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with incredulity. Xiao Chun put away the Soul Slayer bow and looked around. He did not give them any time to be astonished. He headed straight for the place with the most martial grandmasters. The blue dragon cloud soaring art was executed to its limits. Xiao Chun moved as though he was flying on flat ground. He instantly arrived in the middle of the crowd. There was a thunderous roar as he executed drawing the saber. There was a flash of saber light, and a martial grandmaster was immediately chopped in half. The Jiang clan cultivators reacted and quickly surrounded Xiao Chun. The 3 cultivators behind them leaped into the air and hacked at Xiao Chun's back with their sabers. If he turned around to block, the momentum of the rushing thunder saber technique would be broken. Xiao Chun did not bother with them. Arclight chop. A 2-meter-long purple arc of electricity streaked across the air. One of the 3 martial grandmasters in front could not dodge in time. He was chopped in half by the arclight, and half of his body was chopped off. Electricity leaped about in the arclight, and a shockwave spread out. The cultivators who wanted to surround Xiao Chun were immediately knocked back. Bang! 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 There were 3 muffled sounds as the 3 sabers on Xiao Chun's back hacked down violently. The qi infused into the sabers immediately tore the clothes on Xiao Chun's back into pieces. The 3 people's faces lit up with joy as they shouted, "Put in more effort! Chop this brat down!" The sabers hacked down on the battle armor. Although the battle armor blocked the sabers, it could not block the qi infused into the sabers. When the 3 qi infused into Xiao Chun's body, even though his body was strong, his internal organs were still shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Rushing heaven chop. Xiao Chun did not care about the attacks behind him. He pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of light. He soared into the sky and instantly pierced through the chests of the 6 martial Grand Masters in front of him. Blood immediately filled the sky and landed on Xiao Chun's body, dyeing him like a demon. The instant he left the ground, there was a clap of thunder behind him. The 3 martial Grand Masters who sneak attacked him immediately exploded into a pile of meat paste. Hu Qi! Xiao Chun suddenly turned around in the air and paused for a moment. Blood dyed his black clothes red. His aura rose to its peak, and the people below trembled in fear. Rushing thunder chop. Boundless thunder resounded behind him like a huge wave. Each wave was higher than the one before, causing his aura to rise to an untouchable level. Bang! A martial Grand Master below used his saber to block. The spirit weapon in his hand was immediately chopped in half. The lunar shadow saber slashed down from above. There was a loud explosion, and the Zhang clan martial Grand Master's corpse that was chopped in half exploded to the sides. Rushing thunder second chain chop. The boundless thunder suddenly stopped. Heaven and earth became incomparably quiet. Suddenly, the lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent electric light, forming a long electric light. Hu Qi! A huge whirlpool formed around Xiao Chun's body. Countless electric lights leaped around in the whirlpool. A few Zhang clan cultivators rushed over, trying to break this horrifying whirlpool. A resplendent electric light soared into the sky and a boundless qi wave spread out in all directions. It immediately sent a few cultivators rushing over flying. Boom! Xiao Chun shouted loudly. The lunar shadow saber carried a boundless electric light, as it hacked the ground violently. In an instant, dust flew up into the air. The stone tiles on the ground were sent flying, floating in the air. Miserable cries resounded. Many people were turned into ashes by the electric light. There were also some people who were sent flying by the stone tiles, vomiting blood as their bodies flew backward. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and stood straight. He looked around coldly. There was still an endless stream of cultivators rushing over. It seemed like there was no end to killing them. He waved his hand and a golden statue appeared in the air. Boom! The golden Lion King's mountain-like body appeared in the Zhang residence. It stomped on the ground and immediately crushed a few Zhang clan cultivators who were not able to dodge in time. The force was too great. A hole appeared in the ground. Xiao Chun controlled the golden Lion King to spit out golden flames continuously. The Zhang residence was instantly set ablaze. When the golden Lion King was in the ancient remnant, even the martial saints of the noble clans could not do anything to it. How could the martial grandmasters and martial masters of the Zhang clan deal with it? Originally, Xiao Chun did not want to use the golden Lion King. However, there were too many reckless cultivators in the Zhang clan. They all wanted to take down his head and exchange it for boundless wealth. When the mountain-like golden Lion King appeared, no one could block it. Everywhere it passed, the cultivators screamed and fled. However, they could not avoid being crushed into paste or burned to ashes. The Zhang clan head and a few martial saints were not here. Furthermore, their leader Zhang Yueheng was killed in an instant. Now that the Golden Lion King appeared in an undefeatable manner, their fighting spirit immediately crumbled. Chapter 132. They all started to flee the Zhang residence. Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and ignored the cultivators fleeing for their lives. He wanted to find the Zhang clan's hidden treasure trove. There were sounds of fighting coming from a pavilion on the west side of the Zhang residence. Occasionally, people would run out with large piles of gold, silver and jewels, rushing out of the government office. With a great calamity looming over them, the Zhang clan cultivators were thrown into confusion. This was clearly the Zhang clan's hidden treasure trove. Xiao Chun laughed gently and stood on the Golden Lion King's back as it flew away. A cool breeze blew past as Xiao Chun's blood-stained hair fluttered in the wind. Along the way, he crushed countless pavilions and walls, leaving behind ruins. When the Zhang clan cultivators in the hidden treasure trove saw Xiao Chun's figure, they were startled. Before Xiao Chun got close, they had already scattered. Xiao Chun jumped down and gave the Golden Lion King a berserk command. After that, he ignored it. After using it this time, the Golden Lion King would immediately shatter. There was no way to save it. Walking to the hidden treasure trove, Xiao Chun swallowed another qi returning pill. Then, he extended his spiritual sense out. All the scenes within the vicinity appeared in his mind. A secret room at the bottom of the treasury attracted Xiao Qin's attention. Relying on the guidance of his spiritual sense, Xiao Qin passed through countless secret passages and secret compartments. He quickly arrived at the secret room below. A huge stone door blocked the way. It was clear there was a mechanism there. The stone floor was about 2 meters thick. Xiao Qin could not be bothered to look for the mechanism. He condensed a strand of purple flame on his fingertip. The purple flame spun continuously. Every time it spun, Xiao Qin's essence would be depleted rapidly. "Shoot!" Xiao Qin shouted, and the spinning purple thunder true fire shot out. It left a trail of flames in the air as it struck the stone floor. There was a loud sound and a large hole immediately appeared on the stone floor. Cracks spread out in all directions. After Xiao Qin refined the purple thunder true fire several times, its penetrative power was no longer the same as before. Seeing the hole in the stone floor, Xiao Qin raised his leg and kicked the stone floor into pieces. Xiao Qin entered the secret room in a flash. There were rows of sandalwood boxes on the ground. Xiao Qin casually opened one of the boxes and a golden light shone. It was filled with gold, silver, jewels, jades, and pearls. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and swept his universe ring. He stored all the boxes in it. There were 20 boxes of treasures. He did not let go of any of them. Xiao Qin looked at the shelves at the side. The items on the shelves were well organized. One row was medicinal pills, one row was spirit weapons, and one row was martial techniques and battle armor. On the last shelf, Xiao Qin saw a row of inferior-grade spirit stones. There were more than 200 of them. Above the spirit stones, there were more than 100 essence light arrows. Xiao Qin was overjoyed. He could not be bothered to count them. He swept his universe ring and stored everything in it. Even so, Xiao Qin spent more than 10 minutes before he emptied the entire secret room. Hu Qi. Before Xiao Qin left, he set fire to the remaining shelves in the secret room. Then he quickly left. The Golden Lion King ran amok in the Jiang residence. Flames flew everywhere. In its berserk state, it was like a huge destructive machine. The entire Jiang residence was in a state of chaos and raging flames. Xiao Qin looked into the distance. 4 warships were flying over quickly. The people of the various noble clans had received the news and were rushing over. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and a silver warship flew out from his right eye. He leaped onto the bow and turned into a silver bolt of lightning, leaving quickly. Not long after Xiao Qin left, a black warship stopped in front of the Jiang residence. The Jiang clan's clan head, Jiang Mingxuan, looked at the Jiang residence, which was now in ruins. He had a desolate expression on his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Jiang Mingxuan said with a pale complexion, "We have let down our ancestors. Hundreds of years of foundation is gone just like that. Clan head, quickly go to the hidden treasure pavilion and take a look. As long as the Jiang clan's hundreds of years of accumulation is still there is no need to worry about not having a chance to make a comeback," a consecrated elder of the Jiang clan behind Jiang Mingxuan said. Jiang Mingxuan reacted and said loudly, Right. There is also the hidden treasure pavilion. My Jiang clan has accumulated for hundreds of years. There are tens of millions of gold tails and countless medicinal pills, spirit weapons, and battle armor. We will definitely be able to make a comeback." It was like he had found a life-saving straw. He led the people behind him and quickly ran towards the hidden treasure pavilion. On the black warship, Ji Chongkong looked expressionlessly at the small silver warship that was disappearing into the distance. He said ruthlessly, "Disregard the expenditure of spirit stones and chase after him." The black warship was like a specter, disappearing from its original spot. In front of it, the ice bird under the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace gave off a resounding cry as it chased after Xiao Qin. A large group of cultivators gathered in front of the Jiang residence. When they saw the blazing Jiang residence, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Everyone knew that the Jiang clan was finished this time. They were completely destroyed by a superior-grade martial master. Such a large Jiang clan was actually destroyed by a superior-grade martial master. This is unbelievable. Indeed, this Xiao Qin is too decisive. He took advantage of the time when all the martial saints of the Jiang clan had left to kill his way in. His boldness is indescribable. Do you think that the Jiang clan still has a chance to rise again? It is impossible. In the past few years, the Jiang clan has offended many people. Many martial grand masters died in the ancient remnant. Now that their foundation has been destroyed, they are completely destroyed. This is great. When that bastard son of his was still alive, this old man suffered a lot. The crowd discussed this. The Jiang clan, which had been glorious in Whitewater City for hundreds of years, was gone. Just like that. They could not help but feel it was a pity. However, there were even more people who rejoiced in their hearts. They had an expression of schadenfreude on their faces. Gone. Everything is gone. In the secret room of the hidden treasure pavilion, Jiang Mingxuan looked at the empty room filled with ashes. There was nothing in the secret room, and he spoke in a crazed manner. High up in the sky, Xiao Chan rode on the silver warship. He sped through the clouds, moving as fast as lightning. The clouds moved past him quickly. Xiao Chan stood at the bow of the warship. His hair fluttered in the wind. When Xiao Chan turned his head and saw the profound ice palace chasing after him, he smiled faintly. He recalled the silver warship into his eyes and descended from the sky. Xiao Chen's body turned into a meteor, and after a while, he landed on the ground with a loud bang. His figure completely disappeared from the profound ice palace's sight. Half a month later, the various noble clans doubled the bounty on Xiao Chen's head once again. When the news came out, there was an uproar. The name Xiao Chen became known to everyone in the Great Qin nation. He became the topic of conversation after meals. There were many discussions about Xiao Chen's identity. There were also countless versions of how he became enemies with the various noble clans. In Liushang Pavilion, Kim Taeho cursed, "What a beast! This fat lord only dares to occasionally take a few pieces of meat from him. This brat actually wiped out the Jiang clan in one go." A manservant ran over with a stack of contracts in his hands. He smiled at Kim Taeho and said, "Young master, the territories of the Jiang clan have all been bought out. The city lord's seal has already been stamped on them." What surprised the manservant was that Fatso did not have a pleased smile on his face. He slowly received the contracts and said, "Boring, there is no challenge at all. This fat lord is not a normal failure." The manservant did not understand and asked, "How can that be? Young master, you bought all these restaurants and refineries at a price that was practically zero." Fatso cursed, "What do you know? That brat took all the money. That was money in banknotes. Just thinking about it makes me sad. If I had known earlier, this fat lord would have done it myself." On a mountain in the Misty Sword sect, Chu Chaoyun stood at the summit. When he heard the news, he smiled faintly. A gentle breeze blew and his clothes fluttered, making him look like he was floating in the morning. A delicate and pretty girl carrying a sword on her back leaped over from the foot of the mountain. Her figure was exquisite, like a dancing butterfly. Soon she arrived behind Chu Chaoyun and said, "Senior brother, the sect master wants to see you in the Great Hall." When Chu Chaoyun saw this girl, he revealed a gentle smile. He nodded gently and followed her down the mountain. After another half a month, another piece of important news came out. Xiao Chun had invested 20 million gold taels in the Flying Snow Manor. As long as someone could kill a noble clan disciple, they could go to the Flying Snow Manor and receive 1,000 gold taels. The higher the rank of the person killed, the higher the reward. If one killed a noble clan heir or someone of equal status, they could receive 5 million gold taels and a medial grade spirit stone. 3 years later, I will personally kill my way to the noble clans that placed bounties on me. I will not go back on my word. Accompanying this piece of news was Xiao Chen's declaration to the various noble clans. The Flying Snow Manor was an assassin organization spread across the entire continent. Aside from the assassins in the manor, some cultivators could also go to the manor to issue or accept missions. However, since the founding of the Great Qin nation, the Flying Snow Manor had never received such a large number of missions before. Not only was there 20 million gold taels, there was also a rare medial grade spirit stone. It was hard not to be tempted. When the news came out, the world was thrown into an uproar. No one had expected that someone would dare to challenge the noble clans at the same time. These noble clans had existed since the time of the Tianwu dynasty. They had innate bloodlines and inherited martial spirits. Some of them had even existed for tens of thousands of years. Their strength was extremely horrifying. Now there was an insignificant superior-grade martial master who dared to challenge them. This made people feel that the world had changed. Dongming Province, Dongming City. This was the center of the entire Dongming Province. It was also one of the most bustling cities in the Great Qin Nation. The streets were bustling with people, and the sounds of people hawking their wares could be heard. Xiao Chan turned into an ordinary-looking youth and slowly walked on the streets. In the past month or so, Xiao Chan had not seen anyone. Aside from making a trip to the Flying Snow Manor, he spent the rest of his time practicing the shape-shifting spell. After a month of bitter practice, he was finally able to use essence without exposing his appearance. If he wanted to reach the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the Shihe Province, the fastest way would be to fly there. However, in the Dongming Province, only Dongming City had a relay station that could cross 2 prefectures. Actually, Xiao Chan could use the silver warship to fly to the Shihe Province. Its speed would not be slower than the spirit beasts at the relay station. However, there was a very awkward problem. Xiao Chan did not know the way. He did not have any coordinates in the sky. Chapter 133. If Xiao Chan just blindly flew according to the map, he might not be able to fly out of Dongming Province in his lifetime. The difference between flying in the sky and on the ground was too great. The maps on the ground could not be used in the sky. The flying relay station of Dongming Province was a huge plaza. There were many huge flying spirit beasts in the plaza. Xiao Chan walked straight to the ticket office and spent 1,000 gold taels to buy the most expensive ticket. With such a ticket, he could ride on a spirit beast alone and not have to squeeze with others. Not only was it comfortable, it was also much faster. Xiao Chan took the ticket and walked to a stone platform in the middle of the plaza. There were 3 huge golden eagles on the stone platform. The golden eagles were rank 5 flying spirit beasts. Among the rank 5 spirit beasts, they were the fastest. They were almost at the limit of what humans could tame. In the Great Tang Nation's beast taming abode, there was a rumor that they could tame rank 7 flying spirit beasts. However, no one knew if this rumor was true or not. Xiao Chan paid the ticket and went to the stone platform. Of the 3 golden eagles, only one had a rider sitting on it. Xiao Chan did not think too much about it and walked over. The rider wore a long gray robe and a hood on his head. It made it difficult to see his figure and face. After Xiao Chan sat on it, the golden eagle immediately cried out loudly. It flapped its wings and created a strong gust of wind as it rose from the ground. The golden eagle quickly flew to an altitude of 1,000 meters. The rider suddenly took off the hood on his head and turned to look at Xiao Chan. He smiled gently and said, "Brother Xiao, it has been a long time." When Xiao Chan saw this person's appearance clearly, he was startled and nearly fell off the golden eagle. He did not expect to meet the person in front of him here. He could not figure out how this person recognized him. "Feng Feishua, why are you here? How did you recognize me?" Xiao Chan said in astonishment. He did not expect to see her here. Feng Feishua tossed the hood in her hand into the air and smiled faintly. Her pretty face bloomed like a flower as she said, "I came to send you off. No matter what you look like, I will be able to find you in the crowd." After Xiao Chan recovered from his astonishment, he revealed a relaxed smile. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart as he asked, "Cousin Yulan and the rest went to the Heavenly Qin School?" Feng Feishua changed her posture and turned around completely. She was now closer to Xiao Chan. She revealed a mischievous smile and said, "We have arrived. Everything should be going smoothly. She told me to tell you to take care of yourself. She will come and look for you in 4 years." When Xiao Chan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Cousin Yulan would look for him in 4 years. He could not help but ask himself if it was too heartless for him to just leave like that. He could not help but ask himself if he was too heartless when it came to relationships between men and women. Although he was stupid, he could clearly feel that Cousin Yulan's feelings for him surpassed that of a normal relationship. However, in his heart, he had never set the Xiao clan as his final destination. He had already made up his mind long ago that he would leave the Xiao clan sooner or later. He did not want to leave behind any worries or restraints when he left. Thinking of this, Xiao Chan could not help but smile bitterly. Back then, he had left in a carefree manner. However, could the people and the matters there be forgotten so easily? Humans were not plants or trees. How could they be emotionless? Who would truly not understand emotions? Who would truly like to be alone, to be enemies with the world, to be filled with killing intent at every step? Feng Feishue stretched out her hand. There was a recommendation letter in her lily-white hand. She said, "The annual examination of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has already passed. If you want to enter the inner sect, you will have to enter step by step from the outer sect. It will take a lot of time. This recommendation letter should be able to help you, right?" Xiao Chan did not stretch out his hand to receive it. He looked straight into Feng Feishue's eyes, as though he wanted to see through her. After a while he muttered to himself, "Feng Feishue, I think it is time for you to tell me everything. What is your relationship with my Xiao clan? Why are you taking care of me?" From the first time Xiao Chun met Feng Feishue at Regretful Iron, Feng Feishue had sold the Blue Dragon medicine cauldron to him at a low price. Every time they met, Feng Feishue would intentionally or unintentionally express her goodwill. Xiao Chun did not believe that there would be people in this world who would be nice to you for no reason. Unless that person was your relative. Even if it was a relative, only parents would be nice to their children without asking for anything. When Feng Feishue heard this, she smiled faintly. "Is this important? If you want to know, you can go to the imperial capital at any time. You will find your answer there." Xiao Chan felt suspicious. "Why must I go to the imperial capital? Can't you tell me now?" Feng Feishue smiled tactfully. "As the saying goes, words have no proof. I can make up a reason now, and you will not be able to find any flaws in it. There are some things that, if you do not go to the imperial capital, I will not be able to explain it to you. The person involved will explain it to you. That would be the most reasonable." Xiao Chun frowned as he carefully thought about the meaning of Feng Feishue's words. It was very complicated, like a spider's web. There was no way for him to make sense of it. The meaning of Feng Feishue's words was still unfathomable. Why must he go to the imperial capital? Is there anyone in the imperial capital that is worth meeting? Feng Feishue stuffed the recommendation letter into Xiao Chen's hands and said, "No matter what you think, it does not matter if I am repaying a favor or paying a debt. The Feng clan will never force you on anything. Even if the world does not accept you, the doors of the Feng clan will always be open to you. I will send you here. I cannot really go to Shiha province, although I really want to be with you. Haha, goodbye. The Golden Eagle will send you there on its own. There is no need to worry." Feng Feishue smiled, leaving behind a melodious laughter that lingered in the air. She jumped down from the Golden Eagle's back, and a fiery red lotus flower bloomed under her feet, carrying her into the distance. Xiao Chan looked at the recommendation letter in his hands, then at the distant Feng Feishue. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "In the end, I am still confused. However, it is still good to know the news of cousin Yulan." The Golden Eagle continued flying in the air. Xiao Chun was somewhat bored, so he took out the exquisite copper bell that he bought the previous time. He had been practicing the shape-shifting technique for the past month and had forgotten about this copper bell. Holding the copper bell in his hand, Xiao Chun gently knocked on it. The copper bell gave off a melodious sound. The sound was very pleasant to the ear, but there was nothing strange about it. This was a secret treasure, Xiao Chun was certain of it. Unfortunately, the formations and douse within it were all damaged. The space within the secret treasure was chaotic. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was unable to enter it. The last time he tried to probe it, he suffered a heavy blow. This caused Xiao Chun to not dare to try it casually. Since Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was unable to enter, he was unable to find out the extent of the damage to the formations. Thus he did not know how to repair it. This copper bell should be a very strong secret treasure. It was a pity that it met with such a situation. Suddenly, an intense cold wind blew in front of Xiao Chun. That cold wind instantly turned into a horrifying whirlwind. He could faintly make out the figure of a white dragon. Whistling sounds came from within, like countless people shouting, "Pussy!" Suddenly, an intense wind blew from high in the sky. Xiao Chun, who was thinking about the copper bell, did not notice it. By the time he reacted, the wind had already swept him off the Golden Eagle. "What's going on?" Xiao Chun was alarmed. This wind was very strong. When Xiao Chun was swept up in it, he could not circulate his essence at all. He struggled futilely in the air, drifting left and right. Xiao Chun's body was tossed high up in the air, and then thrown down in the next moment. It was like he was flying in the clouds, going up and down. He could not resist at all. The cold wind was bone-chilling. When Xiao Chun felt it, it felt like he was being cut by a knife. It was incomparably painful. Xiao Chun cried out in alarm. However, under the power of nature, he could not resist at all. In the cold wind, Xiao Chun's body kept swaying. He saw a pair of cold eyes filled with boundless resentment. It turned into a cold wind that drilled into his mind. When the golden eagle saw the situation, it let out a sharp cry. It circled in the air and rushed towards the wind, trying to catch Xiao Chun. However, the tacit understanding between Xiao Chun and the golden eagle was insufficient. The golden eagle's huge body carried a huge force as it broke through the wind and smashed into Xiao Chun's body. The dizzy Xiao Chun was in an even more precarious situation when he was hit. The golden eagle knocked Xiao Chun out of the wind. Xiao Chun, who was in the air, could not circulate his essence smoothly. He fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. It's over. I actually met with a white dragon storm. I won't fall to my death, right? Xiao Chun turned pale with fright. He wanted to release the silver warship from his spiritual sense. However, the strange cold chi in the air had already invaded Xiao Chun's mind. Just as he used his spiritual sense, an intense pain came from his mind. It was like countless steel needles pierced his mind. It was extremely painful, preventing him from concentrating. The so-called White Dragon Storm was a high-altitude storm that frequently appeared in the sky between Dongming Province and Shihe Province. The formation of this storm had always been a mystery. In the distant legends, a strong white dragon once died in battle in this sky during the ancient era. After the white dragon died, its dragon soul did not disperse. It kept roaming the sky. The storm was also formed by the white dragon. Because someone once saw a huge white dragon in the storm, this storm was called the White Dragon Storm. On the way here, Xiao Chun had already heard of the legend of the White Dragon Storm. However, he did not take it to heart. This was because although the White Dragon Storm was horrifying, it had not appeared for decades. He did not expect his luck to be so bad. On the ground, a clear river appeared before Xiao Chun's eyes. This caused his originally despaired face to reveal a trace of joy. However, the pain in his mind became more intense. A boundless essence filled his chest. This resentment seemed to have lasted for tens of thousands of years. It was like a 500-kilogram boulder was pressing on his heart. He felt like he was suffocating. There was a loud plop, and Xiao Chun's body fell from a height of several kilometers. He fell straight into the water. Falling from such a high place, even on the soft water surface, produced a huge impact. Even though Xiao Chun's physical body was extremely strong, his internal organs still churned. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted with a pale complexion. Chapter 134. Xiao Chun's body slowly sank into the river and flowed downstream. The blue dragon was fond of water. The instant Xiao Chun fainted, it automatically breathed in and out. Hence, Xiao Chun did not drown in the river. This continued for 3 days. The resentment in Xiao Chun's mind did not disappear. Hence, he did not wake up and continued to struggle with the resentment. Finally, Xiao Chun's body flowed to the bottom of a pool and stopped flowing. There was a special cold chi in the cold pool. Xiao Chun lay at the bottom of the pool. The cold chi flowed through his skin and entered Xiao Chun's body. This cold chi was different from the cold chi in the White Dragon Burst. It was not as tyrannical. Instead, it calmed one down. Under the nourishment of this cold chi, Xiao Chun slowly opened his eyes. However, the resentment in his mind did not disappear. It tortured him continuously, causing him incomparable pain and preventing him from moving. Xiao Chun felt like he was going crazy. Countless roars resounded in his mind. That white dragon seemed to be roaring beside his ear. He could not get rid of it, he could not kill it. Xiao Chun did his best to calm himself down. He slowly circulated the Purple Thunder divine incantation, hoping that it could resist this strange feeling. After a while, the essence slowly circulated in his body. The feeling in Xiao Chun's mind improved significantly. He could not help but rejoice. Pu Ci. Just as Xiao Chun was about to relax, The pain in his mind suddenly increased by several times. It was so painful that he wanted to cry out. However, he could not open his mouth in the water. The essence in his body immediately went out of control. The essence started to circulate chaotically in his meridians. Some of the essence even started to flow uncontrollably in the opposite direction. A horrifying phrase appeared in Xiao Chen's mind: berserking qi deviation. To every cultivator, berserking qi deviation was a calamity. It was a phrase that would cause one's expression to change at the mention of it. If one could not find a reasonable solution, one's cultivation would be severely damaged. In serious cases, one's life would be in danger. With Xiao Chen's current realm, the term qi deviation could be said to be completely out of his reach. As of now, he was only a superior grade martial master. Many of the meridians in his body had not been opened yet. The routes for his essence to circulate were limited. He did not meet the requirements for qi deviation at all. Normally, qi deviation would only occur when one's cultivation had reached the late-stage martial honor realm, and more than half of the meridians in one's body had been opened. But because of the extremely strange resentment in his mind, it caused the true qi in his body to circulate chaotically, causing his meridians to flow in the opposite direction and go out of control. This was obviously the prelude to qi deviation. Xiao Chen was very anxious, but the pain in his head prevented him from concentrating. There was nothing he could do about the chaotic essence in his body. Pu-piu. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped down from the water. Xiao Chen saw a blurry figure through the hazy water. It was a beautiful naked body swimming wantonly on the water surface. Xiao Chen, who had never seen such a scene before, was immediately captivated. His attention instantly became focused. After Xiao Chen focused, the chaotic essence in his body started to slowly calm down. This surprised Xiao Chen. He circulated the purple thunder divine incantation once again, and the pain in his head started to slowly disappear. Hualala! Water splashed and the girl on the surface of the water slowly swam down with her eyes closed. Xiao Chen was astonished. The direction in which the girl swam down was right in front of him. As the distance got closer, the hazy feeling in the water slowly disappeared. The beautiful body of the girl appeared clearly in front of him. Disappointingly, a certain part of Xiao Chen's body had a reaction. Who? Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. At the bottom of the pool, Xiao Chen and the girl were almost facing each other. They looked at each other in astonishment. For a moment, everything was silent. It was like the world was left with the sound of their heartbeats. The two of them just looked at each other without doing anything. The girl suddenly reacted. Her face flushed red and the ring on her right hand flickered. Suddenly, a slender saber about 2 fingers wide appeared in her hand. The saber gave off heat and the river water instantly evaporated. Countless bubbles rose from the pool. Boom! The water around her did not seem to be able to stop her movements. The saber moved quickly in the water, heading for Xiao Chen's neck. Xiao Chen was startled. Under the threat of death, his body, which could not move, suddenly dodged to the side. The saber split the water apart and struck the mud at the bottom of the pool, creating a large bubble. The girl's body was as agile as a fish in the water. In an instant, she caught up to Xiao Chen and sent another saber strike at him. Now that he could move again, Xiao Chen immediately executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He was like a flood dragon, leaping out of the water with a so sound. When the fresh air hit him, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Pu Tong. After that, the girl's body also leaped out of the water, creating a large splash. The splash of water was like a saber strike at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not dare to receive it head-on. He pushed off the water and landed firmly on the shore. The girl took advantage of this opportunity to grab the clothes on the shore. She quickly put them on in midair. By the time she landed, she was completely dressed, completely covering her body. When all the splashes of water fell into the pool, the surface of the water had calmed down. Xiao Chen finally saw the girl's appearance. Her long, wet, black hair flowed down her back. She wore a fiery red dress. Her voluptuous figure stood proudly on top of her exquisite figure. Her skin was as smooth as jade. She was like a lotus that had just emerged from the water, untainted by a speck of dust. This was a girl with a devilish figure and an angelic face. However, the girl was incomparably furious. Her face was flushed red, and her eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Her red lips moved slightly, and a melodious voice came from her peach-like mouth. "Damn perverted thief, you actually dared to peek at this lady bathing." The saber in her hand trembled slightly, giving off a melodious sound. It was as though it felt the anger of its owner. It could not stop shaking, and there were countless echoes in the air. Listening to the sword and communicating with it? Xiao Chun was incomparably astonished. This girl was actually the same as Ao Jiao. Her comprehension of weapons had also reached the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it. This was a state that many martial kings could only dream of. However, the current situation did not give Xiao Chun any time to be astonished. This was because the girl had already crossed the water with the saber in her hand. In an instant she arrived before him. A resplendent light lit up on the saber. This was a technique that only martial grandmasters could grasp. Essence infused into the saber, forming a saber light. Drawing the saber, Xiao Chun quickly drew his saber. The lunar shadow saber clashed with the saber light sent out by the girl. There was a loud sound, and the huge force contained in the saber light sent Xiao Chun flying. Xiao Chun was incomparably astonished. This was the first time he had been defeated by a martial grandmaster in terms of strength. Furthermore, it was under the situation of him using drawing the saber. Who? Executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chun's body paused strangely in the air. Then, he moved backward from a different angle. In a certain sense, this girl had saved Xiao Chun's life. However, Xiao Chun had no way of explaining it to her. The girl was currently in a fit of anger, so she would not be able to explain it clearly. For now, he would have to bear the title of perverted thief. He could only explain it to her in the future. Boom! Just when Xiao Chun thought that he would be able to shake off the girl by executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he discovered that the girl had appeared behind him like a ghost. A horrifying saber light hacked at him once again. Although Xiao Chun was astonished, he did not panic. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. His figure soared through the air, moving left and right. He was like a soaring blue dragon, dancing on the ground. Boom! 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 However, the girl's body was like rubber, sticking to Xiao Chun's back. The horrifying saber light hacked at him continuously. There were a few times when he was nearly struck by the saber light. Damn perverted thief! If you have the guts, then stand still and fight to the death with this lady. If you are a man, then don't run. The girl scolded loudly as she attacked. When the saber light landed on the ground, it formed many small ravines. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these ravines seemed to have a strange charm to them. Xiao Chun walked for a few hundred meters, but he was still unable to shake off the girl's figure. He suddenly thought of one of the 6 secret techniques of the Battle Sage Origins sticky character technique. No matter how fast the opponent was, as long as he used the sticky character technique, he would be able to catch up to the opponent. It was the most miraculous movement technique in the world. Xiao Chun could not help but be alarmed. If that was really the case, then he would not be able to shake off this girl unless his blue dragon cloud soaring art reached great perfection. This won't do, she will catch up to me sooner or later, Xiao Chun thought anxiously in his heart. After dodging another saber light, an idea appeared in his mind. Xiao Chun suddenly turned around quickly and looked at the girl. He said, "Look into my eyes." The girl's saber paused. It was obvious that she was stunned by Xiao Chun's sudden action. Who? A purple flame suddenly shot out from Xiao Chun's right eye. Bastard! When the saber light shot out, the girl was shocked for a moment. Then she immediately swung her saber at the purple flame. A huge explosion resounded, forming a surging shockwave. The girl was forced back. When the shockwave scattered, Xiao Chun had already executed the lightning evasion. He leaped a few hundred meters and summoned the silver warship, soaring into the sky. When the young girl thought of Xiao Chun's earlier action, she could not help but scold herself for being foolish. He asked you to look and you just look? You could have just chopped him to death. Why are you wasting your breath on him? I have offended you today. I will definitely repay you for saving my life in the future. Furthermore, I am really not a perverted thief. I hope you do not misunderstand. Xiao Chun's voice came from high up in the sky. The girl stomped her feet angrily. Her face turned red as she watched Xiao Chun leave. she scolded. You still say you are not a perverted thief? Even your worship is silver. With one look, I can tell you are not a good person. Miss, what's wrong? Are you all right? Not long after Xiao Chan left, two female martial saints rushed over. The girl looked in the direction that Xiao Chun left in and said, I'm fine. I just met a scoundrel. Xiao Chun piloted the silver warship and flew in the sky. He did not hear what the girl said. Otherwise, he would have dyed the silver warship a new color. Not long after, Xiao Chun saw a large road and stopped. Now many people knew that Xiao Chun had a silver warship. It was better not to use it unless it was necessary. Chapter 135. I wonder where this place is and if I have reached Shiha province, Xiao Chun said as he landed firmly on the ground and looked at the empty road. Xiao Chun looked at the road carefully. There were clear footprints and car tracks on the road. This meant that there were many people on this road, it was just that there was no one there at the moment. After carefully checking the condition of his body and confirming that there were no major problems, Xiao Chun then walked forward. The earlier experience was still fresh in his mind, causing him to be fearful. He did not dare to be careless. Why did he meet the white dragon storm that had not appeared for decades? Xiao Chun could not figure out what was going on. The overwhelming resentment in his mind and the unforgettable pain made him feel that this was not a coincidence. White dragon, blue dragon. Could there be a connection between the two? Xiao Chun thought suspiciously in his heart. He had not completely grasped the blue dragon martial spirit in his body. He did not know what use it had. Seeing that there was no one around, Xiao Chun stopped. With a thought, the blue dragon martial spirit in his body slowly swam out of his dantian. It followed the meridians and headed for Xiao Chun's arm. Everywhere it passed, Xiao Chun felt a horrifying energy. Who? Under Xiao Chun's control, the tiny blue dragon martial spirit came out and circled above Xiao Chun's palm. After a cultivator reached the martial master realm, they could let their martial spirit leave their body. In battle, they could achieve unexpected results. However, after the martial spirit left their body, if they were injured, they could become a cripple. Unless it was the last resort, no cultivator would release their martial spirit. Unless a cultivator reached the martial king realm and cultivated their martial spirit to an immortal level, even if it was destroyed outside the body, it could be recovered immediately. Xiao Chun looked at the tiny blue dragon circling in his hand. He could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. Aside from the energy you provide me and being stronger than normal martial spirits, I can't see any difference between you, an ancient holy beast, and other martial spirits. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun recollected his thoughts. He recalled the blue dragon martial spirit back into his body and stopped thinking about this problem. The blue dragon martial spirit had been lost for 1,000 years. It was impossible to understand it immediately. There was no point in thinking about it. Xiao Chun continued walking forward. After an hour, he finally met a passerby. He quickly asked this passerby where he was and whether he had reached Shiha province. The person held a sword in his hand and was dressed in white without a speck of dust. He answered without turning his head. Shiha province, Yuluo continent, Yunyang County City. Xiao Chun ignored the attitude of this person. He recalled the map he saw in the past. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was located in the Yuluo continent. It was not far from Yunyang City. Even on foot, it would only take 2 weeks. Joy appeared on Xiao Chun's face as he extended his spiritual sense in a straight line. Finally, he saw a majestic city at the end of his spiritual sense. There were 2 bold words Yunyang written on the city gates. It had an ancient charm to it. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and pushed off the ground with his feet. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and kicked up a cloud of dust. Xiao Chun dashed forward and caught up to the person who spoke earlier in the blink of an eye. He overtook him like the wind, kicking up a large cloud of dust. I did not expect him to be an expert, the white-clothed person said indifferently as he looked in the direction Xiao Chun left. This person did not seem to make any movements, but when the dust landed on his clothes, it automatically slid off. The white-clothed person slowly walked out of the cloud of dust. His white clothes were not tainted by a speck of dust. Xiao Chun felt a strong gaze sweep past him. Then it quickly disappeared. When he turned his head back, he did not discover anything. He only saw the cloud of dust he kicked up as he dashed forward. Yunyang City was already in front of him. Xiaochun slowed down and slowly walked to the city gates. However, he discovered that there were many young girls standing in front of the city gates. They stood there like orioles. It was a different kind of scenery when he looked around. Is this the custom of Yunyang City? Xiaochun said with some doubts. There were so many girls. It was likely that all the young girls in Yunyang City were here. When the group of girls saw Xiaochun's figure, they were pleasantly surprised and quickly ran over. When they saw Xiaochun's appearance, all of their faces were filled with disappointment. They cursed and left. Xiaochun felt it was strange. When the guard at the city gate saw the situation, he smiled and said, "Don't be angry. The girls have been waiting for an entire morning. It is hard to avoid their temper." Xiaochun paid the entrance tax. When he heard this, he could not help but find it funny. This was very similar to the girls who chased after idols in his previous life. He did not expect there to be such things in this world. He could not help but ask curiously, "Who is so charming that all the girls in Yunyang City came out to welcome him?" The guard at the city gates looked at Xiaochun in astonishment and said, "You don't even know about this? Today is the annual duel between Mu Changxue and Leng Liusu. These girls are all here to see Mu Changxue." This was not the first time Xiaochun had heard of Mu Changxue. When he heard this name again, it could not help but pique Xiaochun's interest. So he asked the guard about it. The guard was very talkative. When he saw Xiaochun ask about it, he spoke eloquently. Mu Changxue came from the Night Spirit Palace of the Southern Ridge. He was the young palace lord of the Night Spirit Palace. Together with Ji Chongkong, they were known as the twin stars of the Southern Ridge. Xiaochun's talent was very high, and he became famous at a young age. At the age of 12, aside from Ji Chongkong, no one in the same generation could match him. That year, the two of them left the southern mountains at the same time and started to challenge young experts from all over the world. Ji Chongkong went to the imperial capital, while Mu Changxue went to Shihe and Dongming provinces. Among those of the same generation, the two of them were practically invincible. No one was a match for them. However, both of them had been defeated by a woman. Ji Chongkong lost to Princess Yingyu. Mu Changxue lost to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's little Heavenly Saber, Leng Liusu. 1 year later, Mu Changxue came to Nanling Province again and fought Leng Liusu. After the two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves, they ended up in a draw. They agreed to fight again the next year. Just like that, it became a tradition. Every year, Mu Changxue would come to Yunyang City to duel with Leng Liusu at this time. Aside from Mu Changxue's outstanding talent, he was also very handsome. After a while, all the girls in Yunyang City came to know of him. Xiaochun smiled faintly and gave his thanks. Then he entered Yunyang City. Regardless of which world it was, the girls all seemed to have the potential to chase after their idols. Leng Liusu, could it be her? A beautiful figure appeared in Xiaochun's mind. After a while, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Xiaochun could not help but feel a headache. The purpose of his trip was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. In the end, before he even reached the mountain, he offended the most beloved daughter of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master. Mu Changxue is here. As Xiaochun walked, a clamorous cheer came from behind him. Xiaochun turned around and saw a white-clothed man holding a sword. He was surrounded by girls. There was a faint smile on his handsome face as he dealt with them one by one. Xiaochun could not help but feel slightly astonished. This Mu Changxue was actually the person he asked for directions from earlier. He could not help but smile faintly. This world is really strange. After Xiaochun spoke, he turned around and left. The instant he turned around, he felt a strong gaze staring at him. This time there was no attempt to hide it. The source of that gaze was Mu Changxue. Xiaochun resisted the urge to turn his head back. After he asked around where Yunyang City's Liushang Pavilion was, he quickly left. Among the crowd, Mu Changxue, who was surrounded by girls, watched as Xiaochun left. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. In Xiaochun's left eye, a purple copper mirror floated in the boundless void. The light that the mirror gave off seemed to be able to see through the source of the entire world. That copper mirror flashed in his eye for a moment. No one noticed it. After asking around, Liushang Pavilion did indeed have a branch in Yunyang City. Xiao Chun took out a brick VIP card that Fatso gave him before he left. He could not help but sigh. This Fatso was indeed not bragging. No matter where you go, there is a Liushang Pavilion. The Liushang Pavilion in Yunyang City was the same as in Whitewater City. Business was booming. The basics were the same as well. Xiao Chun leaped over the first floor and headed for the second floor. A group of cultivators were discussing the duel that was going to take place today. Last year, the two of them fought to a draw. This is the third time they fought to a draw. In the end, Mu Changxue still lost once. He could not defeat the top expert of Arshiha province. That might not be the case. The previous few times, Leng Liusu had the advantage of a weapon. This time, I heard that Mu Changxue completed the Heavenly Gate test in the Night Spirit Palace and obtained a damaged holy weapon. I know that. That is a holy sword called Beauty Under the Moonlight. Some time ago, Mu Changxue tested the sword and personally killed a martial saint. From the looks of it, Beauty Under the Moonlight is not much weaker than Leng Liusu's Flame Soul. They are both half-sages. This is going to be interesting. There were a few cultivators who were very insightful on the first floor. When they spoke, Xiao Chun could not help but stop and listen carefully. Make way, make way. Our young master Yin is here. Why are you not making way? Just at this moment, Yin Qinyun led a few servants up the first floor. The people on both sides moved aside. When Xiao Chun saw Yin Qinyun, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not expect to see him here. Xiao Chun thought of a legend about Fatso. He looked at his crotch and could not help but smile. Xiao Chun did not want to cause trouble. When Yin Qinyun walked past him, he moved aside and made way for him. Yin Qinyun brought his men and walked past Xiao Chun. He hurriedly glanced at Xiao Chun and took 2 steps before turning back. Why do I find you somewhat familiar? Have we met before? Yin Qinyun asked carefully as he stared into Xiao Chun's eyes. Xiao Chun was not worried. Aside from changing one's appearance, the shape-shifting spell could also change a person's aura and voice. He smiled and said, Maybe I met you once in the crowd. It is not strange to find you familiar. Yin Qinyun smiled faintly and thought for a while before saying, That's true. Maybe we met once, or maybe I recognized the wrong person. Goodbye. Boom. Yin Qinyun, who had not taken a step forward, suddenly turned around and kicked at Xiao Chun's chest. Xiao Chun revealed a cold smile and did not resist. His abdomen shrank slightly. Bang! The might of Yin Qinyun's kick was very strong. It sent Xiao Chun flying. However, because Xiao Chun was prepared, he only suffered some superficial wounds. Chapter 136. Yin Qinyun frowned slightly, feeling it was strange. After a while, he tossed out a banknote and said, I'm sorry, I think I might have recognized the wrong person. After Yin Qinyun left for a long time, the second floor became noisy again. A kind-hearted cultivator helped Xiao Chun up and said, Little brother, are you all right? Xiao Chun picked up the banknote and smiled faintly. I'm fine. I was beaten up for no reason. However, I picked up a banknote worth 1,000 silver taels, so it's fine. On the third floor, in front of a hidden window, Yin Qinyun looked at Xiao Chun's expression after he got up. He said doubtfully, Could I have seen wrong? However, I clearly did not see wrongly from his gaze earlier. He observed for a long time, but in the end, he could not find anything wrong. He shook his head, unable to figure it out. He said to the people beside him, There is something wrong with that brat. You guys go out and take a look. Young Master Leng and I still have matters to attend to, so we will take our leave first. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense had been following behind Yin Qinyun. When he withdrew his spiritual sense, he could not help but sigh in his heart. It looks like this fellow suffered a huge blow the last time. He is already in such a state, yet he can still recognize me. Not long after, all the cultivators on the second floor left. Xiao Chun knew that the duel between Leng Liusu and Mu Changxue was about to begin. This group of people had been looking forward to it for a year. There was no reason for them to not go and watch. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave. He did not want to participate in the duel between Mu Changxue and Leng Liusu. Mu Changxue gave him a very dangerous feeling. That feeling was only felt when he faced Chu Chaoyun. As for Lung Liusu, there was no need to even mention it. After eating, Xiao Chan casually glanced at the third floor. He revealed a mocking smile and called the waiter over. He prepared to pay the bill and leave. On the third floor, a few of Yan Qianyun's attendants were watching Xiao Chan carefully. When the waiter went over to collect the money, he happened to block Xiao Chen's figure. After he collected the money, cleaned up the leftover food on the table and left, they strangely discovered that Xiao Chan had disappeared. Where is he? Where did he go? I clearly saw him there just now. Why did I not see the waiter after he went over? Seeing Xiao Chan disappear right before their eyes, they turned pale with fright and hurriedly ran down. One of them grabbed the waiter's clothes and shouted, "Where is he? Where did that person go?" The waiter rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "After eating and paying, of course he's leaving. I'm asking how you left." The waiter pushed his hand away and said snappily, "I'll only say it once. Leave with your feet. Don't disturb me again. Thank you." The waiter's attitude made the man anxious. He wanted to make a move on the spot. A few people quickly stopped him and explained the background of Liushang Pavilion to him. The few of them looked around, but they could not find any traces of Xiao Chan. They all thought that Xiao Chan had already left Liushang Pavilion. Thinking of Yan Qianyun's instructions, they quickly gave chase. Using the shape-shifting spell, Xiao Chan shrunk his body and stuck it to the bottom of the dining table. Seeing the four of them go far away, Xiao Chan jumped out. His body gave off a crackling sound as he returned to his normal height. He extended out his spiritual sense and discovered that Yan Qianyun was on the 5th floor with a black-clothed man. That black-clothed man was extremely strong. His aura was much stronger than Yan Qianyun's. He was like an unsheathed treasured saber. Xiao Chan did not dare to get too close with his spiritual sense. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan headed directly to the 4th floor. He flashed the VIP card that Fatso gave him. His path was unimpeded. What made Xiao Chan slightly astonished was that there was no one on the 3rd and 4th floors. It looked like the duel between Lung Liusu and Mu Changxue was very attractive. Xiao Chan arrived at the staircase between the 4th and 5th floor. This was the only way from the 5th floor to the 4th floor. He looked carefully and took out 2 grade 3 talismans from his universe ring. After that, he sprinkled some spirit beast saliva on them. This kind of saliva was very sticky. Once it came in contact with it, it would be impossible to tear it off. After doing all this, Xiao Chan found a booth on the 4th floor and sat down. "Brother Lung, is this matter really reliable? Does Lung Liusu really only have 2 martial saints by her side?" Yan Qianyun asked solemnly as he looked at the person opposite him from the 5th floor. Xiao Chan frowned. What is he trying to do? Could it be that Yan Qianyun wants to make a move on Lung Liusu? With a thought, Xiao Chan could not help but focus his spiritual sense. The black-clothed man opposite him had a grave and stern expression as he said, "I, Lung Tianyue, have prepared for many years just for this day. Do you think there will be any accidents?" Yan Qianyun laughed dryly. "This matter is very important. I have to get to the bottom of this. However, let me say this first. I am only responsible for sending people to lure away the 2 martial saints. You can handle the rest yourself." Lung Tianyue's stern face did not reveal any expression. He said indifferently, "You just need to lure away the 2 of them. You don't have to care about anything else. I have already told your father about the benefits after this is done." The 2 of them chatted for a long time before a messenger pigeon flew into Lung Tianyue's hands. He removed the note on the pigeon's leg and smiled after a while. "It is actually a draw again. Haha, I suddenly understand Mu Changxue's motive. Let's go, Brother Yan, it is time for us to make our move." The 2 of them got up and walked down the stairs. The instant they went down, they each stepped on a talisman. The talisman was as light as a feather and stuck to the bottom of their shoes. They did not feel anything at all. Seeing the 2 of them leave, Xiao Chan smiled faintly and slowly stood up. His spiritual sense turned into a strand of silk, entangling the 2 of them. "Should I get involved in this mess?" Xiao Chan said with some apprehension in his heart. This person with the surname Lung was obviously someone from within the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The fight in front of him was a fight for the inheritance of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Every strong power had countless factions. Xiao Chan did not find this strange. Even if he saw it, he would not care. However, if Long Liusu was the girl from earlier, it would be inexcusable if he did not help her. In the end, Xiao Chun made up his mind. If she is really that girl, it would be good to repay this favor. Xiao Chun followed the two of them from a distance. Due to the aid of his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun could easily follow the two of them. After a while, he followed them out of the east gate. The further they went, the more they deviated. Eventually, they could not see anyone on the main road. Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. After hesitating for a while, he decided to follow them. After taking a few steps forward, he discovered Lung Tianyue and Yin Qinyun looking at him with a smile on their faces. Lung Tianyue slowly walked over. There was no expression on his grave and stern face. He said coldly, "Who sent you?" Yin Qinyun, who was at the side, smiled. "Brother Lung, leave this person to me. He is here for me. You just need to take the token and inform them." Lung Tianyue glanced at Xiao Chun. When he saw that he was only a superior grade martial master, he relaxed. As a medial grade martial grandmaster, Yin Qinyun should be able to kill this person easily. "Let's meet up soon after we are done." After Lung Tianyue left, Yin Qinyun slowly walked over to Xiao Chun. He smiled coldly. "Xiao Chun, I did not expect to meet you here. I have waited for this day for a long time. How do you want to die?" Xiao Chun muttered to himself for a while before saying, "I have a question. How did you recognize me? I felt that I had hidden myself very well. How did you discover me?" Yin Qinyun faced the sky and laughed loudly. He said, "I will never forget the look you gave me that day. Before you die, I will let you understand. Lung Tianyue has a secret treasure on him. When you walked out of Liushang Pavilion, he already discovered you." Xiao Chun nodded. "So that's how it is. I wonder what kind of secret treasure it is to be able to discover me from so far away." However, this was no longer important. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said gently to Yin Qinyun, "Many thanks for your explanation. You can die now." Yin Qinyun snorted coldly. He felt that it was funny and said, "Do you really think you are a match for me?" Explode. Before Yin Qinyun could finish speaking, Xiao Chun formed a hand seal and the rank 3 fire cloud talisman under Yin Qinyun's feet exploded. A flame carrying a surging shockwave spread out in all directions. The huge might blasted Yin Qinyun into the sky. Being struck by a rank 3 offensive talisman was equivalent to the full-powered strike of a peak martial grandmaster. Yin Qinyun was caught off guard and immediately lost all his combat prowess. Using drawing the saber, Xiao Chun leaped into the air. There was a flash of saber light and a swarthy black head separated from the charred body. After that, it fell to the ground with a bang. Xiao Chun landed firmly on the ground and looked expressionlessly at Yin Qinyun's corpse. He took off the spatial ring in his hand and took out all the things inside with a huang-dang sound. Tens of inferior-grade spirit stones, some medicinal pills and banknotes fell to the ground. An ancient book entered Xiao Chun's eyes. Inherited martial technique, Dragon Seizing Hand. The so-called inherited martial technique could only be practiced by those who inherited the martial spirit. However, Xiao Chun had the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. He could imitate it. He took a quick look and placed it into the universe ring. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chun felt the talisman under Lung Tianyue's feet. That talisman had Xiao Chun's essence blood imprinted on it. Even from 1,000 kilometers away, he could still feel it clearly. A faint yellow dot appeared in his mind. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and summoned out the silver warship. He leaped onto it and flew off like a bolt of silver lightning. After a while, Xiao Chun arrived at where Lung Tianyue was. Because he was afraid of his secret treasure, Xiao Chun hid in a cloud and observed the situation on the ground. On the ground, Lung Tianyue wore a black veil as he stood there quietly. In front of him, there were 4 martial grandmasters wearing the same veil surrounding Lung Liusu. In the cloud, Xiao Chun used his spiritual sense to sense the situation on the ground. After he looked carefully at the appearance of the girl, he finally confirmed that the person being surrounded was indeed the girl he met in the pool of water. If they want to kill a peak martial grandmaster with an inherited martial spirit, this lineup is not enough. Xiao Chun stood at the bow of the warship and said doubtfully, "They need at least 2 martial saints to be absolutely safe." Chapter 137. Slowly, Xiaochen figured out something. These 4 martial grandmasters had a set of joint martial techniques. Every move was connected. Furthermore, they had practiced it for a long time. Their coordination was very good. Saber lights flickered and energy flew everywhere. Explosive shouts came from the battlefield. The slender saber in Lung Liusu's hand gave off a horrifying light. The wind howled and dust flew everywhere. Small cracks appeared on the ground. As the saber moved, there seemed to be a trace of the Tao, giving off the faint might of a sage. Lung Liusu's figure was surrounded by the 4. She dodged left and right, continuously using the sticky character technique. However, she was still unable to break out of their encirclement. However, she did not show any panic on her face. She swung her saber and the saber light paused, blocking the joint attack of the 4. Then she looked at Lung Tanyue, who was standing at the side. A cold chi appeared on her pretty face as she said in a sullen voice, "Lung Tanyue, do you really want to kill me that badly? Is the position of successor so attractive to you? Are you not afraid of your father punishing you after he finds out about all this?" Lung Tianyue's expression could not be seen under the veil. He did not reply to Lung Liusu's question and said indifferently, "Trash? This is a joint martial technique that can easily take down a martial saint. It has been almost half an hour and you still have not taken her down?" When the 4 heard Lung Tianyue's reprimand, they could not help but increase the strength in their hands. They launched even more ferocious attacks at Lung Liusu. Phoenix cry, dragon roar, tiger roar, black tortoise. When the 4 saw that they could not take her down after a long time, they steeled their hearts and shouted. They leaped up from the ground. They executed the most ferocious move of their joint martial technique. 4 images materialized on their weapons: Divine Phoenix, Blue Dragon, White Tiger and Black Tortoise. These ancient holy beasts appeared in the formation, as though they came to life. 4 images into one. Countless holy beast cries resounded. When the faint might of the holy beasts merged together, it felt like it was suffocating. Even the air seemed to have solidified under this might. Xiaochen stood at the bow of the warship. He was mildly astonished. He looked carefully for a while and finally discovered that the martial spirits of these 4 people had a trace of the bloodline of holy beasts. Although it was very diluted, when released together, the power was still incomparably terrifying. He really did not know where Lung Tianyue found these 4 people. Looking at their coordination, they should have trained together since they were young. Lung Liusu frowned slightly. Her red dress fluttered in the strong wind. When she saw the 4 divine beasts merge into one, she did not show much fear. The wind howled, her hair danced in the wind, and her long dress flowed like waves. Together with her beautiful face and impressive figure, she stood straight on the ground like an ancient Valkyrie. Flame Soul Saint's Fury Flame Dance. Lung Liusu held the saber in her right hand and slowly slid it across the palm of her left hand. Fresh blood flowed down the saber and dripped onto the ground. Under the summons of the fresh blood, the ancient sage within the sacred weapon seemed to come alive. As expected, it is a weapon used by a sage. What a formidable aura of righteousness! Xiaochen, who was within the clouds, said in shock. Boom! The flames on the ground burned into the sky. There was a furious roar coming from the red flames. It was like it traveled through time and space, lasting for tens of thousands of years. Lung Liusu stood in the flames. The flickering light of the flames illuminated her flushed face. She leaped into the air and the saber carried boundless flames as it flew into the sky. Bang! It was like breaking a dead branch. With just one saber strike, the flames that carried the might of a sage instantly shattered. The 4 divine beasts merged into one. The divine phoenix shattered, the black tortoise fled, the blue dragon was chopped, and the white tiger was burned to a pile of ashes. Bang! 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 The 4 of them landed heavily on the ground. Their martial spirits had suffered a fatal blow. Their complexions were incomparably pale, and they would not be able to fight for a short period of time. Kasie. Just at this moment, Lung Tianyue suddenly made his move. A cold light appeared, and with a flash of saber light, Lung Tianyue appeared beside Lung Liusu. This saber strike was extremely fast, and the timing was very accurate. It happened to be the moment when Lung Liusu was exhausted from the might of the sage. If Lung Liusu had a moment to recover, the chances of this saber strike injuring her would be much smaller. Even though Lung Liusu had already anticipated Lung Tianyue's attack, she was unable to dodge it. The saber slashed across, leaving a horrifying wound on Lung Liusu's chest. Blood spurted out wildly into the air. She frowned slightly and revealed a pained expression. She swung the saber in her hand forward ferociously. When the saber struck Lung Tianyue's body, it was like it was striking air. It was only an afterimage left in the air. Lung Tianyue's body had already flashed to her side. He snorted coldly and kicked Lung Liusu, sending her flying to the ground. The force of this kick was very strong. After Lung Liusu landed on the ground, she slid backward continuously. Her saber stabbed into the ground, creating a long ditch. Only then did her body slow down. Lung Tianyue did not say anything. He did not want to give Lung Liusu any chance. His figure flashed in the air as he landed on the ground and a resplendent saber light appeared on his saber. He chopped at Lung Liusu, who was on the ground. Lung Liusu barely managed to raise her saber to block. However, she could not block it at all. Her body flew back like a cannonball and landed heavily on the ground. Xiao Qin's expression changed. He did not expect the situation on the battlefield to change in such a short period of time. Originally, when he saw Lung Liusu deal with the 4 people, he did not need to make a move. Lightning descend. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and successfully stopped Lung Tianyue from advancing. Xiao Chun executed the changing character formula and imitated Ji Chongkong's martial technique. He turned into a meteor and quickly descended to the ground. Lung Tianyue looked at the meteor in the sky and frowned. Nanling Ji clan's martial technique Ji Chongkong is here? That's not right, this is not a pure Ji clan martial technique. Trying to act mysterious, I'll show you your true colors. Lung Tianyue laughed coldly and leaped into the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Lung Tianyue's speed was at its peak. The saber lit up and chopped at Xiao Chun. Explode! Xiao Chun revealed himself and shouted. A fiery red firework soared into the sky. Before Lung Tianyue could understand what was going on, he was already blasted into pieces. His body was thrown high into the air by the shockwave. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! Looking at Lung Tianyue in the air, Xiao Chun could feel that the rank 3 exploding talisman had completely struck him, but he did not suffer any fatal injuries. Xiao Chun could not help but tighten his heart. A purple flame revolved around his finger and shot towards Lung Tianyue. A layer of protective true qi appeared on Lung Tianyue's body. When the purple flame struck it, it gave off a loud explosion. The shockwave from the explosion threw his body even further into the sky. However, it could not do anything to him. Xiao Qin's spiritual sense pierced through the protective true qi and saw a jade pendant on Lung Tianyue's chest. It gave off a faint glow. This should be his secret treasure. The protective true qi should have come from this secret treasure. Xiao Chun landed on the ground and looked at Lung Liusu, who had lost a lot of blood and was pale. She was so weak that she had fainted. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chun carried her on his shoulder and rushed forward. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and danced on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. After a long time, Lung Tianyue descended from the sky. His clothes were torn and the scarf on his black face was nowhere to be seen. He struggled to stand up and watched as Xiao Chun carried Lung Liusu away. His eyes revealed a complicated expression as he muttered, "Man proposes, God disposes." He turned around and stabbed the 4 cultivators on the ground. After that, he walked expressionlessly in the direction of Yunyang City. His figure seemed very lonely. Xiao Chun carried Lung Liusu and walked for a long time. When he arrived at a forest, he felt that there were no pursuers behind him. Only then did he stop. He slowly placed Lung Liusu on a big tree. When Xiao Chun saw the horrifying wound on her chest, he was astonished. Lung Tianyue's attack was very ruthless. Not only was it extremely fast, it was shockingly strong as well. The golden armor on Lung Liusu's chest was torn. At this moment it was dyed red with blood. Blood continued to flow out of the wound. Xiao Chun pressed on a few acupoints on Lung Liusu's chest and stopped the bleeding. After that, he slowly removed her outer clothes. In the end, he discovered that this was not very realistic. Lung Liusu was wearing a long red dress. The top and bottom were connected. If he wanted to remove it, he would have to remove the entire dress. Naturally, Xiao Chan could not do something like removing everything. He could only take out a small knife and slowly cut open the cloth. As the clothes were slowly cut open, large patches of snow-white skin appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. It was a little dazzling. Xiao Chan composed himself and carefully cleaned the wound. Some of the cloth was stuck to the wound. Xiao Chen slowly removed it. The unconscious Leng Liusu groaned in pain. Xiao Chan could not help but become gentler. After cleaning the wound, Xiao Chan took out a blood-replenishing pill from the universe ring. After he crushed it, he slowly applied it on the wound. After that, he took out another blood-replenishing pill and fed it to her. After doing all this, Xiao Chan slowly relaxed. Luckily, the wound did not injure her heart. However, the wound was rather deep. With the medicinal strength of the blood-replenishing pill, there should not be any problems after it was applied externally. Xiao Chan took out a set of clean clothes from the universe ring and draped them over her body. Leng Liusu's pale face looked very weak. Xiao Chan suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he thought about the time he met Princess Yingyu in Gloomy Forest. She was also like this. No matter how strong a woman was, she would always have a gentle side. Xiao Chan took out a bottle of qi-returning pills and a bottle of blood-replenishing pills. Then, he took out a slip of paper introducing the medicinal pills and placed it beside Leng Liusu. Xiao Chan pushed off the ground and leaped onto a large tree at the side. Xiao Chan sat down cross-legged and calmed himself down. He entered a state of cultivation and unleashed his aura. The surrounding wandering wild beasts did not dare to get close to him. Time passed quickly and night fell quickly. Although Xiao Chan was immersed in a state of cultivation, he still left a strand of his spiritual sense beside Leng Liusu to monitor her condition. Father, don't go. Chapter 138. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chan was sitting on a tree branch when he heard a weak murmur. He slowly descended from the tree and walked to Leng Liusu's side. Leng Liusu's pale face was covered in sweat. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together and her breathing was very rapid. It was clear that she was having a nightmare and was under a lot of pressure. Xiao Chan placed his hand on her forehead and slowly sent in a gentle stream of essence. Because Xiao Chan cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, his essence had a trace of the effects of immortal qi. After a while, Leng Liusu's expression slowly turned gentle. Her breathing slowly stabilized and her eyebrows relaxed. Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief and stopped sending in his essence. He withdrew his hand and prepared to leave. Pooh! Just as Xiao Chan released his hand, Leng Liusu grabbed it. Leng Liusu closed her eyes and seemed to be talking in her sleep. Father, don't go. Don't leave Liusu behind. Her grip was very tight. Xiao Chan blushed with shame. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Girl, you have mistaken me for someone else. Don't grab me so tightly. Xiao Chan did his best to pry her hand away. However, he discovered that if he did not use his essence, he would not be able to do so. Even if he used his essence, he was afraid of waking her up. So he could only sit down slowly. He did not dare to make any big movements. He could not even sleep or cultivate. He just stood guard at the side with his eyes wide open. The night sky was heavy in the quiet forest. One could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. Xiao Chan sat beside Leng Liusu and listened to her steady breathing. He did not move at all and felt extremely bitter. When the sky was about to brighten, Xiao Chan finally felt Leng Liusu's grip loosen a little. He quickly struggled free. Xiao Chan checked Leng Liusu's internal injuries again, and discovered that they were no longer a problem. She just needed to rest for a while. When Xiao Chan stood up, he felt his back aching. He had not slept for the entire night and was clearly fatigued. Xiao Chan patted his cheeks and looked to the east. He looked at the white sky and prepared to leave this place. You unintentionally saved my life. Now, I have saved your life and even accompanied you for a night. We are even. Xiao Chan smiled gently as he looked at Leng Liusu. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, feeling as if he had lost something. He murmured, Am I worse than a beast? You're a living example of a beautiful woman lying next to you for an entire night, yet you don't have any reaction at all. That's not right. Xiao Chan quickly retreated and looked at Leng Liusu's pretty face. He took a deep breath and quickly planted a kiss on her forehead. After that, he immediately dodged and rushed forward. Lung Liusu, who was in a deep sleep, did not react. When the sky brightened and the first ray of sunlight shone on her face, she slowly woke up. Lung Liusu opened her eyes slightly. She was not used to the piercing light. She looked at the jacket draped over her body and revealed a doubtful expression. Did someone save me? Who could it be? Before she fainted yesterday, the last image in Lung Liusu's mind was a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. She could not remember anything else. She slowly stood up and placed the jacket she was wearing to the side. In the end, she discovered that her jacket was torn beyond recognition, revealing a lot of her skin. She could not help but blush. What surprised her was that the wound on her chest had miraculously healed in just one night. The wound had already scabbed over. Although there was still some numbness, it was clear that it was no longer a problem. Furthermore, it was treated in time. It would not leave any scars in the future. Who saved me? This person should not be from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lung Liusu's heart was filled with questions. If he would definitely be by my side guarding me. Suddenly, she vaguely remembered the dream she had the night before. It seemed like she saw her deceased father appear beside her. She even held his hand and told him not to leave her. Felt like it was real. Lung Liusu took out a set of clothes from her spatial ring. After she changed, she suddenly discovered 2 bottles of medicinal pills on the ground. She bent over and picked them up. When she opened them, a dense medicinal fragrance wafted out. It was clear that these medicinal pills were of a very high grade. She picked up the slip of paper that introduced the medicinal pills and read it carefully. The suspicions in her heart grew stronger. Who was it that saved me? Furthermore, they arranged everything so meticulously. She walked around but did not discover anything. She could not help but feel disappointed. She lowered her head and leaned against the tree again. However, she was astonished to discover that there were indeed traces of someone sitting there. Furthermore, it was not for a short period of time. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was one of the 3 great sects of the Great Qin nation. It had been passed down since the Tianwu dynasty. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. In the hearts of the people of the Great Qin nation, it was a holy land. As the name suggested, this was a sect that specialized in saber techniques. The martial techniques of the sect, be it movement techniques or mental cultivation techniques, were all related to saber techniques. It was a holy land for those who studied the saber. The Misty Sword sect was in the east and west, 1 saber and 1 sword. Since ancient times, the saber and the sword had never coexisted. The 2 sects had often fought in history, but the strength of the 2 sects had always been equal, and there was no clear winner. However, in recent years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had suffered from a mysterious disaster 20 years ago. Many of the experts of the older generation in the sect had died, resulting in their strength dropping significantly. Even so, no one dared to underestimate the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had not lost the martial techniques that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. The system was still there. Sooner or later they would reach the peak. It was located in the Lingyun mountain range, one of the 4 great mountain ranges in the Great Qin nation. There were 7 large peaks on the mountain, and it was one of the places with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Great Qin nation. If a cultivator cultivated here all year round, their cultivation would advance much faster than elsewhere. Furthermore, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a perfect martial technique system and countless cultivation resources. As a result, the number of people joining the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was always full every year. At the foot of the Lingyun mountain range, there was a city no smaller than White City, called Saber City. Saber City was a city that belonged directly to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The land, shops, auction houses and exchanges all belonged to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Saber City was also known as the outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Every year, the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have 1 month to recruit disciples with outstanding talent to enter the inner sect. If one missed this 1 month, they would not have the opportunity to enter the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They could only take the test in the outer sect. There would be an opportunity to advance every half a year. Even the outer sect was not a place that just anyone could enter. Those who had not become a martial master before the age of 15 would not even have the opportunity to take the test. The threshold for the outer sect was already so high. It was easy to imagine how strict the requirements for the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were. Even so, there would still be a large number of bladesmen entering this place every year. This was already the holy land of all bladesmen. As a bladesman, if they did not go to Saber City, if they did not attempt the famous Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation, if they did not meet the famous bladesmen who lived here, it would be a great regret for them. After Xiao Chan and Leng Liusu parted for half a month, they finally arrived at the famous Saber City. Because they had been wrongly accused along the way, they had wasted a lot of time. Saber City was already in sight. There were many cultivators carrying large sabers on their backs. Some of them carried several sabers on their backs. Xiao Chan even saw a few earth-rank spirit weapons. Before he entered Saber City, he could already feel the atmosphere. The feelings of bladesmen for the saber. In this place, if you did not carry a saber, you would be embarrassed to walk on the road. This was because when Xiao Chan walked on the road empty-handed, he was looked down upon. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression. There were even some extreme bladesmen who thought that he was being disrespectful to Saber City. Their gazes revealed killing intent. Xiao Chan felt very depressed. For the sake of convenience in combat, Xiao Chan did not equip the Lunar Shadow Saber with a scabbard. If he took out the Lunar Shadow Saber now, it would be too inconvenient. In the end, Xiao Chan could not stand the gazes of this group of people. He prepared to equip the Lunar Shadow Saber with a scabbard before entering Saber City. Before entering the city, he was already being looked down upon. If he entered the city, he was afraid that someone would challenge him to a duel. On the two sides of Saber City, there were countless weapon shops. There were several sabers placed in front of these weapon shops. Xiao Chan asked around and found out that as long as one was strong enough to pick up one of these sabers, they would be able to obtain the saber for free. When Xiao Chan heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "This is interesting. I wonder how many sabers I can pick up with my physical strength." However, Xiao Chan did not have the time or interest to do so. He casually walked into a weapon shop and looked around. The shop only had sabers. There were no other weapons. There were all sorts of sabers. Horse-chopping sabers, horizontal sabers, padeos, long sabers, thick sabers, and some sabers that Xiao Chan did not know the names of. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chan. What was even more surprising was that these sabers all had some moonstone in them. They were all spirit weapons. There were even some profound rank spirit weapons. This was truly shocking. An ordinary shop outside of Saber City actually had so many spirit weapons for sale. Here spirit weapons were like goods sold at street stalls. There were not many people in the shop. Business was very quiet. Xiao Chan looked around for a while and an idea popped up in his mind. There were so many spirit weapons here. If he casually bought a few and sold them, he would be able to make a huge profit. Xiao Chan looked at the shop owner and asked, "Boss, how much are the sabers here?" The shop owner was an old man in his 70s. His skinny face was filled with wrinkles, but he did not look lethargic. He gave off a very spirited feeling. The old man sized up Xiao Chan and smiled warmly. "You have not obtained the qualifications to enter the outer sect, right? In that case, you do not have the qualifications to purchase them." Xiao Chan was stunned. He did not expect there to be such a rule. He felt like he had been seen through. He smiled awkwardly. "I wonder if I can customize a scabbard?" The old man smiled. "That is possible. Take out your saber and let me take a look." This old man's attitude was very gentle, making people feel at ease. Xiao Chan did not hesitate and took out the Lunar Shadow Saber and handed it over to the old man. The old man held the Lunar Shadow Saber in his hand and gently caressed it. His expression did not change as he smiled gently. "This is a good saber. I have not seen such a saber in many years. The arc of the saber is somewhere between a katana and a horizontal saber. The control of the flow is near perfect." Chapter 139. It takes into account both the strength and beauty of the saber. It is close to 2 meters long. Without a certain level of skill, one would not dare to forge this saber. It should be the work of a famous person. It has the style of the Haotian sect. Xiao Chan was surprised. He did not expect this old man to be able to guess so much just from the saber. However, the Haotian sect had already become a taboo topic. If this old man wanted to test him, Xiao Chan might get into trouble. "Senior must be joking. The Hautian sect has already been destroyed for such a long time. How could my saber have the style of the Hautian sect? Xiao Chun denied. The old man handed the lunar shadow saber to Xiao Chun and smiled faintly. Young man, don't be in a rush to deny anything. I have not confirmed anything yet. You need to remain calm so that you can hide yourself better. If you are in a rush to deny it, you will be exposed even faster. Although the Hautian sect was destroyed, the number of weapons they passed down is still very large. You don't have to worry about this. This old man does not care about these things. Xiao Chun was startled. He received the lunar shadow saber and looked at the old man's warm smile again. He felt a chill run down his spine. He was unfathomable. He smiled embarrassedly. Many thanks for senior's teachings. I wonder how long this scabbard will take to complete? It is just a smelly old man. It is just that he has lived for a long time. Cannot be said to be teachings. I have a ready-made scabbard for your saber. After the old man spoke, he took out a dusty scabbard from the cabinet and wiped it gently. The old man's expression was very solemn. It was as though it was not a scabbard but something he loved the most. After a while, an extremely ancient-looking scabbard appeared before Xiao Chun in its entirety. Xiao Chun received the scabbard. He shook it and the lunar shadow saber entered the scabbard perfectly. The lunar shadow saber instantly disappeared after it entered the scabbard. If not for Xiao Chun holding it in his hand, he would not have been able to feel its existence. The old man revealed a smile. Xiao Chun's face was filled with shock. How could this be a coincidence? This scabbard was simply made for the lunar shadow saber. There was nothing strange about it at all. It was like it had been waiting there quietly for countless years, waiting for the lunar shadow saber to arrive. Xiao Chun recovered from his shock. Although he felt strange, he was very satisfied with this scabbard. He asked, "How much is this scabbard worth?" 10 inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun was stunned for a while. Then he smiled and said, "Senior, did you say it wrong or did I hear it wrong? 10 inferior grade spirit stones is enough to purchase a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. How can a scabbard be so expensive? Don't you think it's not worth it?" "Young man, this price is really not expensive at all. Feel it carefully. Don't you feel anything different?" The old man's expression did not change at all. He had a faint smile on his face as he spoke indifferently. Xiao Chun thought hatefully, "This guy is really old and cunning. It's like he's going to eat me alive." Although 10 inferior grade spirit stones was not much to Xiao Chun, it was not something he could casually take out. He had only obtained 20 inferior grade spirit stones from Yan Qianyun's body. In the end, Xiao Chun still handed the 10 inferior grade spirit stones to him. He really liked this scabbard and did not want to miss it. "Young man, since the saber is already sheathed, don't casually draw it out. If anyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion finds out that you possess the Thunder King's inheritance, you will die a miserable death." When Xiao Chun, who had already reached the door, heard this, he suddenly stopped. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he slowly turned around. There was a trace of killing intent in Xiao Chun's eyes as he stared at the smiling old man. His right hand grasped the saber hilt, preparing to draw it at any moment. "Old man, you seem to know too much." Xiao Chun focused all his attention on the old man. His heart was filled with shock. The Thunder King's inheritance was his greatest secret. This secret was even more important than the Blue Dragon martial spirit. The Thunder King had made too many enemies in his life. In his later years, he mysteriously disappeared and finally fell. This left too many questions for the future generations. This old man only took a glance at the lunar shadow saber and discovered Xiao Chun's identity. This was truly shocking. If the secret of him possessing the Thunder King's inheritance was exposed, he would not be strong enough and he did not have an invincible backer. It would not be that he did not have a place in the great Qin nation. The entire world would kill him for his treasures. The experts of the older generation would not be able to resist the temptation to make a move. Facing Xiao Chun's undisguised killing intent, the old man's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, it seems like you do not respect the old and cherish the young. This is not good." Dang! As soon as the old man finished speaking, the doors in the shop swayed and closed. The moment the doors closed, The space in the shop instantly darkened. Xiao Chun looked around and was horrified to discover that the surrounding shelves seemed to have disappeared. When he looked around, there was only a boundless darkness. He could not see the end. Kase! Xiao Chun drew his saber and a cold light flashed on the pitch-black blade of the lunar shadow saber. There was a flash of saber light as he executed drawing the saber. Xiao Chun leaped into the air. He decided to make the first move and attack the old man. The old man's expression did not change as he stood in front of him. However, Xiao Chun felt that the distance between him and the old man was worlds apart. Xiao Chun maintained his posture in the air, holding his saber and leaping into the air. It was like he had crossed a great distance. However, the distance between him and the old man did not close at all. The old man was clearly in front of Xiao Chun, but it felt like he was even further away than the horizon, as if there was no end. This place actually materialized a small world. Furthermore, it was a small world that could be controlled. When Xiao Chun saw the old man's expressionless face, he was extremely astonished. Could this old man be a sage? Go out and calm down. In the future, you have to learn to respect the old and cherish the young. The old man waved his long sleeves gently and an irresistible force pushed Xiao Chun back. Xiao Chun's speed was extremely fast. The sound of the wind whistled in his ears. Bang! It was as if Xiao Chun had traversed through countless planes. With a loud boom, he landed on the ground. When he raised his head to take a look, he discovered himself. When he looked up, he discovered that he was lying on the street. There were people coming and going around him looking at Xiao Chun strangely. After being looked at like a fool, Xiao Chun quickly got up and checked his body. He discovered that he was not injured at all. It was clear that the old man had held back. Materializing a small world and grasping the laws of space, these were abilities that only sages could have. Was that old man really a sage? Xiao Chun felt that it was impossible. This was because the aura that this old man gave him was not much stronger than Ing Yu's. At best, he was only a martial monarch. He was definitely not a martial sage. Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and closed his eyes. He extended his spiritual sense into the old man's shop. A strong aura appeared in his mind. After a while, Xiao Chun discovered the source of that aura. It was a rectangular wooden box in the shop. When Xiao Chun tried to extend his spiritual sense into the wooden box, he discovered a formless barrier blocking his spiritual sense. Xiao Chun did not give up and tried a few more times. However, he failed every time. Finally, he focused his spiritual sense on the old man's body. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. He discovered an incomparably shocking phenomenon. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun muttered to himself, "This person does not have a martial spirit in his body." However, the aura he gave off clearly indicated that he was once a martial king expert. If that was the case, there could only be one reason. This expert had been severely injured by someone. His martial spirit was destroyed, and he became a cripple. Even so, Xiao Chun was still fearful of the old man. If that wooden box did not contain a complete holy weapon, it would be a king-grade attack-type secret treasure. Within the shop, the old man was an undefeatable existence. Xiao Chun shook his head. Since the old man did not have any ill intentions, there was no need for him to continue pestering him. After turning around and leaving, Xiao Chun still could not calm down. There are so many shops outside of Saber City. Could there be such experts hidden in all of them? With this thought in mind, Xiao Chun unknowingly walked into another shop. The owner of the shop was a middle-aged man. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up like torches as he stared at this person. He wanted to see if there was anything different about him. "Little brother, are you looking to buy something?" The middle-aged man asked with a trembling voice after being stared at by Xiao Chun. Hearing this, Xiao Chun recovered his wits. He felt that it was a pity. This person was really just an ordinary shop owner. There was nothing special about him. However, how should he answer the shop owner's question? That was a problem. After all, he already knew that the spirit weapons here would not be sold to outsiders. Xiao Chun thought for a while and decided to ask about Leng Tianyue. After all, he had already committed a heinous crime by assassinating Leng Liusu. He asked in a probing manner, "I want to ask around. Did anything big happen in Saber City recently?" The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Chun meaningfully and said, If you want to talk about big things, there are big things happening in Saber City every day. There is nothing strange about that. However, something startling did happen a few days ago. The shop owner stopped talking. Xiao Chun understood tacitly and handed over a banknote. The shop owner received it and casually glanced at it. He discovered it was a banknote for 10,000 silver taels. The shop owner could not help but reveal a joyful expression. He beamed with joy and said, "A few days ago, the first young master of Lingyun Mountain Range's Tanyue Peak, Lang Tanyue, returned from outside and barged into the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation. Indeed, it was about Lung Tianyue." Xiao Chan could not help but ask out of curiosity, why did he go to the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation? The shop owner chuckled and said, "Why? Of course it was to draw the saber. There is a rumor in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that has been passed down for thousands of years. As long as one barges into the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation and draws the subdivine weapon, they can immediately become the pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Then did he draw it? Xiao Chun asked interestedly. He did not expect there to be such a thing in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was very surprising. If someone from the Misty Sword sect managed to draw this saber, would they become the pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Just thinking about it was interesting. The middle-aged boss sighed and said, "That's a secondary heavenly weapon, second only to heavenly weapons in the world. It can split mountains and rocks, shake the sky, and even sages have to avoid it. How can it be pulled out so easily?" Furthermore, the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation has 81 small formations. They are all interconnected, forming a large formation. It has existed since the ancient era. If one wants to pass through it, not only does one need a cultivation realm, they also need an understanding of saber techniques. Chapter 140. How could he, a peak martial grand master, barge in? He was trapped in the 7th formation and was eventually rescued by his father. Xiao Chen's interest was completely piqued. He quickly asked, "Then what happened after that?" The boss was somewhat confused about what happened after that. He said, "I only heard about what happened after that. Lung Tianyue seemed to have done something wrong. His father wanted to lock him up. In the end, he crippled his own cultivation and took the initiative to lock himself up in Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Saber Prison." When he heard this news, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not know why Lung Tianyue locked him up in Saber Prison, it was good enough that he did not have to meet him. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chun headed straight for Saber City. After a while, he arrived at the city gates and started to pay the entrance tax. The method of paying the entrance tax here made Xiao Chun feel astonished. The amount of the tax was actually determined by the weight of the saber the cultivator was carrying. No matter how many sabers you had, no matter what grade they were, how heavy they were, you would have to pay the tax. The saber itself weighs 85 kilograms. The scabbard weighs 70 kilograms. In total, it weighs 155 kilograms. Little brother, you have to pay 1155 silver taels as entrance tax. The two cultivators guarding the gates removed Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber from the scale. They smiled as they spoke to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun sweated profusely in his heart. This was extraordinarily expensive. When he saw a brother carrying 7 sabers on his back, he felt even more depressed. He had to pay 10,000 silver taels. However, Xiao Chun still had to pay up. He had no other choice. After he paid up, he left. After paying, the guards asked Xiao Chen a few questions and recorded his place of birth, name and age. After that, they handed a form to Xiao Chen and said, "Go to the side and make an identity token. In the future, you will not have to pay the entrance tax when entering Saber City with this identity token." Xiao Chen smiled gently. "Fortunately, I don't have to pay every time. Otherwise, I would have to deduct all of my assets." The processing of the identity card was relatively simple. After handing in the form and waiting for half an hour, the other party delivered a wooden card. The front side of the card was engraved with Xiao Chen's information, and the back side was engraved with a long saber and a mountain peak. After tying the wooden token to his waist, Xiao Chun finally entered the famous Saber City. The streets of the city were densely packed with cultivators carrying sabers. An arena could be seen every few hundred meters, and every arena was crowded with people. It was very lively. The martial heaven continent's love for martial arts had reached its pinnacle. Aside from being filled with bladesmen and having many arenas, Saber City was not much different from other cities. Xiao Chun inquired about the location of the city lord's mansion, and quickly walked towards it. The city lord of Saber City was appointed by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He managed the entire outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The position of the city lord in the sect was second only to those peak masters. He also had a seat in the Elders' Assembly. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, Xiao Chun handed the recommendation letter that Feng Feishue gave him to the guard. The red recommendation letter had the Feng clan seal and emblem on it, as well as Feng Feishue's signature. The guard's eyes were pretty good. He was able to tell the authenticity of the recommendation letter very quickly. He told Xiao Chun to wait for a while he went to report the matter. Not long after, that person quickly ran over. He smiled apologetically and said, "Brother, the city lord is currently meeting with an important guest. You might have to wait for a while. Come with me to the side hall to rest first." The attitude of the city lord's mansion was very humble. Xiao Chun did not feel that he was an important person. He smiled faintly and followed the person into the city lord's mansion with a relaxed expression. After passing through a few courtyards and gardens, Xiao Chun was brought to the side hall. The guard immediately took his leave, leaving Xiao Chun there alone. Xiao Chun waited for a long time. In the reception hall of the city lord's mansion, Saber City's city lord, Gu Yunbin, sat on a wooden chair. Separated by a tea table was an old man. He looked at Xiao Chun's recommendation letter with an unhappy expression. Behind the two of them stood a youth about 16 or 17 years old. He carried a saber on his back and had a gloomy expression on his face. Occasionally, there would be a trace of hostility in his eyes. The old man placed the recommendation letter on the table and faced Gu Yunbin. He said in a deep voice, "Old Gu, we already agreed on this a week ago. Why did you change your mind at the last minute?" Gu Yunbin smiled faintly. "Old Zhang, don't make things difficult for me. Why don't you take a look at who gave me the recommendation letter? There is Miss Feng's signature on it. I can't not give Miss Feng face." The Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Feng clan have worked together for hundreds of years. They are the ones who provide the materials for the spirit weapons and battle armor in and out of the city. The most important thing is that they are the ones who handle the spirit stones produced by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Feng clan has the authority to recommend people. It was not me who said it, it was the previous pavilion master who said it. Furthermore, this old man also owes Miss Feng a favor. This time I can return it to her. When old Zhang heard this, he took out a jade bottle with a flip of his palm. He gently opened the bottle cap and a dense medicinal fragrance instantly spread out. When one smelled it, they felt refreshed and refreshed. Gu Yunbin's expression changed slightly. He asked, "Old Zhang, is this the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill?" Old Zhang revealed a proud expression and said indifferently, "That's right. It is the rank 7 Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. After consuming it, it can extend one's lifespan by 20 years. Originally, I intended to give it to old Gu after the matter was over." Gu Yunbin smiled bitterly and said, "Old Zhang, why do you have to do this? With your grandson's talent, as long as he stays in the outer sect for half a year, he will definitely have the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Furthermore, this old man will definitely take care of him. There will be no lack of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and martial techniques." Old Zhang looked at the youth beside him and said, "There is no need to say much about year's talent. However, half a year is too long. He has already wasted 16 years. I do not wish for him to waste any more time." Gu Yunbin got up and started pacing around the hall. He had a conflicted expression on his face. After a while, he finally made up his mind. He said, "I will think of a way. First, I will set up a mission to test this person. If this person does not have any ability, then forget it. If he cannot pass, I will arrange for him to enter the outer sect first. The spot in Tianyue Peak will be reserved for your son. Wait here for a while." After Gu Yunbin spoke, he headed to the side hall. After Gu Yunbin left, old Zhang immediately got up and went to the door. He called an old man over and explained the situation to him. Finally, he instructed, "I do not wish for anything unexpected to happen. Whether Zhang Yi can enter the inner sect of Heavenly Saber Pavilion will affect the position of our Zhang clan in Yunyang City for the next few hundred years. When that person comes out later, keep an eye on him. If he does not complete it, then it is fine. However, if he does, you should know what to do, right? This old man was a medial grade martial saint. After he heard it, he said indifferently, "Clan head, please rest assured. There will not be any problems with such a small matter." In the side hall, just as Xiao Chen's patients ran out, there was the sound of footsteps. The door to the side hall opened and an old man over 70 years old walked in with great strides. As he walked, he gave off an imposing aura. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and was actually unable to sense the strength of this person. It was like his spiritual sense had sunk into the vast ocean. It was unfathomable. He could not help but feel astonished. When Gu Yunbin saw Xiao Chen, he smiled gently and said, my apologies. I have something to do and have made little brother wait. Please don't take offense." As he spoke, he sized up Xiao Chen. When his gaze landed on Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen felt like he had been completely seen through. He could no longer keep any secrets. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. He had just seen a fake sage. This situation was nothing compared to what he had seen earlier. Xiao Chen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. He said respectfully, "Greetings, senior. As a junior, there is no harm in waiting." Gu Yunbin nodded to himself. Although Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial master, he was able to remain calm and courteous under Gu Yunbin's aura. This was quite rare. Gu Yunbin gestured for Xiao Chen to sit down. He smiled and said, "This old man is Gu Yunbin. If you do not mind, you can call me Old Gu. I have not asked for little brother's name yet." Yichan, Yi as in leaves, Chen as in birth. Yichan was Xiao Chen's current alias. The name Xiao Chen was currently wanted by the Yin clan, even in Shihe province. It was not good to use it directly. Gu Yunbin said politely again, "Yichan, I have seen Miss Feng's recommendation letter. Her words speak highly of you. I will definitely give Miss Feng face. However, the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is the backbone of the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It cannot be mixed in. I will have to test your strength in the end." Xiao Chen thought very quickly. He muttered, "Old Gu, if you have something to say, just say it. Yichan is not a pretentious person." When Gu Yunbin heard this, he was stunned. He smiled and said, "It has been a long time since a junior dared to speak to me like this. In that case, I will say it directly. I have a mission for you. If you can pass it, I will give you a chance to enter the inner sect. If you cannot, then go to the outer sect and temper yourself first. How about that?" Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. He had missed the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Originally, he had intended to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion through the outer sect. It was only because of Feng Feishua's recommendation letter that he had this opportunity. Even if he could not pass it, there was no loss. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen agreed to Gu Yunbin's request under his somewhat surprised gaze. He did not try to bargain at all. Gu Yunbin smiled and said, "I am gratified that you have such a mentality. However, I hope you do not get careless. The difficulty of the mission I am giving you is the same as the outer sect's end-of-year exam. The back door I open for you will only save you half a year. Kill a rank 5 spirit beast at will in the Evil Wind Valley outside the city. In order to prevent cheating, bring the spirit beast's corpse back. I will check it personally." After Gu Yunbin spoke, he handed Xiao Chen some information about the Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chen received it and did not look at it on the spot. He immediately took his leave and left the city lord's residence. After Xiao Chen found an independent courtyard in Saber City, he started to look through the information that Gu Yunbin handed him carefully. Evil Wind Valley was located to the west of Saber City. The cold chi there was extremely heavy. Most of the spirit beasts there were ice attributed. It was a place where the outer sect disciples would temper themselves. A rank 5 spirit beast was equivalent to a human martial saint. Aside from their intelligence and agility being slightly lower than humans, their pure strength could only be higher. After Xiao Chen took a look, he tossed the information onto the table. There was very little information, it was not very helpful. Chapter 141. With Xiao Chen's strength as a superior grade martial master, It would be extremely difficult for him to kill a rank 5 spirit beast. His chances of success were close to 0. Is the threshold of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect really that high? Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He had some doubts in his heart. If he were to carry out such a mission, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as having a 90% chance of survival. Xiao Chun sighed and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. With a huangdang sound, he slowly drew the saber. A cold light flashed on the pitch-black blade. The sharp blade could slice through hair. Xiao Chun gently stroked the blade of the saber. A pretty figure appeared in his mind. He thought of everything that person had done for him. His gaze slowly turned resolute as he muttered, "No matter the reason you sealed yourself, I will do my best to wake you up. I will not make you cry again in this lifetime. Even if I have to give up my life, I will not hesitate. This is a promise." From the moment he held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King, he had to keep this promise for life. Kasie. Xiao Chun sheathed the lunar shadow saber once again. He took out the Dragon Seizing Hands manual that he obtained from Yin Qinyun's body from the Universe Ring and started reading it. This was an Earth-ranked martial technique that required an inherited martial spirit to learn. It was similar to Xiao Qin's Dragon Subduing Slash. However, Xiao Chun had the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. An inherited martial spirit would not be a hindrance to him. In a situation where a heaven-ranked martial technique did not appear, an Earth-ranked martial technique was definitely the strongest martial technique in the world. Furthermore, an inherited Earth-ranked martial technique from a noble clan with an innate bloodline would be even stronger. This Dragon Seizing Hands was much stronger than the ancient martial technique that Xiao Chun obtained in the Ancient Remnant. Xiao Chun looked at it carefully for half a night and comprehended something in his heart. Pusi. Xiao Chun suddenly made his move. He circulated the changing character formula and the Dragon Seizing Hands at the same time. Xiao Chun shouted and smashed his right hand forward. A giant black hand appeared, and with a bang, the stone table in the courtyard was smashed into pieces. The stone fragments danced wildly in the air and shot out. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and revealed a faint smile on his face. Using the Battle Sage Origin to evolve it was indeed more efficient and easier to succeed. In the courtyard, Xiao Chun started to experiment continuously. Aside from the Dragon Seizing Hand, there was also Ji Chongkong's Astral Sword Technique, Hua Yunfei's Bloody Massacre Sword Technique, and Duan Yiking's Inherited Martial Technique. They were all modified using the changing character formula. In the end, he discovered that although he could execute these martial techniques after trying them a few times, they exhausted too much essence. He could not easily execute them. Only this Dragon Seizing Hand, with a martial technique in hand and a clear understanding of its circulation path, would require less essence to execute. Such a martial technique had value in actual combat. After his essence was exhausted, Xiao Chen did not enter a state of cultivation to absorb spiritual energy. Instead, he took out an inferior-grade spirit stone and absorbed it completely. His essence instantly returned to its peak state. After Xiao Chun completely absorbed the energy in the spirit stone, the pool of clear water in his dantian grew noticeably larger. This was a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "No wonder everyone likes spirit stones. This thing is very useful to cultivators. Furthermore, it does not have any side effects. In the future, I have to absorb one every day. I can't just leave it lying around." Only a person like Xiao Chun, who wanted to gain something without risking anything, would say such words without feeling any heartache. Even the disciples of noble clans would not dare to be so extravagant. After Xiao Chun recovered his spiritual energy, he continued practicing the Dragon Seizing Hand. His spiritual energy was completely exhausted. Xiao Chun directly used the spirit stone to recover his essence, not wasting any time at all. After a while, when Xiao Chun had used the Dragon Seizing Hand a few hundred times, he discovered some small tricks that he did not know about in other martial techniques. When the huge hand attacked the enemy, he could make the huge hand move accordingly. This way its might would be even stronger. After discovering this trick, Xiao Chun was incomparably excited. He practiced from sunrise until the sky turned dark. Xiao Chun could use the Dragon Seizing Hand skillfully. He made a clenched fist motion, retracting and releasing it effortlessly. Aside from the changing character formula, The main reason why Xiao Chan was able to reach such a level in one day was because of the pile of spirit stones on the ground that no longer had any luster. The spirit stones that Yan Qinyun originally needed to use for half a year were used up by Xiao Chan in one day. It was unknown what expression Yan Qinyun would have if he knew about this. As the sun rose in the east, Xiao Chan woke up from his deep sleep. After washing up, Xiao Chan took out the horn of the infant golden lion that he had obtained in Savage Forest and started carving it. Xiao Chan did not dare to be careless when challenging a martial saint spirit beast. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan decided to carve the Golden Lion King sculpture. Without Yu Ying's dragon qi, the might of Princess Yu's sculpture would be much lower. On the other hand, if Xiao Chan used the Golden Lion horn to carve the Golden Lion King, it would be much easier to control. This time he was not as rushed as the previous time. He could only carve as he walked. Xiao Chan was very meticulous in his carving. The fine hairs on the surface of the sculpture could be seen clearly. After a while, a lifelike Golden Lion King sculpture was completed. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and placed it in his universe ring. Then he took out an ink bottle and poured the blood of the golden holy beast into it. Then he gently sliced his palm, allowing the essence blood in his body to merge with it. Xiao Chan wanted to carve a new talisman. Under the situation where his cultivation realm had not increased, he could only increase the quality of the materials in order to increase the might of the talisman. The Golden Lion King contained the bloodline of an ancient golden holy beast. It was much stronger than the blood of a regular spirit beast. If he used it to carve a new talisman, its might would definitely increase by half. After the essence blood and the golden holy beast's blood were completely merged together, Xiao Chan took out a brush and paper. He focused all his attention and started to carve stroke by stroke. A faint golden light spread out from the tip of the brush. Xiao Chan drew very slowly, but he did not pause at all. As he moved up and down, it was very natural. The connection was perfect. In the end, he completed it in one breath. He successfully inscribed a rank 3 lightning-attributed talisman. After wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiao Chan took a deep breath. Carving talismans was the most tiring thing. When one was highly focused, one could not afford to be careless. If one was not steady, the talisman would immediately go to waste. Furthermore, this would exhaust a lot of essence. Xiao Chan rested for a while before continuing to carve. He continued to carve more than 20 talismans in a row. His luck was not good for the last few. Most of them failed. His success rate was only 50%. After the essence in his body was completely exhausted, Xiao Chan took out an inferior grade spirit stone. After a while, essence immediately filled his entire body. The clear spring in his dantian swelled up again. He was now a peak superior grade martial master. As long as Xiao Chan was willing, he could become a martial grandmaster at any time. This was the wondrous use of spirit stones. After everything was prepared, Xiao Chan quickly walked out of the city. He removed the wooden token from his waist and showed it to the guards at the city gates. There were no obstructions as he left the city. Evil Wind Valley was a very suitable place for outer disciples to train. There were many outer disciples forming groups at the western city gates. A few of them even invited Xiao Chan to go with them. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and rejected them. His mission could only be completed by himself. If there were other injuries on the spirit beast's corpse, he would fail the mission. There were many people going to Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chan casually chose a group and followed behind. He did not have to worry about losing his way. Everyone moved very quickly. They arrived outside of Evil Wind Valley in an hour. What made Xiao Chan somewhat surprised was that the outside of Evil Wind Valley was different from what he had imagined. The outside was like a marketplace. There were stalls set up everywhere. The stalls were very simple. There was a layer of ragged cloth on the ground. All sorts of herbs, spirit beasts, spirit cores, and flesh were displayed on the cloth. These people were all wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer disciples. Occasionally, there would be peddlers coming over to haggle. The scene was very bustling and noisy, selling the most complete map of Evil Wind Valley. The locations of all sorts of spirit beasts and herbs are marked. The lowest price here, definitely the lowest price here. A loud shout attracted Xiao Chen's attention. A map of Evil Wind Valley. Coincidentally, this was something he urgently needed. Xiao Chen walked over unhurriedly. He did not reveal any signs of impatience. This was a small trick when buying things. One must not let the other party see through one's true intentions. The stall owner was a young man wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer disciples. When he saw Xiao Chun, he quickly greeted him warmly. Xiao Chun took the map from him and looked at it carefully. After a while he asked, "Why is there no mark on this map of the location of a rank 5 spirit beast?" The young stall owner smiled and said, "You should be new here. There are no fixed locations for rank 5 spirit beasts in Evil Wind Valley. Furthermore, no outer disciple would dare to provoke a rank 5 spirit beast. Isn't that just seeking death?" The outer disciples would not provoke a rank 5 spirit beast. Why was it different from what Gu Yunbin said? Xiao Chun put down the map and asked, "Didn't you say that the end-of-year exam for outer disciples is to kill a rank 5 spirit beast?" The stall owner revealed an astonished expression. "How can that be? The end-of-year exam is normally based on the number of rank 4 spirit beasts you kill. Once you reach a certain standard, you will pass. This number changes every year, depending on the spirit beast. However, no matter how much it changes, I have never heard of any end-of-year exam requiring you to kill a rank 5 spirit beast. Isn't that just sending yourself to death? Even if it is an inner disciple, if they meet a rank 5 spirit beast, the sect instructs them to stay as far away as possible." "Old bastard, you actually dared to lie to me," Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. He had not expected that this Gu Yunbin, who looked like a senior expert, would actually come up with such a vicious plan trying to kill him. "Brother, I think you might have been tricked by someone. The strength of a rank 5 spirit beast is comparable to a martial saint. How could we be a match for it? I advise you not to act rashly," that person said out of goodwill. Xiao Chun's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "I was just speaking casually. Thank you for the reminder, brother. I am called Yi Chun. May I know your name?" "Lu Chun, an outer disciple of Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiao Chun looked around at the other stall owners who were also outer disciples. He asked, "Brother Lu Chun, why are there so many people setting up stalls outside of Evil Wind Valley? Why are they doing business instead of cultivating?" Chapter 142. Lu Chun smiled bitterly and said, "The treatment an outer disciple receives is only 1 spirit stone and 1,000 silver taels. It is not enough for cultivation. Furthermore, the competition is too intense. Everyone wants to enter the inner sect. Without enough money, it is impossible to maintain the status quo." Xiao Chun was deep in thought. This was probably the tragedy of a loose cultivator. If he had not been fortunate enough to rob a few noble clan disciples of their belongings, he might have to set up a stall like these people. Suddenly Lu Chun said, "Brother Yi, actually, if you really want to find a rank 5 spirit beast, there are a few places on this map that you can definitely find." "What places?" Xiao Chun's interest was piqued. He still had to kill this rank 5 spirit beast. After all, he had made so many preparations. He could not return empty-handed. Lu Chun pointed to a spot on the map that was marked with a rank 5 herb. "This is where the rank 5 herb Yubing grass is located. If you continue forward, you will find the rank 6 herb, ice crystal flower. There will definitely be rank 5 spirit beasts guarding this rank 6 herb. There are also here and here." When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but smile. The highest ranked herb on this map was only rank 5. It looked like this Lu Chun was hiding something. "Excuse me for being nosy. I wonder why Brother Xiao Chun wants to know about rank 5 spirit beasts?" Lu Chun could clearly feel that Xiao Chun was only a superior grade martial master. If he met a rank 5 spirit beast, he would not have any chance of surviving. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "Nothing much, I was just asking casually. How much is the map? I'll buy it." Seeing that Xiao Chun was unwilling to speak, Lu Chun tactfully did not continue asking. "The map is very cheap, 200 silver taels." 200 silver taels for a map and you call it not expensive? You must be treating me like a fool. With such a small amount of money, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to bargain. After he ransacked the Jiang clan's treasury, aside from the 20 million gold taels he spent on the Flying Snow Manor, there was still another 10 million gold taels and all sorts of spirit weapons and medicinal pills left in Xiao Chun's hands. Lu Chun took out a banknote worth 1,000 silver taels from the universe ring, and took the map. When he saw the spatial ring on Xiao Chun's hand, An undetectable look of greed flashed in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. The smile on his face did not change as he returned the remaining money to Xiao Chun. He said enthusiastically, "I wish Brother Xiao Chun a good harvest. Let's continue working together in the future." When Xiao Chun was far away, he looked at Xiao Chun's back and did not hide the greed in his eyes. He quickly put away his stall and smiled at the people who came to take a look. "Everyone, I'm sorry. I will not be doing business today." Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Lu Chun quickly left. He ran to the outskirts of Evil Wind Valley, to a desolate forest. In the forest, there were a few youths wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect disciples. There was a corpse lying in front of them. "Boss, this fellow is a pauper. He only has 2,000 silver taels on him. Furthermore, it is broken silver. The medicinal pills he has are all trash rank 2 medicinal pills," someone cursed. The person leading the group was called Zhang Tuesday. He was an inferior grade martial grandmaster. He had an unfriendly expression on his face as he said in a sullen voice, "There are still a few more months to the end of the year. If I do not advance to medial grade martial grandmaster, I will not be able to enter the inner sect." These people were all Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect disciples. They were loose cultivators. For the sake of cultivation resources, they would frequently ambush lone cultivators in Evil Wind Valley. Sometimes they would even attack their own sect members. When Zhang Tu saw Lu Chun running over in a panic, he said unhappily, "What are you doing? Running for your life? Why are you running so fast?" Lu Chun panicked and quickly told Zhang Tu what he had seen earlier. Zhang Tu revealed an expression of deep thought. He said, "Are you sure he is alone? There is a spatial ring on his hand. He should be the young master of a large clan. How can he be alone?" Lu Chun nodded and said, "I am absolutely sure. Furthermore, this person seems to be new. He does not know anything and asked a lot of strange questions. His cultivation seems to be only peak superior grade martial grandmaster. To be able to spend 1,000 silver taels on a whim, this person is definitely not poor. Furthermore, he does not care about the price of his items. He is definitely a spendthrift from a young age. Boss, let's do it," someone at the side said with a gleam in his eyes when he heard Lu Chen's words. "Indeed, he is a superior grade martial grandmaster. Boss, you can deal with him alone. Furthermore, the few of us are at least medial grade martial grandmasters. There will not be any problems. Indeed, it is not like boss has not done it before. This person might even have spirit stones on him. Boss, you still have to continue." Zhang Tu revealed an uncertain expression. His rationality told him that something was wrong. A superior grade martial grandmaster going to inquire about a rank 5 spirit beast was definitely not simple. However, the greed in his heart was like a flood, slowly breaking his rationality. When he heard the word spirit stones, the greed in Zhang Tu's heart overcame his rationality. He consoled himself by saying, "No matter what, he is only a superior grade martial grandmaster." After he made up his mind, he said, "Lu Chun, you should have left some medicinal powder on that person, right?" Lu Chun chuckled, "That is for sure. I have already smeared some medicinal powder on the map. I can find that person at any time." When one was outside, the human heart was unfathomable. One should not expose one's wealth. This was a very simple principle, especially in the Tianwu continent. The battles between humans were much more bloody than those between animals. One had to pay even more attention to it. It was not that Xiao Chun did not understand this principle. Unfortunately, he did not have much experience and accidentally exposed himself. He thought that it was not important. However, in this Evil Wind Valley, the human heart was sinister. How could he judge others by his own standards? Evil Wind Valley was surrounded by tall mountains. It was not appropriate to call it a valley, as it was simply too big. Not only was there a forest in the valley, there was also a river flowing around it. There were strange rocks everywhere. It was vast and boundless. There were many cultivators coming and going in the valley. After they crossed a river, Xiao Chun entered the dense forest in front. The forest was very big. The crowd immediately dispersed. As Xiao Chun continued to walk forward, he saw very few people. Bai jumped out of the spirit blood jade with a joyful cry. Aside from being in the house, Xiao Chun had not let it out for the past few days. The main reason was that it was too eye-catching. Its snow-white fur was not tainted by any impurities. It also had a pair of watery eyes filled with spirituality. With one look, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Within the forest, Bai was very excited. The moment it landed on the ground, it immediately ran far away. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and ignored it. With its speed, no spirit beast would be able to catch it. However, Xiao Chun still warned it not to run too far. It was not because it was afraid of those ferocious spirit beasts, but because he was afraid of being seen by other cultivators and attracting unnecessary trouble. Xiao Chun took out the map and looked at it carefully. In the end, he decided to go to the ice crystal flowers to take a look one by one. Regardless of what Gu Binyun was thinking, he had already made so many preparations. He had to give it a try. If Gu Binyun were to play tricks on him, he would fall out with him. Within Evil Wind Valley, Zhang Tu's group was following the route that Xiao Chun took. They followed behind him unhurriedly. Occasionally, Lu Chun would sniff the air. Lu Chen's martial spirit was an ordinary dog. It was not very useful in battle, but it was very strong when it came to tracking people. This was not the first time they had used such a method. They all had relaxed expressions and did not seem to mind. "Boss, he might be going to the ice crystal flowers," Lu Chan said after sniffing the air for a while. Zhang Tu frowned slightly. His expression was somewhat gloomy. He muttered, "Could it be that he is really going to find a rank 5 spirit beast? He is just a superior grade martial master. Where does he get his confidence from?" Lu Chun, who was at the side, heard Zhang Tu's muttering. He said, "He might have some kind of secret treasure. This time he might have really caught a big fish." When Zhang Tu heard this, he went into deep thought. After a while, he said solemnly, "This should be the only reason. This brat is definitely not an ordinary superior grade martial master. We cannot follow our usual plan. Fourth brother, how many more times can you use that thing of yours?" Zhang Tu turned around and said to a skinny cultivator. That skinny cultivator took out a very ordinary piece of metal. He said in astonishment, 2 or 3 times should not be a problem. However, is there a need to use this thing to deal with a superior grade martial master? Zhang Tu took the piece of metal and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He said, "This brat is definitely not an ordinary person. You will not go wrong listening to me. I will personally make a move later. We will take a shortcut and set up an ambush. We will try to deal with him in one move and not cause any other problems." Although this map was very expensive, the locations of the spirit beasts marked on it were very accurate. Xiao Chun followed the directions on the map and successfully avoided some of the spirit beasts that lived in groups. Along the way, he only met a few wandering spirit beasts and dealt with them easily. Xiao Chun dealt with another rank 3 spirit beast blocking his way. Following the principle that even the smallest mosquito was meat, Xiao Chun extracted its spirit core and placed it in his universe ring. After everything that had happened the previous night, Xiao Chun took out the map again and looked at it carefully. At this moment, Bai came out of nowhere and leaped gently onto Xiao Chen's shoulder. When it saw the map in Xiao Chen's hand, it went over to take a look out of curiosity. "Pussy-eye." Before it got close, it sneezed. A layer of powder started to spread out from the map. Xiao Chen frowned and held his breath. He quickly threw the map in his hand to the ground. Xiao Chun took out a piece of white paper from the universe ring and collected all the dust particles one by one. The green spirit core in Xiao Chen's mind extended out along with his spiritual sense. It carefully analyzed the composition of the powder on the white paper. This green dot was a spirit core that only alchemists had. Xiao Chen had not used it for a long time already. This moment it came in handy. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun casually tossed the white paper away. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was just some powder with a special smell. Fortunately, it was not poison. If it was, he would have fallen for it already. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He picked up the map again and said indifferently, "The human heart is something that no one can understand." He extended his spiritual sense into the surroundings. As he walked, everything within 800 meters appeared in his mind. Everything appeared in his mind. A flower, a tree, and some martial artists who were fighting with the spirit beasts. None of them could escape. After a while, Xiao Chan sensed something on the path to the ice crystal flower's birth. 6 figures were hiding in the surrounding trees with a clear purpose. Lu Chen's figure was among them. Chapter 143. When the 6 people on the tree saw Xiao Chan approaching, they all became cautious. They held their breaths and became extremely quiet. Zhang Tu held the mysterious piece of metal in his hand. His palm was actually sweating. He could not help but curse in his heart. It is just a superior grade martial master. There is no need to be so nervous. His expression slowly eased up. As he watched Xiao Chan get closer, he could not help but slowly count down in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 7. Go. When he counted to 10, he tossed the piece of metal in his hand forward. The piece of metal immediately expanded with the wind. After a while it was the size of a small mountain. It pressed down on Xiao Chen's head. There was a loud rumbling sound as the piece of metal landed on the ground. The ground started to tremble, and some of the surrounding trees were toppled. Not good, Zhang Tu exclaimed. In the instant the piece of metal was about to be thrown, there was a flash of lightning. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. Ah! There was a loud miserable cry. In the quiet forest it was very horrifying. Lu Chen's body was chopped in half, and he fell from the tree. Xiao Chan stood on the tree branch and looked at the piece of metal on the ground. He was startled. Fortunately, he had sensed Lu Chen's killing intent in advance. Otherwise, if he was caught off guard, Xiao Chen would definitely fall for it. With such a big thing pressing down, even a martial saint would not feel good. Zhang Tu quickly landed on the ground and put away the piece of metal. He wanted to take it out again. However, Xiao Chen did not want to give him the chance. He leaped into the air and flew down from the tree. He turned into a blue dragon and roared angrily. A cold light flickered and a saber light appeared. Xiao Chen's figure landed in front of Zhang Tu's day. He did not hesitate to quickly draw his saber, drawing the saber. The saber created a strong wind. However, the saber light was faster than the wind. This startled Zhang Tu's day. He quickly gave up on taking out the piece of metal and quickly retreated. When Xiao Chan saw him retreat, the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. There was a clap of thunder behind him, and the electric light passed through the ground to Xiao Chen's feet. Finally, it gathered on the lunar shadow saber. In an instant, the purple light shone brightly. Xiao Chan did not even have to release the power of the demonic core in the lunar shadow saber. The electric light was already so resplendent that it was dazzling. He took a step forward, and his saber drew a long purple arc in the air. On the arc, countless electric arcs flickered, bewitching and beautiful. Zhang Tu knew that he could not avoid this arc, so he used up all his essence qi, forming an essence qi barrier around his body. He wanted to take it head-on. However, after Xiao Chan refined the Thunder Crash Saber technique, its might was much stronger than before. The essence barrier that he hastily gathered could not block it at all. Poochie! The essence barrier on Zhang Tu's chest was sliced open, and the purple light tore through his clothes. It left a long gash on the yellow ranked battle armor he was wearing. After that, it left a scarlet wound on his chest, and blood spurted out. The horrifying electric light quickly entered his body. It swept through the meridians in his body like breaking dead leaves. The essence in his body instantly turned chaotic, and he temporarily lost control of his body. Rushing heaven chop! Xiao Chan shouted, and his body soared into the sky. The saber pierced forward without any fancy moves, and in the next moment, it was going to pierce through Zhang Tu's chest. No! Zhang Tu revealed an expression of extreme horror in his eyes as he said in despair. In that instant he thought of many things. He thought of the excitement he felt when he first came to Saber City. He thought of the oath he made when he entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect. One day he would become the strongest bladesman in the world. However, all this was soon buried in the merciless reality. Those people with similar talent to him relied on the resources of their clans, and their cultivations quickly surpassed his. 1 year passed, 2 years passed. His hopes of entering the inner sect became slimmer and slimmer. He did not know when it started, but he forgot his oath and fell to his current state. Suddenly, Zhang Tu was dispirited to discover that he was about to die. In this final battle, he did not even draw his saber. He only wanted to rely on unorthodox methods to deal with a superior-grade martial master. He tried hard to control his right hand, wanting to pull out the long saber at his waist, but just as he touched the hilt. However, just as he touched the saber hilt, the lunar shadow saber pierced through the wound on Xiao Chen's chest. With a bang, his body shattered into countless pieces. The saber fell to the ground with a huangdang sound. Even when he died, he did not draw it. Xiao Chen turned around and quickly grabbed the piece of metal in the air. When the remaining 4 people saw that Xiao Chen dealt with them in an instant, the strongest among them, Zhang Tu, turned pale with fright. They turned around and ran. Dragon seizing hand. Xiao Chen shouted loudly and a huge black palm descended from the sky. With a loud bang, it smashed the 4 of them to the ground. Xiao Chen used the dragon seizing hand again. He did not move from his original position and controlled the huge black palm to form a fist with his right hand. Boom! A cultivator who was struggling to stand up was hammered down by the huge black fist. He cried out miserably and his body was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Boom! 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 There were another 3 loud sounds. The black fist carried an overwhelming force as it smashed down continuously. The huge force landed on the ground. The ground trembled continuously. The trees on both sides were swaying left and right. They swayed non-stop. After a long time they slowly stopped swaying. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and looked coldly at the 5 corpses on the ground. He searched the corpses clean and quickly left the place. The commotion earlier was too big. Many cultivators were attracted by it and were rushing over. Xiao Chen did not dare to stay any longer. Not long after Xiao Chen left, a heavenly saber pavilion outer disciple rushed over. He carried a thick saber on his back and there was a long scar on the right side of his face. This made his originally young face look very sinister. When he saw the corpses on the ground, he did not seem too shocked. Zhang Tu's corpse had already been smashed into many pieces. It looked very disgusting. Blood dyed the ground red. It was impossible to make out this person's identity. He searched the ground for a while and found a black metal medallion. Zhang Tu's name was written on the front and the words Heavenly Saber Pavilion was carved on the back. Zhang Tu was actually killed by someone in Evil Wind Valley. The scarred man read it out slowly. His eyes revealed an expression of extreme shock. There was an undetectable sorrow in the depths of his eyes. Pooh! 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 A series of footsteps could be heard. Many Heavenly Saber Pavilion outer disciples heard the commotion and rushed over. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they were greatly shocked. It's Lu Chen's group. This is their metal medallion. Very soon, someone found their identity medallion. They were all outer disciples. Naturally, they recognized Lu Chen's group. When they saw their miserable deaths, they felt fear in their hearts. An outer disciple wearing embroidered robes walked over to the scarred man. When he saw the name carved on the metal medallion, he was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "I did not expect Zhang Tu to be dead as well. I thought he had escaped. Lu Mingfei and the others, were you the one who killed them? Zhang Tu was your biggest competitor when you entered the inner sect." He looked at the scarred man with a smile that was not a smile and asked in a mocking tone. He did not care about this person at all. Zhang Tu is actually dead. Out of the 10 spots to enter the inner sect, he was one of the hot favorites. It is such a pity that he died like that. I wonder who did it. They actually killed 6 outer disciples right under the nose of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They are too courageous. They do not care about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at all. It is clear that the person who did it has a higher cultivation than Zhang Tuesday. This fellow must have met a tough opponent. He has been beating up a bird for a long time and finally got pecked by a bird. When the group of outer disciples heard the man in embroidered robes say Zhang Tu's name, they all burst into an uproar. Some shook their heads and sighed. Some rejoiced in their hearts. With this, they would have one less opponent for the year-end exam. The treatment of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner disciples was much better than that of the outer disciples. Just the spirit stones they received every month was 10 times that of the outer disciples. Furthermore, they had the opportunity to receive personal guidance from a martial king. They could also choose all sorts of high-ranked martial techniques and superior-grade medicinal pills. The mountain range was filled with spiritual energy. It was not something that Saber City could compare to. However, there were only 10 outer disciples who could enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion every year. This resulted in intense competition in the outer sect. When the many cultivators present heard the news of Zhang Tu's death, they all rejoiced in their hearts. Lu Mingfei stood up and grasped the metal medallion tightly. He looked at the youth in embroidered robes beside him and said coldly, "Yan Tunjing, you better pray that you are not in the same group as me during the year-end exam. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you." After Lu Mingfei said this, he left with large strides. Yan Tunjing looked at Lu Mingfei's back and mocked. "Just a commoner's disciple and he wants to fight with me for the right to enter the inner sect? Wishful thinking." On the other side, in a forest, Xiao Chan casually laid down a small, one-time use illusion formation. Then, he carefully studied the metal medallion in his hand. This metal medallion could actually grow with the wind. It instantly became the size of a small mountain. It was very similar to the growing soil that Yu the Great used to control the flood in ancient times. Could this be a secret treasure? Xiao Chan asked suspiciously as he looked at the metal medallion in his hand. However, when he extended his spiritual sense, Xiao Chan could not feel any formation patterns or Taoist rhymes on it. There was no trace of a secret treasure at all. Just as Xiao Chan was feeling puzzled, an idea flashed in his mind. He remembered that there was an extremely precious refining material in the compendium of cultivation. Astral iron. This was a natural treasure. According to legend, it was made from polished meteorites that came from the outer realm. After these meteorites were polished, they would have all sorts of strange effects. Some could summon boundless flames, ice, and hurricanes. Some could even create a small world. Some could even summon creatures from the outer realm. It was very strange. These star irons had been wandering in the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. During such a long period of time, they had been exposed to the impurities in the universe and all kinds of strange rays. Therefore, it was not strange for them to have some strange special effects. This was definitely a piece of astral iron, Xiao Chan said joyfully. This was because there was a clear record of it in the compendium of cultivation. Although it was only briefly mentioned, it did indeed exist. Although the special effects of the astral iron were different, they all had a common use. That was to repair all sorts of divine weapons and secret treasures. Even the strongest divine weapons and emperor-grade secret treasures could be completely repaired. Chapter 144. Xiao Chan took out the exquisite copper bell from the universe ring. He looked at the severely damaged patterns on it and smiled faintly. These should be able to be repaired. As for the chaotic patterns inside, I can slowly sort them out in the future. He placed the copper bell beside his hand and his spiritual sense wrapped around the astral iron. The boundless purple flame in his right eye started to spin quickly. So, the purple flame leaped out from his right eye and burned the astral iron. The astral iron was extremely hard. Regular flames would not be able to melt it. Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire, which had formed its origin, needed to be extremely hot before it could barely melt it. Time slowly went by. For hours had passed unknowingly. The astral iron in the purple flame did not show any signs of melting. Sweat covered Xiao Chen's forehead. It dripped down continuously. The horrifying temperature of the flame made his face turn red. Bang! Xiao Chan tossed out another dull spirit stone. This was already the third inferior grade spirit stone that he had tossed out. The purple thunder true fire burned for a long time, exhausting a lot of essence. Actually, with Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, he was too anxious to melt the astral iron. The ancient immortal cultivators on Earth only had the ability to melt the astral iron after they reached the Yuanying realm. After all, it was an item from the outside world. It was not an ordinary natural treasure. It was not that easy to refine. Xiao Chan gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was not too anxious in his heart. With his flushed face, he looked at the astral iron in the purple flame with a resolute gaze as it continued to burn. When Xiao Chan used up the 10th inferior grade spirit stone, the astral iron finally changed. A drop of scarlet liquid slowly dripped down into the jade bottle that Xiao Chan had prepared. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A faintly discernible evil spirit rushed out from the astral iron. It let out a horrifying wail and charged at Xiao Chan. This was a mysterious, ominous spirit in the universe. Almost every piece of astral iron had one. The ominous spirit did not have a physical body. It would only devour the souls of humans. No martial technique would have any effect on it. No one knew what was going on with the formation of the evil spirit. It was just like the strange special effects of the star iron. No one could understand it with common sense. Xiaochen understood and did not panic too much. He had already expected the ferocious spirit to appear. Just as the ferocious spirit was about to charge into Xiaochen's mind, his eyes suddenly shot out two rays of violet light that pierced through the ferocious spirit. A black mist spread out, and the ferocious spirit continuously howled before turning into nothingness. This purple light was something that Xiaochen would shoot out every time he broke through a major realm. He had no idea what it was for. However, Xiaochen had a feeling that this purple light could destroy the ominous spirit that specialized in devouring souls. This was because the same scene seemed to have appeared in his life before. When Xiaochen was planning to melt the astral iron, he had already made up his mind. He would make use of this opportunity to advance to Martial Grandmaster, and use the violet light to kill the ominous spirit. Although this was not the best time to advance, he had no other choice in order to eliminate this ominous spirit. The instant the ominous spirit disappeared, the astral iron had completely melted. Xiaochen got up and stretched himself. He was not in a rush to check on the situation after his advancement. He picked up the porcelain bottle on the ground. After the astral iron, which was the size of a small mountain, was calcined, there were only 10 odd drops of scarlet liquid left behind. Dita! Xiaochen slowly poured the liquid onto the copper bell. When the scarlet liquid landed on the copper bell, it instantly seeped in. It looked very strange. When the 10 odd drops of scarlet liquid entered the copper bell, it released a scarlet glow. With a schwa sound, it immediately flew into the air. Lines appeared on the surface of the copper bell. It was like an invisible hand was carving. The cracks and holes on the copper bell were slowly mended. A faint righteous qi came from the copper bell. When standing beside it, it made one feel very calm. Xiaochen revealed an expression of joy. He leaned against the copper bell in the air and said, "It is indeed a secret treasure used by the ancient sages. I did not waste 10 odd inferior grade spirit stones in vain." Dang! The last line of lines on the copper bell was completed. A complete ancient bell appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. With a schwa sound, the copper bell became as tall as a person. A drawn-out bell chime resounded. This sound was very calm. Xiaochen stood below the copper bell. He felt that his inferior-grade martial grandmaster cultivation had stabilized significantly under the influence of this melodious bell chime. Xiaochen looked up. The interior of the copper bell was pitch black. It was boundlessly deep. He could not help but feel excited. There seemed to be a small world inside. A secret treasure that can automatically materialize a small world. Could it be an incomplete king-grade secret treasure? Xiaochen frowned slightly as he looked at the deep space. He felt suspicious. A black banner flew out from Xiaochen's eyes. The banner carried Xiaochen's spiritual sense and flew into that black space. Boom! The world before Xiaochen suddenly changed. A space of nothingness appeared before him. The black banner under his feet continued to descend. Bang! After descending for an unknown period of time, the black banner stabbed into the air with a schwa sound. A piece of land immediately materialized. A small world started to spread out from the ground below the banner. A strong wind blew, dust flew everywhere, and the roars were like thunder. The scene that the small world materialized was that of an ancient battlefield. Countless humanoid creatures stood densely in the air. Some of these creatures had 3 heads and 6 arms. They held all sorts of weapons in their hands. Black qi lingered around them as they stood in the air. Some of them had wings that looked like that of a bird. They floated in the air and formed hand seals with their hands. Streams of destructive energy descended from the sky. Even further away, there were 7 figures that were hundreds of meters tall. Their heads reached the sky and their feet touched the ground. Boundless black clouds gathered above their heads, stretching out for thousands of kilometers. There was no end in sight, layer upon layer, vast and boundless. Among them, a human laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with a heroic spirit, causing one's blood to surge uncontrollably. A huge copper bell floated above his head. The sound of the bell was like a divine sound spreading out in all directions. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared and spread out into the sky. The countless humanoid creatures standing in the air instantly dispersed like they were breaking dry weeds. He stomped his feet, causing the ground to shake, the sky to tremble, and the mountains to shatter. He stretched out his hand and his 5 fingers became infinitely large. When he pressed them together, the figures in the air were crushed like ants. Xiao Chun stood where he was. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He said in astonishment, "This is the dragon seizing hand. Is this person the Yin clan's patriarch? What a horrifying power." He broke the laws of this space with just one palm strike. Standing in this battlefield, Xiao Chun was like a passerby. The demonic soldiers shrouded in black qi passed by him, as though they did not see him. They charged at the Yin clan's patriarch. However, the Yin clan's patriarch was like an undefeatable existence. The copper bell above his head shot down strands of yellow qi, blocking all the attacks. No one could get close to him. Finally, in the distance among the 7 huge figures, a cold voice came. The strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race, the Eastern Emperor Bell? The moment the voice sounded out, the 7 huge black figures rushed over. As they moved, the ground seemed to shrink to an inch. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the Yin clan's patriarch. The surrounding people immediately retreated. There were loud explosions and large holes appeared in space. The Eastern Emperor Bell rang out continuously. Even though the Yin clan's patriarch was fighting 1 against 7, he did not fall into a disadvantage. However, as the battle dragged on, cracks appeared on the Eastern Emperor Bell. In the end, it could not hold on any longer, and the Tao patterns shattered. With a boom, it turned into a small copper bell and fell from the sky, landing at Xiao Chun's feet. The Yin clan's patriarch vomited a mouthful of blood and laughed loudly. Then his body exploded. He had actually chosen the most decisive way to die. The instant he exploded, the ancient battlefield disappeared without a trace. In the boundless desolate land, there was only a small damaged copper bell left. This proved that everything that had just happened was real. Xiao Chun picked up the broken copper bell and wiped off the dust on it. He sent a strand of his divine sense into the copper bell, and discovered that there was no imprint left behind by the Yin clan's patriarch. This made things much easier. Xiao Chun left his divine sense inside and turned it into an imprint. Then, he slowly merged it with the Eastern Emperor Bell. After that, he controlled the black flag and broke through this space to retreat. The black flag rushed into Xiao Chun's eyes. Xiao Chun's divine sense returned to his body. He looked at the Eastern Emperor Bell in the sky again. Xiao Chun already had a strange connection with it. Xiao Chun waved his hand and the huge copper bell shrunk to the size of a thumb and landed in Xiao Chun's palm. He muttered, "Eastern Emperor Bell, the strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race. I wonder how much of its might I can bring out now?" Xiao Chun placed the copper bell back into the universe ring, and walked out of this illusion formation. If someone passed by, they would find it extremely strange. Xiao Chun's body seemed to have appeared out of thin air. "Hey!" An indistinct sigh entered Xiao Chun's ears. Xiao Chun's expression turned grave and he extended out his divine sense. Earlier, he had felt that there was a figure following him after he left the city lord's residence. However, this feeling was very vague. Now that he had advanced to inferior grade martial grandmaster, his senses were more than twice as strong as before. This feeling was even stronger. Xiao Chun carefully scanned the area with his spiritual sense a few times, but did not discover anyone. Xiao Chun said doubtfully, "Could it be that I overreacted? If there really was someone, my spiritual sense should have discovered them long ago." Shaking his head, Xiao Chun recollected his thoughts. He kept an eye on this as he continued forward. Just at this moment, Bai's figure ran over from afar. There were a few stalks of herbs in his mouth. He leaped over to Xiao Chun like he was presenting a treasure. Xiao Chun received it and took a look. He could not help but smile. It was a few stalks of rank 5 yubing grass. Xiao Chun originally did not intend to pick them. He did not expect Bai to help him obtain them. Chapter 145. He had already obtained the yubing grass, so the ice crystal flower should be in front. Xiao Chun carried Bai in his embrace. He was almost at the location of the ice crystal flower, so he could not let it run around blindly. After a while, Xiao Chun walked out of the dense forest. He took out the map and looked at it. According to the markings on the map, the ice crystal flower grew on a cliff in front of him. Due to the protection of the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape, a regular outer disciple would not dare to come and snatch it even though they knew there was a rank 6 herb here. The instant he walked out of the forest, the sunlight shone on Xiao Chun's body once again. When he looked up, he could already vaguely make out a tall cliff. This was the border of Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chun patted Bai's head. Under its unwilling gaze, he placed it into the spirit blood jade. He extended his spiritual sense forward, but he did not see the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape. Instead he saw a few young ice apes. They were only rank 4, resting in a corner. Looks like I made a wasted trip. There are no rank 5 spirit beasts here. Xiao Chun sighed slightly and prepared to leave. However, he changed his mind. Since he was already here, it would not be too late to take a look at the ice crystal flower. After all, it was a rank 6 herb. Even if he did not need it, he could still sell it for a good price. After he thought of this, Xiao Chun quickly ran towards the cliff. Just as he was about to reach it, he heard a startled cry. Xiao Chun stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a tall and sturdy youth. He was holding a huge axe in his hand, blocking the attacks of 3 ice apes. On the cliff behind him, there was a petite figure carrying a basket on her back. She was nimbly climbing up the cliff. In a crevice above her head, there was a flower petal that was flickering with a cold light. Xiao Chun could not help but feel puzzled. He had clearly swept this place with his divine sense and did not find any cultivators. How could there be 2 more people for no reason? Xiao Chun looked at the 2 again and was shocked to find that the 2 of them had not condensed their martial souls. They were only at the soul refinement stage and were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. No wonder he did not notice them earlier. These 2 people were not martial artists at all. There was no fluctuation of essence in their bodies, so he directly ignored them. 2 commoners coming to chill Wind Valley. If this isn't courting death, then what is? Xiao Chun said with some blame in his heart. They really didn't take their lives seriously. The girl on the mountain wall had already climbed to the bottom of the ice crystal flower. She was only 1 step away from plucking it. Pooh! However, at this moment, a young ice ape broke through the defense of the tall and sturdy youth. With a few leaps, it arrived behind the girl. No! The eyes of the tall and sturdy youth guarding below turned bloodshot as he shouted. He threw the huge axe in his hand at the ice ape. The ice ape nimbly dodged the huge axe. It stretched out its huge hand and smashed it at the girl. When the girl turned her head to look, she was frightened pale. She lost her balance and fell down. Because the tall and sturdy youth no longer had a weapon, he was smashed to the ground by the 2 ice apes. In an instant, his body was covered with bloody wounds. It was a tragic sight. Lightning evasion. With a flash of lightning, Xiao Chun instantly arrived beside the youth. The lunar shadow saber glowed with a 2-meter saber light. This was the first time Xiao Chun had truly condensed a saber light. This was a martial technique that only martial grandmasters could use. Poo-ci. The saber light hacked violently at the ice ape that was beating up the tall and sturdy youth. With a ka sound, the ice ape's arm was chopped off. However, a layer of ice appeared on its body, preventing the saber from penetrating any further. Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised that he did not manage to chop it in half. The ice ape that had its arm chopped off let out a pained wail, just like the perfectly fine ice ape beside it. The ice ape gave up on attacking the youth lying on the ground. A ferocious glint appeared in its eyes. The ice ape's sharp palm carried a cold wind as it ruthlessly smashed at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun took a step back. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and gathered on the saber. The lunar shadow saber moved in a purple arc. The arc flickered with electricity. In an instant, the saber cut open the chests of the 2 ice apes. The electricity shook violently and the 2 ice apes were immediately knocked back. Xiao Chun did not continue chasing. He looked at the petite girl that had fallen into the air. A silver warship flew out from his eyes and caught the girl in an instant. The ice ape on the mountain wall roared and dived at Xiao Chun. With a huang-dang sound, the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard. Dragon seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere. It carried an unparalleled force and smashed the ice ape into the mountain wall with a bang, turning palm into fist. The huge black hand clenched tightly. It seemed like it had the force of 1,000 kilograms as it smashed violently at the ice ape on the mountain wall. There was a loud rumbling sound. The mountain wall trembled and many rocks fell off. A large hole appeared in the mountain wall. The ice ape was smashed in violently. Blood leaked out from the corner of its mouth. Unexpectedly, its body was not smashed into mush. It was still in perfect condition. "It is really hard," Xiao Chan said indifferently with a frown. He stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground and took out the Soul Slayer bow and essence light arrow. There was a graceful flash and a surging aura. It was like a meteor tearing through the night sky. The arrow was as fast as lightning. It struck the ice ape that was struggling to climb out with a hong sound. The essence light arrow pierced through the ice ape's neck and pinned it to the ground. With this, the ice ape could not be any more dead. The ice ape's intelligence was very high. When the other two young ice apes saw the situation, they quickly turned and fled. Xiao Chan glanced at them indifferently and knocked 2 essence light arrows on his bow. The arrows moved like a beam of light, tearing through the air and arriving in an instant. They pierced through the chests of the 2 ice apes and left a large hole. Then they fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." The stout youth on the ground, who was covered in wounds, got up and thanked Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan stood beside him. Xiao Chan was 1.8 meters tall, but he was actually shorter than him by a head. Looking at his face, he looked very honest. He was also not much older than Xiao Chan. However, Xiao Chan had some misgivings about the two of them entering Evil Wind Valley. 2 cultivators who had not even condensed a martial spirit. What were they doing here? Xiao Chan waved his hand and the small silver boat flew over and slowly landed on the ground. The little girl on the boat quickly jumped off. Xiao Chan looked at the bloody wounds on the youth's body. Although they were not fatal, if they were not treated, he would have to recuperate for a long time. Xiao Chan took out 2 blood-replenishing pills and handed them to him. He said, "One for external application and one for internal consumption. It can treat your injuries." The youth shook his head and said, "There is no need. This medicinal pill should be very expensive. My minor injuries are not a problem." However, the little girl behind him received it. She had a gentle and weak look on her face as she said softly, "Benefactor, don't listen to Xiao Yang's nonsense. With such severe external injuries, if they are not treated, they will have to recuperate for a long time before they can fully recover." Xiao Chan smiled faintly and entered the silver warship. He did not say anything and left directly. They had met by chance and it was just a small matter. There was no need to be overly stubborn about it. The youth called Xiao Yang wanted to chase after Xiao Chan. However, he was stopped by the girl behind him. "Don't chase. When Xiao Chan returns, it will be troublesome if he cannot find us." The youth was helpless. He could only watch as Xiao Chan left. The girl crushed the blood-replenishing pill and slowly applied it to the wounds of the stout youth. Not long after Xiao Chan left, a youth in blue quickly arrived before them. When he saw Xiao Yang's injuries, he quickly asked what was going on. After he understood, he immediately chased after Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan felt a figure rushing towards him quickly. The aura of the figure was very dense. He was at least a superior grade martial grandmaster. Xiao Chan raised his guard and stopped. He slowly turned around. When the youth in blue saw Xiao Chan stop, he quickly went forward and said, "I am Lu Suifeng. I have not asked for your great name yet. You saved my 2 friends. I will definitely repay this favor in the future." This youth had regular features and an imposing appearance. He had a righteous expression on his face. His sincere words dispelled Xiao Chen's guard. He smiled faintly and said, "Yi Chen, it was just a small matter. There is no need to pay so much attention to it." While Xiao Chan was sizing up Lu Suifeng was also carefully observing Xiao Chan. After a while, Lu Suifeng was astonished. He was merely an inferior grade martial master, yet he was able to chase away 3 infant ice apes so easily. This person was definitely not simple. "Brother Yi, are you from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect? I don't think I have heard of this name before," Lu Suifeng asked. Xiao Chun glanced at Lu Suifeng's waist. He saw the silver identity token and understood. This person was an inner disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. No wonder he asked if he was from the outer sect. No, I just came to Saber City not long ago. Xiao Chun felt there was no need to hide anything, so he answered honestly. After that, the two of them chatted for a while. Xiao Chun finally understood why those two ordinary people wanted to enter Evil Wind Valley. The ice crystal flower bloomed once every 3 months. If it did not bloom, the three of them would come and pick the petals. All along after Lu Suifeng lured away the adult ice apes, he would leave the two of them behind to pick the petals. In the past, there were only 2 infant ice apes. Xiao Yang was able to last until Lu Suifeng returned. However, he did not know why there were 3 this time. Xiao Chun obtained an important piece of information. There really was a rank 5 spirit beast here. Furthermore, Lu Suifeng did not injure him. He only lured him away. He could not help but rejoice. Before they parted, Lu Suifeng wanted to give Xiao Chun 3 inferior grade spirit stones. Originally, he thought Xiao Chun would gladly accept it. Who knew he would reject it? To Xiao Chun, this was just a small matter. He could not accept such a huge favor. Furthermore, he wanted to befriend this person. In the future, if he entered the inner sect, he might have to interact with this person. Seeing that Xiao Chun insisted on not accepting it, Lu Suifeng did not argue. He took his leave and said that if Xiao Chun had any problems in the future, he would do his best to help. After knowing the information about the rank 5 spirit beast, Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave. After the 3 of them picked all the petals of the ice crystal flower, Xiao Chun revealed himself. Seeing the ice ape nailed to the entrance of the cave, Xiao Chun thought for a while. First, he took out the spirit cores of the 2 ice apes on the ground and burned them to ashes. After doing all this, Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and flew to the entrance of the cave on the mountain wall. He carried out the infant ice ape's corpse and carefully stuck several rank 3 lightning-attributed talismans on the back of the corpse. After that, he jumped into the cave and found a bush. He withdrew his aura and hid. Chapter 146. After a long time, heavy footsteps came from the distance. The cold chi in the air became even more horrifying. It's here. Xiao Chun felt somewhat nervous. He did not even dare to breathe loudly, lowering his own aura to its limits. A 10-meter-tall ice ape appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. It had long white fur covering its body. It looked like a human walking upright. From a distance, one might mistake it for a white-haired old man. Roar! The adult ice ape quickly saw the young ice ape that had died a miserable death on the mountain wall. It roared angrily and its eyes turned bloodshot. It pushed off the ground and arrived at the cave in the mountain wall in the blink of an eye. What fast speed! Xiao Chun was secretly startled. The speed of this adult ice ape completely surpassed his imagination. Unexpectedly, he only saw a blurry white light. I can't wait any longer. Xiao Chun jumped out of the bush and quickly formed a hand seal. Then he shouted, "Explode!" The instant that ice ape saw Xiao Chun appear, it immediately turned its head. Its heart burned with rage, and a baleful aura filled the air. However, just as it was about to make a move, a boundlessly resplendent light suddenly lit up the cave. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. More than 10 rank 3 lightning-attributed talismans exploded together. The might was already comparable to a peak earth-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, the destructive power was even more horrifying. The ice ape's corpse was blasted into smithereens. An intense shockwave instantly tossed the ice ape high into the sky. The tall cliff collapsed with a loud rumble, and the ground trembled continuously. Countless rocks fell from the sky and shot out. Xiao Chun quickly retreated, dodging these extremely powerful rocks. Shua! A white figure descended from the sky and quickly landed beside Xiao Chun. It opened its palms and a boundless cold chi spread out. Its 5 sharp claws carried a dense cold chi as they swiped at Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun saw the white figure, he was startled. He saw the layers of ice on its body slowly peeling off. More than 10 rank 3 talismans did not cause any substantial damage to it. Clang! Xiao Chun drew his saber and released the energy of the rank 6 demonic core in the lunar shadow saber without holding anything back. Boundless electricity flickered non-stop. Xiao Chun brandished his saber and the electricity crackled in the booth, blocking the sharp claws of the ice ape. Clang clang! The ice ape used its long arms and legs, jumping up and down. Its speed was extremely fast, turning into a blurry white blur as it continuously attacked Xiao Chun. The more Xiao Chun blocked, the more strenuous it became. Gradually, he felt that something was wrong. The surrounding cold air was getting heavier and heavier. Every step he took was incomparably difficult, as if his legs were stiff. Poochie! The ice ape let out a strange cry, and the surrounding cold air suddenly dropped by a lot. Xiao Chun was immediately hit, and both his legs were directly frozen. The ice ape took advantage of this opportunity to grab the lunar shadow saber with its right hand, ignoring the electricity flickering on the lunar shadow saber. Its other sharp palm tried to grab Xiao Chun's head. When that palm with cold chi spread out, it was about the size of a wash basin. In its eyes, Xiao Chun's head was like a baby's. With just a gentle pinch, his brain would burst. Poo-ci. Just as that sharp palm was about to grab Xiao Chun's head, a boundless flame gathered in Xiao Chun's right eye and gushed out. The flame immediately followed the ice ape's arm and spread to its entire body. In an instant, the ice ape cried out in pain, and the surrounding cold chi was instantly dispersed. The hot chi in Xiao Chun's body surged, and his body returned to normal. He quickly retreated. Dragon seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere and grabbed the fiery ice ape. In the instant he clenched his fist, Xiao Chun met with an extremely strong resistance, causing him to be unable to clench his fist. Xiao Chun immediately let go. He knew that the ice ape's body was incomparably hard, and there was no need to waste time with it. The huge black hand turned into a fist and hammered down with a rumbling sound. The sound did not stop, and the ground trembled. The ice ape was hammered into the ground. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and stood upright. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. The consumption of this inherited martial technique was much greater than a regular martial technique. Although he managed to injure the ice ape by surprise, Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. He took out the Soul Slayer bow and essence light arrow, drew the bowstring and concentrated. There was a ka sound coming from the ground. It was the sound of ice breaking. Xiao Chun was horrified. Could it be that the purple thunder true fire is unable to break the layer of ice on the ice ape's body? There was a flash of white light, and the ice ape stood up again. It felt the aura of the Soul Slayer bow, and in the instant it stood up, it quickly turned around, creating a strong wind as it moved in an S-shaped trajectory. So, Xiao Chun released his hand, and the first thing he did was to mark the ice ape's chest with his spiritual sense. No matter how fast it would not be able to avoid being hit. The essence light arrow flashed like a meteor, piercing through the strong wind created by the ice ape, and striking its chest. Ka-cie. A layer of ice appeared on the ice ape's chest, blocking the arrow. The essence light arrow shattered the ice, but it could not advance any further. The ice fell with a dang-dang sound. The arrow carried a huge force, knocking the ice ape back by 5 steps. Xiao Chun looked at the ice on the ground, and he made up his mind. I don't believe you can create an unlimited amount of ice. After he made up his mind, he fired the essence light arrows without caring about the exhaustion. For a moment the air was filled with the buzzing of the arrows. Regardless of whether the ice ape leaped from the sky or charged from the front or the side, there would always be an arrow knocking it back like a sudden clap of thunder. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun had shot out more than 100 essence light arrows. Even with Xiao Chun's strong physical body, he still found it hard to draw the Soul Slayer bow, which he could only rely on his physical body. As for the ice ape, it seemed like nothing had happened to it. The ground was filled with ice fragments and essence light arrows, but the ice ape still charged at Xiao Chun with a high morale. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Xiao Chun had already used up all the essence light arrows. He put away the Soul Slayer bow and shouted. The light on his saber was withdrawn, and he sent a simple saber strike at the ice ape. Bang! The human and the beast both retreated a few steps. Xiao Chun was mildly astonished, and then he rejoiced. The force of the ice ape's palm strike was no longer as ferocious as before. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chun took a step forward and leaped into the air. His figure moved rapidly in the air, and in an instant, his speed reached its peak. Countless saber lights flashed. The wind howled as the ice ape's palms struck out continuously. One human and one beast, one in the air and one on the ground, moved very quickly. Metallic sounds rang out continuously. The instant the saber and the palm clashed, they created a huge shockwave. The shockwave was accompanied by the sound of the wind, forming a huge shockwave in the surroundings. It kicked up dust and made it dance around chaotically. By the time Xiao Chun landed, he had already sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes. Ice continued to fall from the ice ape's body. When all the ice fell to the ground, there were bright red wounds on the ice ape's chest, arms, and back. The wounds were not deep, but they tore through the ice ape's flesh and dyed its snow-white fur red. Xiao Chun felt gratified. As long as he was fast enough, there would be places that the ice ape could not take care of. After fighting for so long, the ice that appeared on the ice ape's body was like a cheat. Could block all sorts of attacks. When Xiao Chun saw that it was injured, his fighting spirit soared. Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. Xiao Chun did not give the ice ape a chance to catch its breath. He quickly used an inferior grade spirit stone and replenished his essence in an instant. Then he did not hesitate to execute flight on wings, the strongest move that he knew. The pitch-black night covered the sky, and a full moon slowly rose. A human figure holding a saber flew over from the horizon. Under the full moon he arrived gracefully, as though he was a celestial being. Although Xiao Chun could not understand the state of this sword, he had been using the changing character formula to simulate the dragon seizing hand for the past few days. He had already comprehended some things. Today he finally perfected moonbright like fire. Retreat! Xiao Chun shouted, and the human figure in the sky followed suit. The celestial voice was indistinct and vast. It resonated in the sky and on the ground, reverberating in the surroundings. The saber in Xiao Chun's hand pointed at the ice ape attacking him from the sky. The human figure in the sky did the same action. It was like a boundless energy tore through space and time. The ice ape in the sky paused for a moment. Then it was blasted away by a strange energy, rolling on the ground. It stabbed its claws into the ground violently, but it still could not stop. Its sharp claws made a ZZ sound, creating a few long marks on the ground. It only stopped after a long time. Before it could stand up, a horrifying pressure descended from the sky. This aura was like an immortal descending. Mortals were like ants trembling in fear. Immortal might was unfathomable. Immortal might could not be blocked. The sword of an immortal could break mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers. There was an earth-shattering sound. The human figure in the sky hacked at the ice ape. The ice ape crossed its palms and released a boundless cold chi, trying to block this saber strike. However, it was hacked into the ground with a loud boom. It sank for an unknown amount of meters, and a human-shaped hole appeared in the ground. The night disappeared, and the sunlight shone on Evil Wind Valley again. Xiao Chun took deep breaths and slowly walked to the hole. He felt a headache. If the ice ape died like this, how was he going to get its corpse out? Chi! Chi! Suddenly layers of cold chi appeared on the ground, instantly freezing it and forming a smooth ice surface. Seeing the ice spreading under his feet, Xiao Chun frowned and retreated. He thought in astonishment, could it be that this ice ape is not dead yet? Bang! 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 Countless cracks appeared on the ice surface before it exploded. Countless pieces of frozen soil flew in all directions. When they landed, they immediately shattered into a pile of ice shards. A huge pit appeared on the flat ground. The adult ice ape stood in the pit. Its originally snow-white fur was now covered in blood. It was in a sorry state. It roared angrily and pushed off the ground with its 4 limbs, quickly crawled out. Its bloodshot eyes were filled with murderous intent as it looked at Xiao Chun. The baleful aura on Xiao Chun's body rushed to the sky. He opened his huge mouth and a boundless cold chi poured into his mouth like a hurricane. A strong wind howled and a cold wind blew. Under the illumination of the sun, snowflakes drifted down. Chapter 147. The cold wind and snowflakes were like knives, cutting into Xiao Chun's face. It was incomparably painful. He had to squint his eyes to prevent the snowflakes from entering his eyes. Pussy eye. A sharp killing intent locked onto Xiao Chun. The ice ape shot out a piercing ice line from its huge mouth. The ice line was extremely condensed. It was as thin as a needle. Xiao Chun felt the threat of death. In that instant he wanted to take out the Eastern Emperor bell. However, when he thought of his earlier apprehensions, He did not do so in the end. Heavenly lightning shield. Electricity flickered around Xiao Chun. The lightning evasion wrapped around Xiao Chun. However, the needle-sized ice line pierced through the heavenly lightning shield, leaving a tiny hole that the naked eye could not see. The heavenly lightning shield slowly disappeared and blood spurted out from Xiao Chun's chest. Xiao Chun looked at the wound strangely. That ice line was too small. When it pierced through his body, he did not even feel any pain. The wound on his chest was very small. However, the blood that flowed out was like a faucet, gushing out violently. Xiao Chun's complexion was pale. He used the lunar shadow saber to support his body and knelt on one knee. He took out a blood-replenishing pill with his left hand and instantly swallowed it. After that, he took out another blood-replenishing pill and crushed it before applying it on the wound. However, the blood-replenishing pill that had worked every time lost its effect this time. There was a cold qi lingering around the wound on his chest, preventing the flesh from closing up. When the ice ape shot out the ice line, it was like it had used up all its strength. It rested for a long time. Only then did it recover. It landed on all fours and leaped into the air, pouncing towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun revealed a determined expression on his pale face. He tossed out a golden wooden sculpture. The Golden Lion King appeared from nowhere. Its mountain-like body stomped heavily on the ice ape, crushing it to the ground. The Golden Lion King's thick front limbs trampled on the huge ice ape violently, twisting it around. After a long time, the ice ape finally stopped struggling. Xiao Chun sent out a strand of his divine sense and felt that the ice ape was indeed dead. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The wound on Xiao Chun's chest was still slowly bleeding. The blood-replenishing pill alleviated the bleeding, and it was not as turbulent as before. Tearing off a piece of cloth from his clothes, Xiao Chun wrapped it around the wound and went to the frost ape's side. Seeing the frost ape covered in wounds, Zhao Fu took out a sharp knife and cut open its body from the side. He found that the frost ape's internal organs had been badly damaged, and there were still traces of electricity in them. Looks like the dozen or so grade 3 lightning attribute talismans were the cause of its death, Xiao Chun said indifferently. Then he took out the top grade ice attribute inner core. At this moment there was a piercing sound in the air as a dazzling sword qi shot over. Xiao Chun unhurriedly placed the spirit core into the universe ring. He smiled faintly to himself. He finally could not resist making a move. Earlier, although he had scanned the area with his spiritual sense many times, he did not find anyone following him. However, Xiao Chun had kept an eye on him. He knew that someone was following him. Thus, even at the most crucial moment of the battle with the ice ape, he did not use some killing moves. If it were not for the situation being dire, the Golden Lion King would not have used them. Dang! The Eastern Emperor bell rang softly and flew out of Xiao Chun's body. It floated above his head, and strands of mysterious yellow qi fell from his head. The sword qi that flew behind him was blocked by the heaven and earth qi, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground and leaped onto the Golden Lion King's head. He looked quietly at the person who arrived. An old man slowly walked out with waning steps. This was the martial saint that the Zhang clan head had ordered around. His name was Chang Siyuan, and he was the top guest of Yunyang City's Zhang clan. He was already a consummation medial grade martial saint. After a cultivator became a martial saint, every time they advanced by a grade, their strength would increase exponentially. A medial grade martial saint could fight against 10 inferior grade martial saints. Chang Siyuan looked at the Eastern Emperor bell above Xiao Chun's head. Then he looked at the huge Golden Lion King under his feet. His expression was somewhat cautious. Along the way, the youth in front of him had given him too many surprises. If Chang Siyuan had not cultivated a martial technique to hide his aura, he would have been discovered by this person several times. Chang Siyuan was already very shocked when he saw Xiao Chun take out the Golden Lion King. He did not expect Xiao Chun to take out a strong defensive secret treasure. Is this where your confidence comes from? Chang Siyuan's voice was very soft but very clear. As he stood there quietly, he had an overwhelming aura. This aura spread out involuntarily. Even with the Eastern Emperor bell and the Golden Lion King, Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. Hu Qi. In terms of aura, Xiao Chun was at an absolute disadvantage. He did not want to waste time with him. With a thought, the Golden Lion King spat out a golden flame at Changsun. Chi! A sword chi streaked across and the golden flame was sliced in half, flying to the sides. Shua! Changsun's figure flashed. He was like a ghost flying to Xiao Chen's side. A sword light flashed, and his sword appeared before Xiao Chen. Dang! Another strand of yellow chi slid down from the Eastern Emperor bell like glass. Before Xiao Chen could react, it automatically blocked this sword strike. Dang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Changsun sent out several hundred sword strikes. His speed was extremely fast. However, every time he did so, he was blocked by the yellow chi from the Eastern Emperor bell. The Eastern Emperor bell was indeed the strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race. Even though its Tao patterns were completely shattered, it still had such might. Xiao Chen revealed a calm expression as he shouted. Dang! 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 The Eastern Emperor bell gave off a long chime, and a ripple spread out in all directions. Changsun bore the brunt of it and was immediately knocked back. When the bell chime spread out, Xiao Chen felt dizzy. He could not help but feel astonished. He quickly stopped the bell chime. In the end, he could not use an incomplete secret treasure. Xiao Chen controlled the Golden Lion King and leaped into the air, causing the ground to tremble. Its mountain-like body pressed down on Changsun. Changsun's figure spun rapidly, changing his position very quickly. As he dodged the attacks, he sent out strands of resplendent sword chi at Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen, who had the Eastern Emperor bell, was in an invincible position. Streams of yellow chi descended from above, blocking all the attacks. Mountain-breaking chop. Suddenly, Changsun shouted. The light on his sword was withdrawn. An earth-ranked martial technique, a peak strike, struck the yellow chi violently. The might of an earth-ranked martial technique, executed by a medial-grade martial saint, was much stronger than Xiao Chen's dragon-seizing hand. Furthermore, all the attacks were focused on one point. A ripple appeared on the yellow chi, and a huge force was transmitted. Xiao Chen, who was on the back of the Golden Lion King, was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Chen was startled. A fiery light flashed in his right eye, and a purple flame spewed out at Changsun. The flame turned into a whirlpool, spinning continuously. Changsun spread his arms wide and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the spinning purple thunder true fire. He slowly landed on the ground and looked at the Eastern Emperor bell above Xiao Chen's head. He was deep in thought, but he could not figure it out. Xiao Chen controlled the Eastern Emperor bell and the Golden Lion King at the same time. The essence in his body was like an open dam, leaking out. He could not help but feel very anxious. Shua! Just at this moment, for some unknown reason, the Eastern Emperor bell above his head made a dang-dang sound and turned back into a small, exquisite bell. It fell into Xiao Chen's hands. What's going on? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. It was clearly repaired, it was just that the Tao patterns were not complete. I also placed my imprint on it. Why can't I use it now? A bright light flashed in Changsun's eyes. His figure moved again, and a sword light soared into the sky, hacking down at Xiao Chen. The situation was critical. There was no time to think. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts, and a clap of thunder resounded in the sky. He executed the rushing thunder saber techniques, drawing the saber. The saber gave off a bright light as it clashed with this sword strike. Bang! Xiao Chen's body was knocked flying, and he landed heavily on the ground. He rolled back continuously, and the wound on his chest reopened again. It was incomparably painful. It looks like there is no more chance. An inferior grade martial master challenging a medial grade martial saint is simply seeking death. Xiao Chen, who was lying on the ground, smiled bitterly to himself. He originally thought that by relying on the Eastern Emperor bell and the Golden Lion King, he might have a chance. Only when he truly fought did he realize how wrong he was. His opponent's speed and strength were much higher than his. The Golden Lion King could not even touch him. Just like that, he was already in an undefeatable position. However, now that I know someone is following me, I have achieved my goal. Xiao Chen thought to himself. This person does not have a Saber City identity token on him. The most important thing is that this person uses a sword. That is to say, this person was not sent by Gu Yunbin. At the very least, it is not the worst-case scenario. Berserk! Xiao Chan gave an order in his heart. The Golden Lion King on the ground immediately gave off a boundless, baleful aura. Its speed increased significantly, and it entangled Chang Xiyuan, preventing him from chasing after Xiao Chan. Lightning descend. Xiao Chan used another inferior grade spirit stone. His essence was immediately replenished. Before he left, he summoned out bolts of lightning, continuously annoying Chang Xiyuan. To a medial grade martial saint, the might of this lightning descend was negligible. However, when it struck the body, it was hard to avoid pain. At this moment, he was entangled by the berserk Golden Lion King. Xiao Chan did not have the time to dodge the bolts of lightning. Not long after, he was struck by a few bolts of lightning. His skin was charred black, and all his hair was standing on end. He was in an extremely sorry state. Chang Xiyuan was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. However, he could not do anything to Xiao Chan. At this moment, the speed of this Golden Lion King, which was the size of a small mountain, had increased significantly. It entangled Chang Xiyuan, and he had no way to deal with Xiao Chan. It's about time. The berserk Golden Lion King will not be able to last much longer. Xiao Chan smiled faintly. A silver warship appeared, and he leaped off gently, drifting away. Before he left, he gave the Golden Lion King a deep look. He felt that it was a pity. After the Golden Lion King went berserk, there was no way to use it a second time. It would be very difficult to find good materials for it. Back in Saber City, Xiao Chan returned to his courtyard. He sat down cross-legged and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. There was a small wound on his chest that could not be healed. There was always a cold qi lingering on the wound. If he could not expel the cold qi, Xiao Chan would die from blood loss sooner or later. Chapter 148. After Xiao Chan advanced to Martial Grand Master, the clear spring in his body had turned into a gushing river. The tiny blue dragon had also grown significantly larger, and was churning in the river. Xiao Chan could clearly feel that the gushing river had not only much more essence than before, but it was also more ferocious, surging, and purer. The essence in his body circulated for a great cycle. Finally, under Xiao Chen's control, he carefully washed the wound on his chest. A trace of cold qi drifted out from the wound. Xiao Chen's face lit up with joy. This cold qi could be expelled. Otherwise, Xiao Chan would not be able to do anything about it. He might even bleed to death. However, what Xiao Chan did not expect was that the cold qi contained in this tiny wound was much more than he had imagined. Xiao Chan did not eat or drink. He circulated his essence for 2 days and 2 nights before the cold qi was completely expelled. Xiao Chan got up and felt like his entire body was about to collapse. He walked to the wooden bed step by step and collapsed on his back, falling unconscious. Xiao Chan slept for 20 hours. When he woke up, he felt much more refreshed. Xiao Chen's stomach was rumbling from hunger. After he washed up, he quickly found a restaurant to satisfy his craving for good food. Inside the restaurant, Xiao Chan started to think about the details of this mission. Firstly, this mission did not make sense. Furthermore, he was sure that the mysterious martial saint was not one of Gu Binyun's men. When Xiao Chan thought of the intense competition for spots in the inner sect, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that because the spots were limited, Gu Binyun wanted Xiao Chan to back off? However, some people could not hold back and wanted to deal with Xiao Chan once and for all. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Xiao Chan smacked the table heavily and smiled coldly in his heart. I want to see who is playing tricks behind my back. After settling the bill, Xiao Chan walked quickly to the city lord's residence. The cultivator guarding the door recognized Xiao Chen's appearance. After he reported his arrival, he brought Xiao Chan in. The city lord was still receiving guests and could not see him for the time being. He could only ask him to wait in the side hall. Xiao Chan smiled indifferently and did not say anything. After that person left, he immediately took out a small bird sculpture from the universe ring. After executing the life bestowal spell, the little bird flapped its wings and flew out the door. Xiao Chan attached his spiritual sense to it, controlling the bird to fly around the city lord's mansion. He finally found Gu Bingyun in the main hall. In the great hall, Gu Bingyun was speaking with the Yunyang city's Zhang clan head. The Zhang clan head smiled faintly. City Lord Gu. This immortal cloud life extending pill of mine is not an ordinary immortal cloud life extending pill. It contains the extremely rare Yellow Springs grass. It can extend one's lifespan by 40 years. My cultivation has long been stuck at the peak of the Martial Highness realm. However, City Lord Gu, you are at the peak of the Martial King realm. With another 40 years to live, your chances of becoming a Martial Emperor will increase by leaps and bounds. Once you become a Martial Emperor, your lifespan will increase by another 100 years. Zhang Clan. Xiao Chen frowned. Could it be that Yunyang City's Zhang Clan? With a thought, Zhang Xian carefully controlled the bird to fly a little further forward. When Gu Bingyun heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "Old Zhang, don't worry. He will know when to retreat. With his strength, he will not be able to complete the mission I gave him." The Zhang clan had muttered to himself for a while before saying, "I received news that that person has already completed the mission City Lord gave him." Gu Yunbin's expression changed. He placed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table and said sullenly, "Old Zhang, you have to be clear about this. This is someone that Miss Feng recommended. Do you dare to mess around with him?" Old Zhang smiled gently. "City Lord, don't worry. Naturally, I would not dare to mess around with someone that Miss Feng recommended."